The Star Wars galaxy came under threat from dozens of great Sith Lords over the years, many of which you're probably familiar with. Most Star Wars fans are familiar with Darth Sidious, Darth Plagueis, and Darth Bane. The more knowledgeable ones would add Darth Revan, Darth Nihilus, and Darth Sion to that list as well. But what if we were to tell you that you're sleeping on one of the greatest Sith Lords of all time? The Dark Lord we'll be discussing today was a ruler of the First Sith Empire, an unstoppable conqueror, and an unbeatable lightsaber duelist. He was one of the greatest of his kind in an era when there were many Sith of incredible power. His name was Tulak Hord, and in this video, we'll be telling his story. In Tulak Hord's day, the Sith were much different from the Dark Lords we're familiar with. In those days, they weren't just a cult of Darksiders, they were also a species, a culture, and an empire. The original Sith species, which we'll henceforth call the Sith Purebloods to avoid confusion, evolved on Korriban, but they fled to frigid Ziost after Korriban was rendered desolate in an ancient war. They settled a small scattering of worlds in a remote part of the Outer Rim, cut off from the civilized galaxy by a ring of nebulae called the Stygian Caldera. In 6900 BBY, their civilization was conquered by 12 Dark Jedi, who proclaimed themselves the Lords of the Sith and established the First Sith Empire. The greatest of these Dark Jedi proclaimed himself the Dark Lord of the Sith, the ruler of the Empire. The second greatest became his Shadow Hand, while the remaining 10 simply became Sith Lords. The 10 Sith Lords sat on a council that ruled the Empire, of which they each controlled a piece. Most of the Sith Lords took on apprentices from among the Sith Purebloods to train in the way of the dark side. They found this an easy task since most Purebloods were already attuned to the dark side to some degree. These apprentices usually came from the Kisai, the priest caste that had previously been at the top of the Sith hierarchy. Members of other castes, the Zuguruk engineers, the Massassi warriors, and the slaves served the Sith Lords and their apprentices. The original Sith Lords weren't members of the Sith species, but many had offspring with Sith purebloods, allowing their bloodlines to flourish. Their non-Sith genes were quickly dispersed after a few generations, however, and once the last of the original Lords died off, Sith purebloods took the helm of the Empire, following their predecessors' teachings. In the centuries after the founding of the Sith Empire, it steadily began to expand, becoming larger, wealthier, and stronger. But it was routinely hampered by what would become a persistent curse for the Sith Lords: infighting. Some Sith Lords schemed against each other more than they did against the Empire's enemies, and upstart apprentices often banded together to kill Sith Lords and take their place, weakening the Imperial Council. The Sith Empire was in a constant state of flux, bouncing between periods of strength and periods of infighting. Tulak Hord was born into this turbulent political climate. It's never been confirmed exactly when he lived, but our best estimate would be around 6000 BBY. Hord was a Sith pureblood and was taken in for training by Sith Lords at an early age, as the dark side was strong in him. In that time, the Sith were making great strides in the use of lightsabers, developing the art of lightsaber combat far beyond any Jedi equivalents at the time. There were many great lightsaber masters among the Sith in those days, and Tulak Hord quickly became one of them. He was more powerful and more skilled than any of his rivals, and most of his masters as well. His power allowed him to rapidly rise through the ranks and become a Sith Lord. Early in his career, Tulak Hord won a lightsaber duel against a Dashade named Kemval, who pledged his services to Hord after his defeat. Together, Hord and Val mustered a huge army which they put to use suppressing rebellions on the remote Sith worlds Un and Chabosh. On the world of Un, he single-handedly broke the siege of a Sith citadel and personally led his troops into battle on Chabosh, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. This would be only the first of Hord's many campaigns. While on the front lines, Lord Hord was approached by Aloysius Kalik, a pureblood who aspired to learn the ways of the Sith Lords. Hord initially told him to piss off, but Kalik wasn't planning on taking no for an answer. After his dismissal, he challenged and defeated Hord's best general, leading the Sith Lord to reconsider his dismissal. He took Kalik as his protege, putting him in command of one of his armies. Calig led Horde's troops to many victories, supporting his master as Horde continued his campaigns against rebellious worlds. During his battles, Tulak Horde used arcane Sith rituals to leech off the strength of his enemies, draining their power to increase his own. This allowed him to win battle after battle, as well as many new titles. He became known as the Lord of Hate and the Master of Gathering Darkness. Soon enough, he even became the Dark Lord of the Sith. Tulak Horde's first act as Dark Lord was to clean house, having everyone he considered a rival killed. This included Lord Calig, who Horde considered his greatest threat and marked as the first to die. The only being he spared was Kemval, who remained by Horde's side after his ascension. After consolidating his power, Horde escalated the scale of his conquests tenfold, bringing the full might of the Sith Empire to bear against rebellious worlds and newly discovered systems alike. As Dark Lord of the Sith, Tulak Horde became the most powerful Sith Lord to date. He was the greatest lightsaber duelist of his day, perhaps the greatest the Sith ever had, and not even the greatest of warriors could withstand him in combat. Later generations of Sith claimed he slew 1,000 Jedi, though this is questionable since the Jedi were unaware of the Sith Empire at that time. He was also skilled in the art of Sith alchemy, which he used both to enhance his own power and to create dark side imbued artifacts for himself. Though most Dark Lords of the Sith opted to create alchemically enhanced swords to channel their power, Horde instead made a fearsome black mask which he wore often, especially in battle. This mask shielded Horde from the heat of battle and made it harder for his enemies to detect him through the Force. Aside from being the greatest warrior of the ancient Sith, Tulak Horde was also the Sith Empire's most prolific conqueror. He easily quashed any and all rebellions that took place on Sith worlds during his reign, and he also brought new worlds into the Empire, making over 100 conquests of undiscovered planets in his lifetime. Among the worlds discovered by Tulak Horde was Dromund Kaas, the future capital of the reconstituted Sith Empire. The only obstacle Horde could never overcome in his quest to expand the Sith Empire was the Stygian Caldera. He was so strong in the Force that he could rip cruisers out of the sky, but not even the power of the Force could move a nebula, nor could it allow Sith warships to fly through it. As Tulak Horde was a master of many things, many Sith sought to apprentice themselves to him. Horde refused nearly all of them, believing that only the strongest were worthy of his knowledge. He wrote a good many books and filled a holocron with his teachings, but he hid all of these in dangerous, hard-to-reach places on Ziost and Korriban, hoping that only the greatest of Sith would be able to find them. Despite his high standards, Tulak Horde did take on one apprentice later in his reign, a man named Ortan Sela. Sela learned a great deal from Tulak Horde, but as with all Sith, he eventually grew ambitious. One day, he stabbed his master in the back, killing him on the spot and denying him the honor of a last battle. Sela believed he had learned all Horde had to teach and that he would surely take his place as the Dark Lord of the Sith. However, he ended up being insignificant in the grand scheme of things and was outcompeted by more worthy Sith. Tulak Horde's followers entombed him in one of the greatest monuments in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban. His mask, holocron, and many of his boots were entombed with him and protected by a fearsome array of traps. While the Sith Empire lasted, he was remembered as one of the greatest of the Sith Lords, but knowledge of him faded after the fall of the Empire in 5000 BBY. His tomb was plundered and left in ruins by later generations of the Sith, and many of his teachings were lost. In later millennia, Tulak Horde was known only to a select few, and even then only among the Sith. Once, Tulak Horde was the King of Kings, the greatest of the Sith Lords, but over the millennia, his legacy faded to nothing, buried beneath the barren sands of the Sith worlds. The Dark Lords of the Sith were the avatars of the dark side, the greatest extremes of a poisonous and unnatural current within the Force. Their amorality and dabbling in forbidden techniques granted them tremendous power, which they used to shake the foundations of the galaxy time and time again. They and their followers believed themselves superior beings, a superiority proven by their allegiance to the dark side and the strength they claimed to possess. But there was obviously much more to the dark side than the Sith sales pitch version of it, and there's more to it than a lot of Star Wars fans pick up on. Perhaps the best way to understand these hidden nuances of the dark side is to examine the lives of its staunchest devotees, which is what we'll be doing today. In this video, we'll be taking another look at Ajunta Pal, the very first Dark Lord of the Sith, and discussing what his story teaches us about the dark side. We've done a video delving deep into Ajunta Pal's backstory in the past, so we won't focus too much on the details in this one. To provide a brief summary, Ajunta Pal was a member of a sect of renegade Jedi who broke from the Jedi Council to study the dark side of the Force. These dark Jedi used their powers to transform living things into horrible monsters, so the Jedi went to war against them, a conflict called the 100-Year Darkness. Ajunta Pal was the High General of the Dark Jedi during the Battle of Korbos, the final battle of the war, and he was one of only 12 to survive. With the other 11 survivors, he was banished from the Republic, forced onto a crumbling galleon and shot off into unknown space. By fate or the Force, Pal and his comrades ultimately landed on Korriban, the homeworld of the Sith species. Using the power of the dark side, the exiles conquered the Sith and proclaimed themselves the first lords of the Sith, forming the Sith Empire. Ajunta Pal became the first Dark Lord of the Sith, the supreme overlord of the Empire, and he and his followers combined Dark Jedi and Sith pureblood practices into an ideology that would plague the galaxy for millennia. The core of Ajunta Pal's story comes from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, set 3,000 years after his death, and its framing within the game's narrative is important for understanding its significance. In KOTOR, the Sith Empire Ajunta Pal founded is long gone, and his once great fortress on Korriban lies in ruins. But another Sith Empire has arisen and laid claim to Korriban, and students from the Sith Academy are tasked with excavating the Valley of the Dark Lords, the former site of Pal's fortress and the current site of his tomb. The player character, the redeemed Revan, infiltrates the Sith Academy as part of the main quest, posing as a student and aspirant Sith Lord, and they have the option of inquiring about Ajunta Pal and exploring his tomb. The Sith in the Academy provide a basic rundown of Pal's legend, breathlessly extolling his power and status as one of the very first Sith Lords. They speculate about the ancient fortress he built in the valley and how it fell, wondering what enemies he had that were powerful enough to destroy it. But if the player decides to investigate Pal's tomb, they'll find that the modern Sith's understanding of Ajunta Pal's power is a little detached from reality. The tomb of Ajunta Pal, like the legends of the Dark Lord, is grand and imposing, attesting to enormous power and pride. When you reach Pal's sarcophagus, you find him buried with numerous treasures and valuable artifacts. But when you try and leave the final chamber of the tomb with your trophies, something unexpected happens. You come face to face with Pal's ghost, and he doesn't act at all like you would expect a great Sith Lord to.
Too long in the cold and the dark. I am disturbed again. A human.
Now this you don't see every day. This is an old spirit full of the Force. It sends great sadness and regret. Walk carefully.
A Jedi here? Why have you come to this dark place, Jedi? Why disturb my sleepless rest?
Ajunta Pal is a wreck. The first Sith Lord is miserable and full of regret, hating himself for everything he did in life. If you provoke him, you'll find that this isn't for lack of power. Even in death, Ajunta Pal is a fearsome opponent, but his power means nothing. Let's take a step back for a moment. To understand the rest of Revan's encounter with Ajunta Pal, we need to understand more about the Sith and the dark side. As we've said many times before, the dark side was rejection of the will of the Force, the prioritization of selfish desires over the greater good, but Sith ideology went a bit beyond that. The beliefs of the Sith are best described in the words of the Sith themselves, in the code that Pal's shadow hand, Sorza Sin, wrote upon claiming the title of Sith Lord. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. This defining code of the Sith is essentially a battle plan. The Sith used passion, strong emotion, to give themselves strength in the Force from which they achieved power, victory, and eventually everything they could ever want, at least as they saw it. The Sith had very narrow definitions of all these key terms as well. Though all passions could fuel the dark side, the Sith only honored the negative ones. Though strength and power are relative terms, the Sith only acknowledged them insofar as they could be used to achieve hierarchical dominance over others, and victory to the Sith was only really victory when it was a conquest, a subjugation of an opponent through superior power. The final stated goal of it all was freedom, which the Sith would define as a total lack of restriction achieved by being at the top of the hierarchy by crushing everyone else. The Sith Code was a battle plan, but an extremely narrow one, written with some serious ideological vision. Ironically, considering their supposed goal of freedom from limitations, the Sith considered this single, narrow approach the only worthwhile way of living. There were other core pillars of Sith ideology that weren't explicitly mentioned in the code, though they can be considered implied: ambition, competition, hierarchy, and extreme individualism. In contrast to the ways of the Jedi, which the Sith viewed as collectivist and inherently weak, the Sith way was a constant, zero-sum, every man for himself power struggle. Like many others who are woefully misinformed, the Sith saw this as the purpose and only natural state of life. Everything to them was about trying to be the best, the most powerful, the unquestioned ruler of everything, the conqueror of all living beings. Most Sith dreamed of having the power to conquer death itself. Indeed, the well-known Sith title, Darth, came from a Rakatan phrase meaning conqueror of death. In life, Ajunta Pal embodied this ideology. He ruled as Supreme Dark Lord of the Sith for decades, and as his spirit endured after death for thousands of years, he even succeeded, to an extent, in achieving the ultimate dream of the Sith, and yet, he was still miserable. There's an interesting contradiction within Sith ideology. Past a certain point, it turns back on itself. The root of it all, the first goalpost of the Sith Code, was passion, but the end goal of the Sith, the freedom from restriction that they craved, required Sith to purge themselves of the bulk of their passion. For many Darksiders, the path to the dark side began with passions like love or righteous anger. But for those steeped in the dark side, these things would eventually become weaknesses. They require you to care about someone else, and if you care about someone else, then that limits the extent to which you can pursue ultimate freedom as the Sith envisioned it. To be at the top of the hierarchy, to put yourself above all other living beings, you eventually have to crush the ones you care about. To achieve the goals of the Sith, you would have to destroy what you chose the path of the Sith for in the first place. The Revenge of the Sith novelization puts this bit poignantly. You killed her because, finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself. It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith. Because now yourself is all you will ever have. The Sith promised ultimate power, eternal life even, but for what? Any Sith that could achieve the ultimate aims of the dark side would be a hollow shell of a being, only able to value power for power's sake. The ideology of the Sith, with its extreme individualism and worship of constant competition, was anathema to all human connection. It trained its followers to see every other living thing only as competitors to be crushed. The freedom of the Sith, in reality, was a mental prison of constant paranoia, misanthropy, and spite. In KOTOR, many of the Sith on Korriban speculate about Ajunta Pal's ancient fortress and what enemy destroyed it. But if you talk with Pal's ghost, you'll learn that all their theories were wrong.
We hid from the Jedi, but it was not they who destroyed us. Is it not obvious what we did? We destroyed each other. We desired the secrets of each other to increase our power. We battled until finally our fortress rained down on top of us.
Pol and the first Sith inadvertently killed themselves, battling until their fortress gave way and buried them. But it's evident from his tone that Ajunta Pal and his rivals destroyed themselves in more ways than the literal one. Everything that was truly worthwhile in life was detested by the Sith as weaknesses to be purged in order to make them stronger. Humanity was a weakness to the Sith. Their pursuit of strength required them to carve it out of themselves, bits by bits. Ajunta Pal was a shell of a man, a being who had destroyed his very humanity until he was completely hollow, left with nothing but pain and regret. He had all the power the Sith promised, and yet he was pathetic, his presence evoking pity, not fear. Such was the way of the dark side. But the story of Revan's encounter with Ajunta Pal doesn't end there. Before leaving Pal's tomb, the player has the option to suggest that he could return to the light.
If I could return, oh my master, it has been so long, and I regret so much.
It took 3,000 years of being dead, but in the end, the first Dark Lord of the Sith, the founder and first embodiment of Sith ideology, chose to reject it and seek redemption. After suffering so long in the darkness, he finally found peace in the light. The dark side was not strength or power or superiority or any of what the Sith exalted it as. It was misery, and it devoured those who embraced it. The Sith put on a great show of the glory and freedom they purported their ideology granted them, but in the end, all of it was a mask. The true nature of the Sith was best represented by the spectre of their first leader, a pitiful, tormented creature of pain and regret, alone in the darkness, surrounded by crumbling ruins and the ashes of a dead empire. And for a disciple of the dark side, genuine freedom lay not down the path of the Sith, but rather in the choice Ajunta Pal made when Revan came before him, to renounce it all and return to the light. We all know and love the clone troopers of the Grand Army of the Republic, who were without a doubt some of the finest soldiers the galaxy ever saw. Their armor, their bravery, and their fierce loyalty to the Republic were all quite memorable. But there were others before them who wore similar armor and who were just as brave and loyal. We're talking about the Republic troopers, elite soldiers that fought for the Republic against the true Sith Empire. These ancient badasses lived in dangerous times and didn't just have battle droids and meatbag soldiers to deal with. Republic troopers often had to go toe-to-toe with actual Sith, and now and again, they won those fights. But how was this possible, you might ask? How could mere humans with blasters and battle armor defeat full-fledged Sith? In this video, we'll be answering that question. Throughout the era of the Old Republic, the Republic Army went through quite a few different kinds of soldier. Most of the time, the Republic relied on simple recruited soldiers and armies of battle droids, but now and again, the Republic Army made use of some tougher units. The rocket jumpers, who we've done a video on before, were perhaps the most well-known of the Republic's elite soldiers, but a new elite unit came to prominence during the Great Galactic War, the Republic Troopers. In the Great Galactic War, the Republic found itself under attack from the Empire of the True Sith, which had been planning a massive galactic scale assault for over 1,000 years. The shadowy Sith Emperor had hordes of well-trained soldiers, vast fleets of warships, and legions of Sith warriors at his command, and the Republic, even with the support of the Jedi, was outmatched. For support, it turned to the Republic Troopers, a unit of shock troops formed shortly before the war began. These Republic Troopers played a role similar to the Stormtroopers of the Galactic Empire. They weren't the rank and files of the army, but rather an elite unit reserved for special missions. They were extremely well trained and well equipped, and were nearly as skilled as the clones of the GAR would be millennia later. They were trained in both ranged combat and close quarters combat, and were taught commando tier survival skills. Republic military planners hoped they would become the most advanced force in the galaxy. The equipment of these elite troopers wasn't lacking either. Unlike rank and file Republic soldiers, Republic troopers wore full body plastoid armor sets, which resembled those worn by the clones and stormtroopers of later generations. These suits were about as protective as clone armor later would be, but this meant much more in the days of the Great Galactic War, when the average blaster was far less powerful than it was 3,000 years later. As a result, Republic trooper armor rendered its wearer practically invulnerable to bolts from most blasters, and it did an extremely good job at keeping the wearer safe from explosions too. Republic troopers were also equipped with what were, for their time, extremely powerful weapons. Their arsenals were packed full of high-powered blaster rifles, chain guns, and portable grenade launchers. Most of these weapons were bulky and extremely heavy, which made them impractical for all but the strongest of beings. Fortunately, Republic troopers were trained to be incredibly strong and thus had a relatively easy time lugging around weapons that most civilians couldn't even pick up. Republic troopers also made use of a variety of grenades, as well as vibroblades. There were several specializations within the Republic troopers, most of them for extra elite units. Members of the Republic Special Forces Division, who represented the very best of the Republic's troopers, fell into this category. Troopers in the Special Forces were known to have gone toe-to-toe with Sith Lords and won, usually through the use of clever tactics. Vanguard troopers were another specialization equipped with all but impregnable heavy armor and sent out into the fiercest of fighting. Vanguard troopers were practically berserkers, known to ignore personal risk in combat and fight to the death. Despite this, they had a high survival rate as their equipment was top tier and their skill was all but unparalleled. Commandos were the only other known specialization for Republic troopers. These troopers carried massive blaster cannons, which they used to lay waste to anything that stood between them and a Republic victory. Republic troopers first rose to prominence in the Battle of Bothawui during the Great Galactic War, in which a detachment of them fought to the last man under Jedi Master Belth Alusis, dealing heavy casualties to their Sith opponents. This prompted the Republic to increase funding for the training and arming of new Republic troopers, which they hoped would help turn the tide of the war. But while Republic troopers were instrumental in victories like the Battle of Alderaan, they were ultimately unable to prevent the sacking of Coruscant and the Republic's defeat in the war. But the Republic didn't give up after the end of the Great Galactic War, nor did its elite soldiers. During the Cold War that followed the sacking of Coruscant, the numbers of Republic troopers swelled with new recruits, and the Special Forces Division was created for fear that the war with the Sith would soon resume. It did, of course, and in the Galactic War and the many conflicts that followed, the Republic troopers stood firm against the Sith, the Eternal Empire, and all other enemies of the Republic. The Republic's enemies soon learned to beware of these armored warriors. Even Sith were known to fear Republic troopers, as many Sith were slain by them. Without the Republic troopers, the Republic may not have even survived that era of turmoil. It should be pretty clear by this point that the Republic troopers were highly skilled and well armed. But was that really all it took to bring down a Sith? I mean, think back to Star Wars: The Clone Wars. The Republic's clone troopers were pretty damn tough, and yet they were shown time and time again to stand zero chance against the likes of Asajj Ventress, who wasn't even a real Sith. In fact, of all the Dark Acolytes and Fallen Jedi who fought against the Republic in the Clone Wars, not a single one of them was ever killed by a clone. Imagine how they would have fared against a real Sith Lord, like Count Dooku. Were the Republic troopers just that much better than clones? No, in fact, the opposite was true. The Sith of that era were just that much worse than even the Dark Acolytes. Remember that there's a difference between just being a Sith and being a Sith Lord after all. The Sith Lords were the most powerful students of the dark side, while the Sith that largely composed the armies of the Empire were warriors or inquisitors, lesser Darksiders treated like soldiers instead of lords. As Darth Sidious once said, warriors are like animals. Agents like Darth Maul have their uses, but can never expand beyond their limited set of tasks. That's not all though. Despite being ideologically descended from the cult known as the True Sith, the Sith of the reconstituted Sith Empire had strayed far from the true Sith ways by the time of the Great Galactic War, and strayed even further as time went on. The Sith Emperor, Darth Vitiate, cared only about himself and disregarded the Sith ways entirely when it suited him. As the Sith ways weren't really suitable for empire building, since functional states required a degree of unity that the dark side couldn't offer, Vitiate didn't indoctrinate his followers in the ways of the Sith as much as he indoctrinated them with a blind nationalism. There are examples of Sith in Vitiate's empire that either came around to the light side or walked dangerously close to the path of the light and retained their ranks and the respect of their followers. There were many Sith whose loyalty to the empire came before their loyalty to themselves or their quests for power. This would have absolutely disgusted true Sith Lords. After all, the way of the Sith was to put one's own power before all other things, and to do anything else was to go against the most fundamental principle of the dark side. Additionally, all of this made the Sith of Vitiate's empire much weaker, as many of those Sith just weren't evil enough to become strong in the dark side. In many ways, Vitiate's Sith were just a dark version of the Jedi Order. This was simply not a good arrangement for Darksiders, and the performance of these Sith against Republic troopers is a shining example of why that was the case. Many of the Sith the Republic troopers were up against could use lightsabers and the Force, but they had no real ambition and no real passion aside from blind loyalty to their Emperor. They had no fuel to feed the fires of the dark side with. No wonder Republic troopers were able to kill them. A much maligned tenet of the Jedi Code was the proscription of emotional attachments, which most members of the Jedi Order viewed as a path to the dark side of the Force. Millennia of experience had taught the Jedi that attachments, particularly romantic ones, had a tendency to spawn murderous Sith Lords. But how did the Sith view emotional attachments, particularly those born out of love? Were they, as some Sith sympathizers claim, more human than Jedi were, or did they too have an aversion to romance? In this video, we'll be answering these questions. Before we begin, we should clarify exactly what we're talking about when we mention the Jedi Order's attitudes toward emotion and attachment. It's a common misconception that Jedi were taught to not feel at all, to pretend as if their emotions didn't exist. In reality, the Jedi simply encouraged keeping a grip on one's emotions and not letting them get in the way of the will of the Force. Their aim was to process their emotions and then let them pass, allowing themselves to remain rational and open to what the Force willed. If you're familiar with the real-world philosophy of Stoicism, it was pretty similar to that. Jedi weren't forbidden to love either. In fact, as Anakin Skywalker once said, you might say Jedi were encouraged to love. Love was central to a Jedi's life, as it was the root source of empathy and compassion, which kept Jedi motivated in whatever tasks the Force laid out for them. What Jedi were forbidden to have were attachments, strong emotional connections like the ones that form between parents or lovers. Attachment was seen as something that could interfere with use of the light side of the Force, as that was something that required a degree of detachment from the physical world. The Jedi's opposition to attachment wasn't just because it interfered with Force use, however. Jedi saw emotional attachment as something that could lead to possessiveness, which in turn could lead to the dark side. The thing that the Jedi were really looking to avoid in avoiding attachments were situations in which their strong emotions would get in the way of doing what the Force willed. As the will of the Force was believed to represent the greater good, service to it was considered to be the embodiment of selflessness, while acting in opposition to it was inherently selfish. The selfish desires that conflicted with the will of the Force were the wellspring of the dark side, as, after all, to use the dark side was to simply use the Force in a way that was against its will. As you might expect, Darksiders therefore embraced many of the strong emotions that the Jedi abhorred. The extremes of anger, hatred, and fear were sources of power for them, and the Sith reveled in them. While the Jedi tried to remain calm and centered, the Sith tended to the extremes and were always unbalanced, deeming the power that such a state gave them worth its many downsides. In many ways, the Sith approach to emotion was antithetical to that of the Jedi. You might expect then that the Sith encouraged romantic attachments while the Jedi did not. If so, you'd be wrong. Just like the Jedi, the Sith abhorred emotional attachments just for the opposite reasons. While the Jedi feared attachments for leading to possessiveness, the Sith loathed attachments for leading to mercy, which they considered a weakness. Romantic attachments, in particular, were right out. Romantic attachments required love, something that was anathema to the very foundation of Sith ideology. Remember how we said that Jedi were encouraged to love so long as they didn't get attached? Love was a property of the light side. It could be warped into something darker, but no matter what, so long as love remained, so did a path back to the light side of the Force. Thus, it was something that the Sith could never have for fear of weakness. Darth Vader, in particular, learned that lesson the hard way. To quote from Matthew Stover's Revenge of the Sith novelization, "You did it. You killed her. You killed her because, finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself." It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you'll ever have. Sith ideology was purely selfish in nature. Sith spent their lives in an endless quest for power, seeking the greatest extremes of the dark side. Anything that got in the way of that, to them, was either a threat or a weakness and needed to be destroyed. While emotional attachments may have been what led Sith down the path to the dark side in the first place, they couldn't hold on to them for long after falling. A Sith Lord couldn't have other people in their life, at least not people they cared about. Attachments to others were a distraction from the endless, futile quest for ultimate power, and thus, they were a weakness, even if they weren't romantic in nature. The Sith actually ritualized purging attachments from their lives in gruesome fashion. Under Darth Bane's Order of the Sith Lords, aspiring apprentices would have to murder the person they were emotionally closest to if they were to earn their apprenticeship. Darth Vader did this when he killed Padme, or rather, thought he killed Padme. Darth Tyrannus did this when he murdered Cypher Dyas. Darth Sidious did this when he slaughtered his family with his bare hands. Even before Bane's time, it was a long-held tradition among Sith Lords and even Sith of lesser classes, such as Sith Assassins or Sith Marauders. Now, Sith generally didn't make good romantic partners anyway, but no true Sith ever successfully maintained a romantic relationship. The most well-known case of a Jedi who fell to the dark side over love was Anakin Skywalker, who killed or completely severed ties with everyone he cared about shortly after being anointed Darth Vader. Even if he hadn't, however, he would not have been allowed to maintain his relationships for long. If Padme survived childbirth, Darth Sidious would have either killed her or ordered Darth Vader kill her. Indeed, Vader may well have cut ties with or murdered her willingly after a while. Such was the extent to which the dark side corrupted the fallen. We do have a few concrete examples of Sith Lords murdering loved ones beyond the requirement of Sith sacrifice. During his time at the Sith Academy on Korriban, Darth Bane fell in love with fellow Sith hopeful Geetsly, with whom he pursued a brief relationship. He quickly cut it off, however, and forbade himself from maintaining any emotional connections to her, seeing it as weakness. Bane indirectly murdered her at the end of the 7th Battle of Ruusan and took her death in stride, not allowing himself to feel anything over it. Not even the sight of her rapidly crumbling corpse got the slightest hint of emotion out of him. Darth Malgus, another infamous Sith Lord, had a lover named Elena Daru, who he maintained a relationship with for some time. Malgus was a Sith under the True Sith Empire, which, contrary to its name, was much more lax in how much it required its lords to commit themselves to the dark side. Thus, Malgus surely could have gotten away with his relationship, but he ended up seeing it as a weakness, as all Darksiders eventually would. Without any prompting from anyone else, he murdered Daru in cold blood. Now, by this point, we think we've answered our title question pretty succinctly, but we know that there's one last topic you sickos want us to address: whether Sith were allowed to have sex lives. The answer to that was actually yes, despite the Sith's opposition to romance. It gets more interesting though. The Jedi were actually allowed to have sex lives as well. While there's significant overlap between romantic attachments and sex, they aren't the same thing. Any asexual could tell you that you can have romance without sex, and there were a number of Sith Lords who could tell you that you can have sex without romance. Darth Sidious, for example, was particularly active, and yes, we're still talking about legends here. As a matter of fact, during his time as Emperor, Sidious actually had a harem, as Emperors tend to do. If the very thought of Palpatine having concubines isn't making you want to log off and rethink your life, you can feel free to look into that one yourself. For everyone else, we'll spare you the details of what exactly went on in the bowels of the Imperial Palace. Nothing says Star Wars quite like the lightsaber. These iconic weapons were the symbols of the Jedi Knights, representing hope and freedom. But what if we were to tell you that these iconic weapons had much more sinister origins than their reputation would suggest? Even though they were known first and foremost as the symbol of the Jedi, the modern lightsaber was actually an invention of the Sith. Indeed, Darksiders were responsible for nearly all advancements in lightsaber technology over the course of galactic history. Today, we're going to be discussing this secret history of the galaxy's most well-known weapon. The modern lightsaber was a simple but elegant weapon. Essentially, it was a circuit. Energy from a high output power cell was focused through a set of special crystals which converted the energy into a sort of plasma beam that extended out from the hilt for about a meter and then curved in on itself and fed energy back to the power cell. Crafting lightsabers required such an extraordinary degree of precision that the crystals could only be properly set through use of the Force. But the result was a devastatingly effective weapon. The crystals used to focus lightsaber blades were the most well-known part of the lightsaber, as well as the most mystical, so to speak. Lightsaber crystals, also known as kyber crystals, came in many varieties, from the more popular Adagen crystals and Ilum crystals to rarer, one-of-a-kind Force-attuned gems. Every lightsaber contained at least 2 crystals, a primary crystal that gave the blade its color, and at least one focusing crystal. Jedi often used more unusual gems in place of traditional focusing crystals, which often gave their blades unique properties in combat. These ranged from Krayt Dragon Pearls, which produced stronger blades that cut more easily, to Stygium crystals, which were said to amplify the stealth abilities of the user. If you're watching this video, odds are that you've seen Star Wars: The Clone Wars and know that most Jedi chose their first primary lightsaber crystals as younglings, forming Force bonds with them before building them into lightsabers. This was more of a rite of passage than a necessity, however. Jedi who lost or destroyed their first lightsabers didn't have to go back to Ilum with the younglings to get a new crystal, for example. The Jedi Order did have a stockpile of focusing crystals that Knights and Masters could choose from at leisure. Indeed, some Jedi were known to switch out the primary crystals they had acquired in the Gathering in favor of more unique ones. This, as you might expect, was how Mace Windu got his trademark purple blade. He swapped his original crystal with one that he was given on a mission to Hurricane. Additionally, some lightsaber crystals were synthetic. Though the creation of synthetic lightsaber crystals was practiced to an extent by the Jedi, it was only ritualized by the Sith, who almost exclusively used synthetic crystals. Sith would spend days locked inside blast furnaces synthesizing their crystals, using the Force to keep themselves alive while they shaped the gems with the purest hatred they could conjure up. The end result were crystals imbued with the dark side, crystals that, when used in a lightsaber, produced blood-red blades. The Sith claimed that these blades were superior to those of Jedi lightsabers, and indeed, there were a handful of recorded cases of Sith blades actually breaking the blades of Jedi lightsabers in combat. If these stories were true, such cases were exceedingly rare, however, and many Jedi maintained that the opposite was true, that their blades were the stronger ones. Regardless of whose lightsabers were superior, however, the weapon had a history steeped in the dark side. The first lightsaber-like weapons seen in the galaxy were made by the Rakata. These were called Force Sabers, and the earliest of their kind resembled lightsaber pikes more than modern lightsabers. Much like lightsabers, Force sabers used focusing crystals to create powerful energy beams. Unlike with lightsabers, however, these weren't plasma blades, but rather dark side energies focused and given physical form. Force saber crystals were alchemically grown so as to channel the dark side of the Force in this manner, and Force sabers required the user to maintain a constant focus on the dark side to be usable. Unlike later saber-style weapons, Force sabers were cut and dry dark side weapons which lightsiders simply couldn't use without giving in to the darkness. The Force saber was used primarily by the Rakata and their Force-sensitive servants, the Force Hounds. Shortly before the fall of the Rakatan Infinite Empire, these Force Hounds introduced the Force Saber to the Jedi, inadvertently starting a chain of events that would lead to the Force Wars of Tython. That conflict, fought between light-sided Jedi and dark-sided Jedi, was in part started by a debate over whether or not the Force Saber could be safely used. Perhaps ironically, those Jedi who opposed the use of the Force Saber were the ones who won the war and ended up reforming into the Jedi Order. For most of the history of the Jedi Order, Jedi didn't carry lightsabers or lightsaber-style weapons, but rather special swords. Much like later lightsabers, Jedi swords were crafted using the Force, which Jedi Padawans used to align the blade to make it extremely sharp. During this process, these blades were imbued with the Force, which caused them to glow faintly, much like later lightsabers would. The Jedi created a great many traditions concerning these swords, which would, in later years, be applied instead to lightsabers. A few thousand years into the history of the Jedi Order, the Jedi began looking for high-tech alternatives to their Force-imbued swords, after the fashion of the Force sabers of old. Instead of attempting to replicate the dark side-based blades produced by Force sabers, the Jedi's first attempts at creating lightsaber-like weapons utilized a sort of frozen blaster technology. By 15,500 BBY, the Jedi successfully created their first functional energy blade in this manner. However, the resultant weapon required large amounts of power and was incredibly unstable, making it inefficient and a poor choice for combat. These sabers were only really used as ceremonial weapons or siege weapons. As time went on, however, the Jedi further refined the design of these early lightsabers, and eventually they created the first proto-sabers. These weapons were much more stable than the Jedi's earliest attempts at energy blade weapons, though they still required external power packs to operate. Proto-sabers could be considered the first real lightsabers, and despite their limitations, they quickly replaced Force-imbued swords as the iconic weapons of the Jedi Knights. It was in the time of the Proto-saber that lightsaber combat techniques first developed. Proto-sabers were still the primary weapon of the Jedi during the Second Great Schism, when a band of Dark Jedi broke off from the Order and started a century-long war. At the end of that war, the surviving Dark Jedi were banished to Korriban, where they became the first Dark Lords of the Sith. They brought their Proto-sabers with them and put them to use in subjugating the Sith species and founding the first Sith Empire. When they returned to the galaxy at large 2,000 years later, during the Great Hyperspace War, the Jedi were still using Proto-sabers. The Sith, however, were not. During the days of the original Sith Empire, the bloodthirsty Lords of the Sith further refined the Proto-saber design, eventually inventing the modern lightsaber. They made great strides in lightsaber combat techniques as well, with Dark Lord of the Sith Tulak Hord having been one of the greatest lightsaber duelists of all time. The revolutionary advancements the Sith made to lightsaber technology made the weapon much less clumsy, allowing for faster paced combat and more complex maneuvers. Despite this, the original Sith actually didn't use lightsabers all that much, as they largely preferred alchemically enhanced swords. Nonetheless, there were still plenty of Sith who used lightsabers around during the Great Hyperspace War. Following that war, the Jedi copied Sith designs and made their own modern lightsabers, which, ever after, represented their order first and foremost. Over time, the dark origins of the modern design were forgotten, and the Jedi generally preferred to keep it that way. However, the modern lightsaber would not be the last advancement in lightsaber technology made first by the Sith. The Saber staff, commonly known as the double-bladed lightsaber, was a Sith design, first used by Exar Kun. The light whip was likely a Sith design as well, and indeed, the most well-known light whip users were all Sith. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I thought so. It's a story that most Star Wars fans have heard 1,000 times. But it paints a somewhat incomplete picture of Darth Plagueis. We all know of his ability to manipulate midichlorians, but relatively few Star Wars fans know about his unique takes on Sith ideology and the Force. Darth Plagueis didn't just want to control life and death or rule the galaxy, he also wanted to completely reinvent how the galaxy saw the Force. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the philosophy of Darth Plagueis and seeing if it holds any water. Born as Hago Damask, Darth Plagueis started life as a science experiment. His Mun parents had hooked up at the request of Dark Lord of the Sith Darth Tenebrous, who selected them for the express purpose of conceiving a child that would be extremely strong in the Force. Tenebrous's little experiment worked, and when young Hago Damask displayed signs of Force sensitivity, Tenebrous claimed him as his new Sith apprentice, naming him Darth Plagueis. Tenebrous, as we've discussed in the past, had his own unique outlook on the Force. A scientist by nature, Tenebrous believed that the best way to defeat Jedi was to make them obsolete by advancing technology to the point where neither the Force nor an order of peacekeepers were necessary. Plagueis ended up developing a much different grand plan and a different outlook on the Force, but traces of Tenebrous's philosophy lived on in his apprentices. In particular, Plagueis, like his master, was a committed scientist, though in his day-to-day guise as Hago Damask, he posed as a banking executive instead. After becoming Dark Lord of the Sith and taking Darth Sidious as his apprentice, Plagueis started setting his own grand plan in motion, scheming to take over the Republic and engineer a war to destroy the Jedi and strengthen the Sith's political power base. But as time went on, Plagueis became fixated on other projects of his, leaving matters related to the grand plan to his apprentice. While Sidious laid the groundwork for the Sith's takeover of the galaxy, Plagueis cloistered himself in his laboratory on the remote moon of Sojourn, where he experimented on ways to control midichlorians. The goal of Plagueis' experiments was to fulfill the age-old desire of the Sith Lords, to discover a means of achieving eternal life. He was eventually successful. Plagueis developed techniques to control midichlorians on a mass scale, enabling him to kill and resurrect beings through their midichlorians alone. He also developed ways of regenerating damaged or aged tissue in his own body, allowing him to live indefinitely. Of course, Darth Plagueis did not live indefinitely. In his arrogance, he failed to see that his apprentice was plotting against him, and when Plagueis got drunk and fell asleep while he and Sidious were celebrating the latter's ascension to Supreme Chancellery, Sidious murdered his master. Darth Plagueis' techniques to control midichlorians died with him, and no one, not even Darth Sidious, was ever able to replicate them. This was likely because Plagueis' techniques derived from a unique, staunchly materialist outlook on the Force. You see, Darth Plagueis was essentially an atheist. He believed that all the mystical characteristics usually attributed to the Force were all just superstitions built around a poorly understood, solely material phenomenon. Plagueis was convinced that, as the saying goes, magic's just science that we don't understand yet. To him, there was nothing supernatural about the Force. It was all either explainable by regular natural processes, or in the case of things like Force ghosts, was just superstition. He didn't believe in prophecies, the will of the Force, or any sort of Force-related afterlife, attributing both the Jedi's oneness with the Force and the Sith's experience of hell to spontaneous neural activity triggered by the onset of brain death. Plagueis also didn't believe in Force ghosts, a view he firmly maintained even after having an argument with the spectre of Marka Ragnos on Korriban. In other words, Plagueis was a materialist, or someone who believed that the observable, verifiable material world was all that existed. That wasn't a unique philosophical outlook in the Star Wars universe, but what made Plagueis different was how he incorporated the Force into it. It gave him an understanding of aspects of the Force that the Jedi and other Sith didn't have, stripping away philosophy and morality alike to lay bare physical and chemical reactions that other Force sensitives rarely considered. Where others saw mystical powers brought about through emotion or surrender to the Force, Plagueis saw transfers of momentum through midichlorians. Where others felt oneness with the universe through meditation and communion with the Force, Plagueis saw a euphoric reaction to the activation and nurturing of midichlorians. It all came down to the midichlorians for him, and that was why he was able to achieve what other Force users could not. To Plagueis, all those before him who attempted to achieve immortality through the Force failed because they had approached the matter through the lens of mysticism. On the flip side, he believed that all non-Force related attempts at immortality had failed because they didn't consider the Force and the role midichlorians played in the body. He saw life, like the Force itself, as a mere chemical reaction with no metaphysical significance, and he approached the issue of immortality by looking for ways to prolong that reaction indefinitely. He succeeded by finding ways to micromanage his own biological processes. We've been referring to this approach to the Force as a philosophy thus far, but that wasn't really accurate. Plagueis was essentially anti-philosophical. When it came to the Force, he saw no use in anything that wasn't purely scientific, and he eschewed any sort of mysticism, mortality, and ideology beyond the basic tenets of Sith belief. What ideology he had, he rationalized as being scientifically informed conclusions about the nature of the universe. Now to answer our main question, was Plagueis onto something? Obviously, his views weren't perfect at the very least. Some of what he rationalized as scientific conclusions were really just ideology, including pretty much everything that made him a Sith. Plagueis wholeheartedly believed he was better and more deserving than everyone else, and that colored his general outlook. It led him to the belief that the purpose of the weak was to serve the strong, for example. Obviously, we're not going to be giving those sorts of ideas any credence. It's the materialist approach to the Force we find interesting. Plagueis' outlook on the Force definitely allowed him to see and understand things that the Jedi and other Sith could not. At the end of the day, most of what we think about as the Force really was a set of physical reactions, and by examining the Force through that lens, Plagueis was able to achieve unprecedented levels of control over life and death. However, Plagueis was wrong in his belief that the Force was only a material phenomenon. His total denial of the metaphysical and philosophical sides of the Force were an error. Let's think back to Force ghosts, for example. As we mentioned earlier, Plagueis actually ran into a spirit on Korriban at one point, but he continued to deny the existence of Force ghosts after the fact, writing in his journal that he figured the whole thing was probably just an hallucination or something. This is an extraordinarily lame explanation, and it also doesn't hold up to scrutiny. As we can see from the events of the original trilogy, Force ghosts were not only undeniably real, but were also clearly the spirits of individuals they appeared as. They weren't hallucinations, they weren't imposters, and in the Star Wars universe, they were verifiable proof of life after death. Plagueis' ideology had no answer for phenomena like this. All Plagueis could really do was weakly deny they existed. His view of life and consciousness as solely chemical processes with no metaphysical significance kind of falls apart when confronted with consciousness persisting after the death and destruction of their bodies. Plagueis understood aspects of the Force better than anyone else, but he failed to understand the whole of the Force, especially its will. Following the destruction of the new Sith in the 7th Battle of Ruusan, Darth Bane, the last surviving Sith Lord, reorganized the Sith under what he called the Rule of Two. As any Star Wars fan could probably tell you, this rule decreed that there were only to be two Sith at any given time, a master and an apprentice. Many Sith had a bit of a distaste for this rule, as you might imagine. Darth Tenebrous, Darth Sidious, Darth Tyrannus, for example, all bent or even broke the Rule of Two in various ways. On the surface, this may seem like a smart move. After all, aren't 3 or more Sith better than 2? In reality though, the Rule of Two was actually very important to the continued survival of the Sith. In this video, we'll be discussing why. 2 there should be, no more, no less. One to embody power, the other to crave it. That was the full text of the Rule of Two, as laid down by Darth Bane in 1000 BBY. It would go on to be the foundation of the new Order of the Sith Lords, Bane's replacement for the now extinct Brotherhood of Darkness, the previous Sith Order. This rule of two is regularly derided by Star Wars fans who consider it foolish for the Sith to have given up their empires and armies in favor of operating in the shadows. History shows that the Sith were capable of raising whole armies of Darksiders, sometimes even matching the Jedi Order in terms of numbers. What could 2 Sith do that 10,000 couldn't? Well, the answer to that question is survive, but we'll get to that in a bit. Before we do, we should clarify that the basic idea of Bane's rule of two actually existed side by side with those ancient Sith orders. Even when there were vast numbers of Sith or even dozens of Sith Lords, almost every Sith order had 2 that ruled above all others. The first Sith Empire followed this tradition with the Dark Lord of the Sith and their apprentice, or Shadowhand, ruling over all the other Sith Lords. Subsequent Sith orders followed this pattern. The Brotherhood of the Sith was ruled by Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma, while Revan's Sith Empire was ruled by Darth Revan and Darth Malak. In both of those examples, the ruling Sith took the roles of master and apprentice, respectively. In fact, Darth Bane was inspired by the teachings of Revan when he concocted his rule of two. In Revan's empire, there were many fallen Jedi and lesser Sith at the command of the Dark Lord and his apprentice, but there were only ever 2 full Sith Lords. Remember, Sith Lords were a specific category of Sith, the apex of the Sith orders. Limiting their numbers was nothing new. While Revan's empire only had 2, for example, the original Sith Empire only had 12 Sith Lords. The title of Sith Lord was supposed to belong only to the best and brightest the dark side had to offer. However, in Bane's time, that hadn't been the case for nearly 1,000 years. Bane became a Sith at the end of the New Sith Wars, a 1,000-year clash between the Jedi Order and the New Sith. These New Sith were starkly different from the Sith Empires of old. From the very beginning, they were intensely fractious, and they battled each other nearly as often as they battled the Jedi. For centuries, there were hundreds of Sith Lords all over the galaxy, each with their own followings of lesser Sith and dark Jedi. They were successful at tearing the Republic apart and conquering vast tracts of space, but they were slowed at every turn by constant infighting. Sith Lords plotted and even waged war against each other. Groups of lesser Sith banded together and murdered their masters, becoming self-proclaimed Sith Lords themselves. It was total chaos. In 1100 BBY, the new Sith were on the verge of completely destroying the Republic. They were on Coruscant's doorstep with more than enough might to take the galactic capital itself. But at the last minute, the leading Sith Lords of the time turned on each other, wasting their strength in a fruitless civil war. This saved the Republic and allowed the Jedi to push the Sith all the way back to the Rim for a time. In response to this, Jedi turned Sith Lord Skira Khan created the Brotherhood of Darkness, the final incarnation of the new Sith. In a bid to end Sith infighting, he made the new Sith more like the Jedi. Under Khan's Brotherhood, all Sith Lords were equals, with none allowed to claim the titles of Darth or Dark Lord. Darth Bane considered this to be nothing short of disgusting. As he saw it, the Sith had completely lost their way under the Brotherhood of Darkness. They had forgotten that the dark side was about the eternal pursuit of ultimate power, so that the strongest may always rule. To declare all Sith Lords equal was to abandon the very nature of the Sith. Per the last line of their code, the Sith were supposed to use the Force to free themselves from all restrictions, and yet Khan's followers were willingly placing restrictions on themselves. Khan's Brotherhood was not Sith, but just a dark reflection of the Jedi Order. The Sith had become the very thing they hated, though only Bane could see it. At the time, Bane knew that the new Sith had been a disgrace to the dark side before Khan as well. For 1,000 years, the Sith had hamstrung themselves at every turn with constant infighting. Many great and powerful Sith Lords had arisen during the New Sith Wars, but many of them had been killed by their own apprentices, weaker Sith who banded together to take down stronger opponents. Bane came to understand that multiple apprentices would eventually result in weaker Sith Lords due to the power-hungry nature of the Sith. The Sith, then, were caught between a rock and a hard place. Either they betrayed their very nature, or they betrayed each other, and weakened the Sith as a whole. This observation led Bane to develop the core doctrine of his take on Sith ideology, that the dark side of the Force was like venom. The more vessels the dark side was split between, the more diluted it became. For it to be at its most potent, the dark side would have to be concentrated in as few beings as possible. Thus, the rule of two was born. Henceforth, the Sith would only have a master to embody the strength of the dark side and an apprentice to ensure that strength only grew. This reform solved the problem that had plagued the new Sith. The treachery that Lord Khan tried to prevent was ultimately an essential part of who the Sith were. It was just a way of the dark side. The real problem the Sith had been facing was that this treachery was making them weaker. Under the rule of two, however, treachery would make the Sith stronger. In theory, since there would only ever be two Sith Lords, only the stronger of the two could ever kill the other. If a master killed their apprentice, then the apprentice was too weak to be a master. If an apprentice killed their master, they would have surpassed their master and deserved the title of Dark Lord. Thus, with every generation of Sith came a new betrayal, and with each betrayal, the Sith grew stronger. This was the only way the Sith could exist without eventually destroying themselves. Any more than two Sith would eventually result in weaker Sith banding together to take down stronger Sith, as had been commonplace during the new Sith Wars, and in that manner, the Sith would just grow weaker until they were destroyed. Having two Sith instead of an army wasn't just the best way of running a Sith Order, it was the only way to run a Sith Order. Of course, the rule of two meant that the Sith would never again have the numbers to openly challenge the Republic or Jedi as they had during the Sith Wars. But this didn't bother Darth Bane. In his studies, he had learned that armies of Sith weren't the ticket to victory that many fans seemed to think they were. All Sith armies, from the Massassi hordes of the original Sith Empire to Darth Vitiat's endless fleet to the Brotherhood of Darkness, had been soundly defeated. What's more, every last Sith army in galactic history was defeated as a result of one Sith turning on another. The first Sith Empire fell because Ludo Kresh and Naga Sadow destroyed the last of the Sith's military might in a civil war. Exar Kun was betrayed by his apprentice, Darth Malak was betrayed by his former master, Darth Vitiat was betrayed by everyone around him and was defeated when they all united against him. The new Sith, of course, were betrayed by Darth Bane. As we mentioned earlier, these betrayals were a natural consequence of Sith ideology. Thus, Sith empires were always doomed to fall before they could attain total victory. Even though the Jedi abhorred violence, war was ironically something they were just better at than the Sith, as victory in war requires unity, which armies of the Sith could never have. However, a Sith order that worked in secrecy could prevail over the Jedi without fighting a single battle. Throughout galactic history, the Sith had always succeeded the most when they had worked from the shadows. Bane's Sith Order would follow the same example, knowing it would lead them to victory. For a time, the unopposed light of the Jedi would shine more brightly than ever before. The brightest light casts the darkest shadow, however, and Bane knew that, in time, the shadow of the Sith would be strong enough to snuff out the very light that cast it. When it did, the Sith would finally rule the galaxy, and for the first time in galactic history, they would rule without meaningful opposition, at least for a while. Even some casual Star Wars fans have heard of Korriban, the ancient homeworld of the Sith, and the blasted, blood-stained nexus of the dark side. Those more familiar with the lore also know of Malachor, a charred rock home to horrors beyond imagination. But surprisingly, some of the most important Sith worlds are often forgotten. Despite Korriban being the Sith's original homeworld and their most sacred planet, there actually wasn't a single Sith empire or order that headquartered itself on Korriban. Instead, Korriban was, for most of modern galactic history, a graveyard world, home to only tombs and scatterings of religious fanatics. The Sith empires ruled from other worlds, and in this video, we'll be talking about the two most important ones. 28,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Sith species of Korriban fought a war with the Rakatan Infinite Empire. United under the fearsome King Adas, they managed to deal the Rakata their first defeat in millennia. In 27,700 BBY, the Rakata left Korriban, but the Sith's victory was hollow. Adas perished in the fighting, and the Sith wouldn't remain united for long after the war's end. Furthermore, Korriban was ruined. Centuries of fighting had turned it into a wasteland of jagged rock, covered in a layer of blood-red sand. It was no longer capable of supporting the Sith civilization. With few other options, the Sith chose to relocate. Using hyperdrives stolen from the Rakata, most of the Sith species migrated to another world, a planet called Ziost, which would become their adopted homeworld. In 6,900 BBY, Dark Jedi exiles came to Korriban, where they cowed the local Sith with fearsome displays of power. They came next to Ziost, where they slew the reigning Sith King and declared themselves the Lords of the Sith. These Sith Lords became rulers of the First Sith Empire, which had its capital on Ziost. Along a series of icy cliffs, the Sith Lords built the massive Sith Citadel, which became the new capital city of the Sith Empire. Each of the Sith Lords had holdings elsewhere. They divided the territory of the Sith Empire between themselves and established their own capitals, and they also built fortresses on Korriban. But Ziost remained neutral territory, the icy heart of the Empire, where the Sith Lords met to discuss matters of the state. The first Dark Lords of the Sith ruled from Ziost, from Ajunta Pal and Tulak Horde in the Empire's early days to Marka Ragnos and Naga Sadao in its final years. Despite Ziost's importance, however, the Sith Lords continued to build their tombs on Korriban. Only Sith of lesser castes, the Masasi, the Zuguruk, and the Slaves, were buried in Ziost's icy caverns. After the Sith Empire was defeated in the Great Hyperspace War in 5000 BBY, the Supreme Chancellor sent the Jedi and the Republic military into Sith space to destroy civilization. Ziost and Korriban were abandoned by the Sith, who fled Sith space for other worlds. The Jedi, who wanted nothing to do with Ziost, left the icy world deserted, and it was all but forgotten in later years. Darth Revan's Sith Empire nominally reclaimed Ziost, but had its capital elsewhere. Darth Vitiate's empire did the same. Under Vitiate, Ziost became merely the gateway to the Empire rather than the Empire's heart. It was a mere shadow of its former self. Eventually, Ziost became even less, as Vitiate cleansed the entire planet of life in a terrible ritual after abandoning the Sith Empire. Speaking of Vitiate's empire, the other planet we'll be talking about today is Dromund Kaas. After the defeat of the Sith in the Great Hyperspace War, the remnants of the Sith left the known worlds of the Empire, following Darth Vitiate into the unknown. After 20 years of wandering, they settled on yet another adopted homeworld, Dromund Kaas, a planet of jungles and frequent storms. Their new empire, the true Sith Empire, would rule in secret from Dromund Kaas for 1,000 years, waiting for its chance at revenge. Dromund Kaas was actually a long-forgotten colony of the original Sith Empire, though the jungle had long since consumed its settlements. Vitiate and his followers instead built a new settlement, Kaas City, which centered on the enormous Imperial Citadel. From Dromund Kaas, Vitiate's new Sith Empire expanded across the unknown worlds. Most of the Empire's population abandoned Dromund Kaas within a few centuries. Vitiate's dark side experiments made the planet's climate harsher and less predictable, and before long, the Empire ruled over other, less inhospitable worlds. By the time of the Great Galactic War, Dromund Kaas's population was almost exclusively military. Originally, Dromund Kaas was nothing special, but the presence of Darth Vitiate and the Dark Council of the Sith Empire changed the planet. It became a dark side nexus, one nearly as potent as Korriban and Ziost, and a bastion of true Sith influence. It became the darkest world in the galaxy, more corrupt than Yavin 4, Rakata Prime, or even Malachor 5, which were other Sith capital worlds that rose to prominence during the old Sith Wars. Vitiate's power was so concentrated on Dromund Kaas that even when the Empire recaptured Ziost and Korriban, the Sith capital remained on Dromund Kaas, overshadowing the Sith's older homeworlds. During the Great Galactic War, the true Sith Empire at last revealed itself and conquered half of the known galaxy. Dromund Kaas became the central nexus of the largest empire the Sith had ever known, but its days of prominence were numbered. In a mission to Dromund Kaas, a Jedi strike team destroyed Darth Vitiate, who took on a new body and abandoned the Sith Empire, taking control of the Eternal Empire instead. The Eternal Empire made war on both the Republic and the Sith Empire and, at length, successfully breached the defenses of Dromund Kaas, devastating Kaas City and bringing the Sith Empire to heel. Dromund Kaas rebuilt, but it was never again as mighty as it had been before the Eternal Empire, and, like the Sith Empire itself, it slowly atrophied. After many long years of continued fighting between the Sith and the Republic, the Empire dissolved, the old Sith died out, and Dromund Kaas was abandoned. Like Korriban, Ziost and Dromund Kaas faded into legend after the old Sith Wars. During the Republic Dark Age, both planets were lost and their locations were forgotten by all but a few. During the time of the Empire, some questioned whether the two worlds even existed. Of course, they did, and they were continually visited by a select. After Darth Vitiate cleansed Ziost of life, the planet was never resettled. It remained dark, cold, and dead for thousands of years. Factions of the new Sith laid claim to it at various points in the new Sith Wars, but none of them settled there, and Darth Bane's Order of the Sith Lords largely left the Sith worlds behind, abandoning Ziost and the other planets to future archaeologists and grave robbers. Not even other dark side orders wanted anything to do with Ziost, probably owing to the planet's lifeless state. Dromund Kaas was a different story, however. After the Sith abandoned it, its jungles became swamps and its cities fell into ruin. However, a few decades after the 7th Battle of Ruusan, it was settled by the failed Sith Lord Darth Millennial and his followers, the Prophets of the Dark Side. These Sith rejects claimed the swamps of Dromund Kaas as their home, and a small civilian colony was established under their rule on the planet. Despite the presence of the Prophets, Dromund Kaas remained unknown to most in the Republic, including the Jedi Order. The Jedi only rediscovered the existence of Dromund Kaas and the Prophets of the Dark Side during the Clone Wars. During the reign of the Empire, Darth Sidious contracted the Prophets of the Dark Side to work for him and sent the Inquisitors and other Darksiders to train on Dromund Kaas. However, after the fall of the Empire and the end of the Galactic Civil War, the planet was once more abandoned, as the Prophets were wiped out by infighting. Over the course of millennia, the Lords of the Sith proved to be one of the greatest threats to life in the galaxy. Time and time again, they spread terror and despair across the stars in their endless quests for power, battling the Jedi and the Republic in forms ranging from mighty empires to reclusive cults. They are known widely among fans as the ultimate face of evil in the Star Wars universe, but was the evil of the Sith all-consuming, or did their code have some merit to it? Was it possible to simultaneously be a good person and also a Sith Lord? In this video, we're going to be answering those questions. The answer to our title question is simple: no. So that's our look at why the Sith were evil. We hope you enjoyed this video and we'll see you in the next one. Just kidding, we've got a good deal more to discuss about this topic today. But our short answer is still the same. When it came to active Sith Lords, meaning those who hadn't repented or otherwise renounced the Sith in some way, they were unequivocally equal by default, without a single exception. Now, get your hands off your keyboards, we know the supposed exception you're thinking about, and we're going to talk about him later in this video. Just bear with us for a little while. To understand why the Sith were inherently evil, let's take a look at the basics of who the Sith were. First and foremost, the Sith were Darksiders. They rejected the will of the Force and instead imposed their own will on the Force, using it for their own purposes. This required raw, powerful emotion, usually negative ones like anger and hatred, and it was inherently selfish, as it was putting one's own desires over the greater good of the universe. This manner of using the Force was unnatural, a perversion of how the Force was meant to be. It was inherently chaotic and unbalancing, in contrast to the light side, which sought to preserve balance in the Force. The unnatural nature of the dark side meant that it had to be routinely purged from the galaxy for balance in the Force to be maintained. Insidiously, the dark side was much like a strong narcotic, with those who used it tending to become addicted to the power it granted. To paraphrase George Lucas's explanation of this phenomenon, since giving in to selfish desires was never truly satisfying, Darksiders would keep wanting more, and thus they would keep giving in until the dark side consumed them. It was impossible to safely use the dark side in moderation or to balance the dark side with the light due to this corruption of the spirit. Because of this, simply by practicing the dark side has actively destabilized life in the universe, and most considered anything done in the pursuit of power to be acceptable, including atrocities. Sith did all this to an even greater degree. The Sith were not simply Dark Jedi or some dark side equivalent to the Jedi Order. They had their own specific dark side philosophy derived from the original philosophy of the Jedi exiles of Korriban. This philosophy is best described by one of their more concise proverbs. We will take what we desire because we can. We can because we have power. We have power because we are Sith. The Sith were the utmost extreme of the dark side. Their philosophy was founded on the belief that those who fare better in life are inherently superior to those who don't, and deserve all they have by virtue of having it. Conversely, those deemed weak or inferior were unworthy of anything, even life. Some of them claimed that this was just nature, the way of the universe, though that was actually incorrect, as many species were naturally cooperative and altruistic to a degree, including humans. Most Sith didn't bother to justify themselves in such ways, however. By and large, Sith didn't care about nature or morality. Themselves, and more specifically their personal power, was all that mattered to them. If the dark side was an addictive narcotic, the Sith tried their hardest to overdose on it. Like all Darksiders, Sith used strong emotions to fuel their Force abilities, but they placed a unique emphasis on purely selfish emotions and motivations. In many Sith orders, most notably Darth Bane's Order of the Sith Lords, aspiring Sith would have to murder someone, usually someone close to them, in cold blood to be truly considered a Sith. Darth Bane himself did this when he murdered his father, Darth Sidious did this when he butchered his whole family, Darth Tyrannus did this when he killed Cypher Dyas, and Darth Vader did this when he killed Padme. This ritual act, known as a Sith sacrifice, was meant to sever the aspiring Sith from whatever emotionally grounded them in the universe, leaving the selfish desire for power as their only motivation. To quote the Revenge of the Sith novelization, "It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you will ever have." Now, there are many different takes on morality in the world, and it's not our place to arbitrate which are right and which are wrong. For the sake of objectivity, we're going to be assessing morality in this video, and in all of our other videos, according to the guiding morality of the Star Wars universe. But irrespective of moral tendency, I don't think it's an unreasonable assumption that most of you would agree that most, if not all, of what we described is evil. Particularly, the cold-blooded murder part. When describing Sith history, evil is one of the first words that should come to mind. Their unending pursuit of power led the Sith to build some of the most monstrous empires in galactic history, all of which were built on slavery and frequently participated in genocide and other terrible crimes. Whenever the Sith were still in power, trillions of beings were sure to suffer, and the rare good that occasionally happened under Sith empires was always outweighed by the bad. When the Sith weren't in power, they were just as monstrous in their pursuit of it, though obviously they were able to do much less harm. But an oft overlooked side of Sith evil was how the dark side affected life itself. You're probably quite familiar with how the physical appearances of some Sith Lords were ruined by long-term dark side use, with the most notable example of being what happened to Darth Sidious. A more extreme example would be King Omin of Onderon, whose lifelong dark side use ultimately turned him into a vegetable, only capable of movement with the help of a cybernetic exoskeleton. This is because the dark side itself was unnatural, and the practice of it was actively destructive to life. This corruption didn't just affect the Sith themselves, however. All living things around them were affected by it to a degree, or could at least sense it. Many Sith took advantage of this and used the dark side to corrupt life intentionally. The first Sith Lords, the exiled Dark Jedi of the 100-Year Darkness, had used the dark side to create Leviathans, monstrous Sith-spawned creatures that they used as war beasts. Many other dark side techniques were developed for similar purposes over the years, used for everything from draining the life forces of other beings or creating dark side fueled plagues. These techniques were what set the Sith apart from other Jedi, and they were why the Jedi Order saw the Sith as the single greatest threat to the galaxy. But those things are criticisms of the Sith as a whole. Life warping techniques, genocide, and empire building weren't really rules that all Sith had to follow, just paths that most Sith took. We're here to see if there were any exceptions to the rule, or if the founding philosophy of the Sith inevitably led to those sorts of evils. This brings us to a Sith Lord that some of you have probably been waiting to hear us mention, Darth Vectivus. As the story goes, Darth Vectivus was originally a businessman who ran a remote asteroid mining facility. His employees discovered a nexus of dark side energy that slowly eroded their sanity, so he closed the mine and covered up the incident, intending to study the nexus himself. His studies led him to discover that he was force sensitive, and the dark side nature of the nexus led him to seek out the Dark Lord of the Sith and apprentice himself to them. This was during the time of the Rule of Two, so Vectivus eventually murdered his master and became the new Dark Lord of the Sith, taking on his own apprentice. However, as the Dark Lord of the Sith, Vectivus supposedly did none of the evil things characteristic of his order. He continued to uphold the moral principles he had clung to before joining the Sith. Vectivus simply devoted himself to the study of the dark side, developing his own force techniques in secret, and died peacefully surrounded by his family and friends. Hearing this, you might be thinking that our initial premise was wrong. Surely, Vectivus would count as a good Sith Lord. Well, not so fast. Firstly, the reliability of this story is rather sketchy, something that those who tell it tend to leave out. The only source we have for this story is Lumia, the self-styled Dark Lady of the Sith and an infamous liar in her own right, who told it to Jacen Solo in a bid to sway him to the dark side. We know for a fact that Darth Vectivus was a real being, and that he was at least nicer than your average Sith Lord, but we don't know to what extent the details of Lumia's story were true, or whether it was the whole story. As we mentioned, Vectivus was a member of Darth Bane's Order of the Sith Lords, and Lumia explicitly said that he was a Sith Master. If that's the case, then Vectivus was responsible for at least 2 murders, the first when he performed the required Sith sacrifice, and the second when he killed his master. This also makes it unlikely that he actually died peacefully, as that would have been a real kink in the known timeline of the Banite Sith, but we're going to leave that alone since it's purely speculative. What's not speculation is that Vectivus must have had an apprentice, and through that apprentice, the line of the Sith continued down to Plagueis and Sidious. And that's the big dilemma with Darth Vectivus. Even if every word Lumia said was true, and even if she omitted nothing of importance, then Vectivus still had the blood of trillions on his hands. There are no two ways around the fact that as a Sith Master under the Rule of Two, he and he alone was entirely responsible for the survival of Sith teachings beyond his generation. He could have prevented Darth Sidious and all the terror he unleashed on the galaxy, but he didn't. He had the power to single-handedly prevent all the evil the Sith would go on to unleash, but he didn't use it. This wasn't a matter of Vectivus being naive or ignorant of the future or whatever. Anyone who knew the first thing about the Sith knew that the vast majority of the Sith were absolute monsters, and even if Vectivus wasn't, he kept that legacy alive. He believed in the ideology of the Sith, that the weak deserve to die and the strong deserve whatever they can take, enough to teach it to an apprentice. Just by using the dark side, furthermore, he was responsible for corrupting life around him, which in itself is evil. Additionally, if Vectivus really did hold the morals Lumia ascribed to him, and he wasn't always seeking greater power, as Lumia claimed, then he wasn't really good at being a Sith Lord. Citing him as an example of a good Sith Lord is like citing Pong Krell as an example of a Jedi. Just as it's not really accurate to call Pong Krell a true Jedi, it's not really accurate to call Vectivus a true Sith. You can't just take the Sith code, ignore the parts you don't like, and call yourself an example of how Sith Lords can be good, because in ignoring part of the code, you've ceased to be a proper Sith. This also goes for those who were indoctrinated under Sith empires, but later turned away from the evils they represented, like Darth Maul. The bottom line is that no matter what other moral principles a Sith Lord were to hold, no matter what a Sith Lord did and didn't do, they were inherently evil by virtue of being Sith. The ideology of the Sith usually leads to terrible evil, and even the best behaved Sith Lords performed evil by simply practicing the dark side and spreading it to others. The dark side was a tumor on the Force. Using it was in itself opposition to what was the greater good for the galaxy, for the will of the Force always knew better than any one individual. Those who used the dark side to such a degree that they could call themselves Sith were responsible for unbalancing the Force and working against the greater good of the galaxy. In one of our first videos about Kenobi, we criticized the increasing impermanence of death in Star Wars, as exemplified by the fake-out killing of the Grand Inquisitor. As we saw in today's episode, the Grand Inquisitor did indeed survive his wounds, which came as a surprise to exactly no one. Today's episode has added yet another fake death to the pile. This time, we got to see the third sister struck down by Darth Vader, and yet again, she survived what should have been a fatal wound. And not for the first time, it seems, based on that flashback. The writers of Kenobi get credit for not trying to fake us out with this death. Reva never really appeared to die, but we'll see what Chapter 6 does with her character. Just so long as they don't pull an Ahsoka and keep her alive to bring her out in The Mandalorian or whatever, we'll be happy. Don't get us wrong, her character is decent and we wouldn't mind at all to see Moses Ingram in future Star Wars projects, but third sister's gotta die sometime, you know? We're fairly confident Kenobi will end with Reva's death, but it's anyone's guess at this point, because Darksiders seem to be able to survive anything. It's not just a thing in Kenobi. After all, Star Wars The Clone Wars brought back Darth Maul after he was cut in half, which he definitely should not have been able to survive. In both Legends and canon, Emperor Palpatine managed to resurrect himself with clone bodies. Indeed, Darth Vader himself survived wounds that probably should have killed him. This stands in stark contrast to the Jedi, who just don't seem to be able to survive nearly as much. We've seen Jedi survive a lot, but never as much as Vader or Maul endured. Does this mean the dark side is stronger after all? The short answer is no. The long answer is that it's a bit complicated. Palpatine once said that the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some would consider to be unnatural. He was right, and among the unnatural abilities that came with the dark side were quite a few ways to cheat death. Cheating death was a fundamental goal of the dark side. Death was the ultimate obstacle to everything that Darksiders craved, the only thing that prevented their power and strength from enduring forever. It was the one enemy that could never be defeated, the only thing that Dark Jedi and Sith Lords alike could only stave off, not crush beneath them. Death was, in a sense, the greatest enemy of any student of the dark side. As a result, a great many Darksiders tried to find ways to make sure they were the exception to Death's unbreakable rule. It was a mania that consumed many great Sith Lords of old. The title Darth, in fact, is an allusion to this ultimate goal. In Legends, it was said that Darth derived from the Rakatan title Dartar, meaning conqueror of death. Speaking of legends, two ancient Sith Lords shed some light on how the dark side could keep its users alive. The first was Exar Kun, who, while still a Jedi, found himself on Korriban, where he was fatally wounded by the Tomb Guardians of the ancient Sith. Kun tried to draw on the light to save him, but it could not. Perhaps the taint of the Valley of the Dark Lords was too great, or perhaps it was not the Force's will. Taunted by the spirit of the Sith Lord Freedon Nad, Kun drew on the dark side instead, and to quote the comic this tale comes from, what kind of healing can come from the dark side of the Force? Exar Kun's fractured bones knit and strength returns, but nothing is as it was before. Exar Kun drew on the dark side to save his life, and he found himself unable to turn away from it afterward. Once he chose the dark side, it corrupted him and he could never escape it. Healing, usually, is a light side Force ability. The will of the Force, which guides Lightsiders, nurtures life, and when channeled, can allow it to persevere through severe injuries. But when it was someone's time to die, the light side couldn't always help them. If their death was the will of the Force, then channeling it wouldn't help. But the dark side didn't rely on the will of the Force. More often than not, it defied it. Darksiders didn't care what the Force willed. They bent the universe to their will, made the Force obey them. This is why the dark side had a better track record of bringing beings back from death. Our final example, another legend Sith Lord, took cheating death to an extreme. His name was Darth Sion, the Lord of Pain, and he went through worse than every character we've mentioned so far combined. Sion had been fatally wounded thousands of times. His flesh was cracked, charred, and deeply scarred all over. His right eye was burned pale and raw muscle peeked through the tears in his skin. Every last one of his bones had been shattered and then forced back together. Sion didn't just keep himself alive through the Force, he physically held his broken body together. He lived like this for years as well. Sion's condition meant that he was always in unimaginable pain, but this pain was actually what gave him the strength to keep himself alive. That and his constant boiling fury. He lived, as he once said, to inflict the pain on others, to turn Jedi into mirror images of himself. His rage and his pain were so great that he could survive anything. He could die 1,000 times, and each time he would get right back up, unfazed. With that said though, Sion was defeated in the end, and his death shed some light on why the Sith went to such extremes to cheat death while the Jedi did not. Sion was defeated in the end when Mitra Surik, the Jedi exile, eroded his will to keep going, essentially talking him into letting himself die. Before Sion allowed himself to die, however, Surik asked whether it had all been worth it, to which Sion responded that it was not.
No matter how many I killed, there was no end to the pain. The blades the Force tore through my flesh. You have defeated me. Flesh and belief both cast down.
The belief that Sion's talking about here wasn't just his will to live, it was his allegiance to the dark side. As Sion knew full well, the dark side promised him everything he wanted: unlimited power, eternal victory, life everlasting. But it all came with a price, a particularly terrible one in Sion's case. And in the end, it was all meaningless. The dark side could keep Sion alive forever, but the sacrifices Sion had to make to get to that point left him with nothing to live for. It had left him empty, a shell of a man, driven only by meaningless bloodlust. That was the trap of the dark side. The power it offered, infinite though it was never enough to satisfy. It was an empty road to hell. The Jedi's answer to this was something many Sith could never understand: acceptance. The reason the Jedi didn't cheat death nearly as often as the Sith was because they didn't feel the need to. To the Jedi, death wasn't really a bad thing, at least on its own. It was inevitable, a fate that would befall all life, and it meant union with the cosmic force. Yoda once advised Anakin Skywalker to rejoice for those around him who merged with the Force, and that wasn't just some cheap attempt to get Anakin to feel better about Padme. The spirits of the dead became one with the Force, becoming a part of the great cosmic will, abandoning their individuality to become part of the great spiritual collective of the universe. The Jedi welcomed this fate, and that is why they didn't try to run from death when it came for them. They were Lightsiders and they accepted the will of the Force. But for Darksiders, who were individualist in the extreme, merging with the Force and losing their individuality was a fate worse than death itself. In universe, it was said that Sith Lords went to a place called Chaos or Hell when they died, but in truth, the Sith's hell may have just been a different interpretation of the Jedi's eternal peace. The Jedi embraced the inevitable end of the individual, knowing that the greater whole would live on, while the Sith lived their lives in denial of this, terrified of the end. The Sith may have been able to survive virtually anything, but in the end, it was the Jedi who were stronger. Count Dooku is hands down the most underrated character in the Star Wars franchise. Of the Sith we see in the movies, he's the middle apprentice of sorts, stuck between the iconic Darth Maul and the legendary Darth Vader. He didn't quite have the striking aesthetics of either of his fellow apprentices, though his preference for capes shows that he certainly had style. But Dooku made up for this lack of a cool factor with character, especially in the Clone Wars and the expanded universe. His political ideals are central to his character, being what drove him away from the Jedi and eventually the Republic. Dooku's professed ideals are generally seen in a positive light by most fans. After all, his criticisms of the Republic were strikingly accurate. But were those ideals something he truly believed in, or were they just a facade? What did Count Dooku really believe, and were his convictions right? The Jedi Order's problem is Yoda. No being can wield that kind of power for centuries without becoming complacent at best or corrupt at worst. He has no idea that it's overtaken him, He no longer sees all the little cumulative evils that the Republic tolerates and fosters, from slavery to endless wars, and he never asks, why are we not acting to stop this? Live alongside corruption for too long, and you no longer notice the stench. This quote from Dooku has been making the rounds lately. It's from the Legends novel Yoda Dark Rendezvous, and it's gained traction because it's accurate to a degree. There are a few flaws with this assessment, which we'll talk about later, but in a general sense, it's a very astute analysis of the problems with the Jedi Order. If you clicked on this video thinking the answer to our title question was yes, it's probably because of this quote and the ideological outlook it represents. At his heart, Dooku was an idealist, and always had been. At the core of his ideals was a fierce dislike for the Republic, of which he was a harsh critic even during his time as a Jedi Master. Dooku saw the Republic as hopelessly corrupt and relentlessly exploitative, a tool the wealthy core worlds used as a bludgeon against the poorer worlds of the Rim. As he grew older, he began to believe that the Republic was unfixable and that the galaxy needed a restart, a seismic civilizational shift. Dooku was also highly critical of the Jedi Order. Though his criticisms of the Republic were initially divorced from his criticisms of the Jedi, he eventually saw the two as part of the same problem. The Jedi, he believed, were too deeply involved with the Republic. They were unable, and unwilling he thought, to stop the evils that plagued the galaxy. These ideals became the basis of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Dooku's words inspired separatists the galaxy over, giving them common ideals to rally around. As head of state for the CIS, Dooku constantly decried the moral failings of the Republic and vowed to stand for the oppressed peoples of the galaxy. He claimed to be building a better galaxy, one without tyrannical central governments and the mass exploitation the Republic had tolerated. All of that's well and good, but if you're at all familiar with politics, you know full well that there's usually a difference between what politicians say and what they believe. Dooku is no exception. When considering his ideals, people tend to forget or leave out the fact that he was a Sith Lord. That makes a difference. The Sith had their own set of ideals after all, and the fact that Dooku was a secret Sith means it's possible, or maybe even probable, that he had other beliefs he kept under wraps as well. But we don't have to speculate about that. The Revenge of the Sith novelization features several scenes from Dooku's perspective, which gives us a detailed look at what the man actually believed. Here's a snippet. He's the icon of the separatist movement. It's a public face. He is to the Confederacy of Independent Systems what Palpatine is to the Republic, the living symbol of the justice of its cause. This is the public story. The truth is more complicated. For the most part, Dooku's criticisms of the Republic and the Jedi were genuine beliefs of his, but his professed solution was a lie. What Dooku actually wanted the galaxy to look like was much, much different from what the other separatists wanted. The new government, a government clean, pure, direct. None of the messy scramble for the favor of ignorant rabble and subhuman creatures that made up the Republic he so despised. The government he would serve would be authority personified. At war's end, the aliens would be crushed, stripped of all they possessed, and their systems and their wealth would be given into the hands of the only beings who could be trusted with them. Dooku knew full well that his master was building a galactic empire, and he was completely on board. More than that, actually, he believed in the Empire far more than Sidious did and wanted it to be far more extreme, far more repressive, and far more speciest than Sidious ever intended for it to be. His talk of corruption in the Republic had been doublespeak. Sure, he detested the inefficiencies of the Senate and the loathsome decadence of the core, but he also hated non-humans and saw their very existence as corruption of another sort. He was a totalitarian, bent on bringing the entire galaxy under a rigid, brutal hierarchy, a hierarchy that he would be at the top of. Despite all he criticized the Jedi Order for not doing enough to fight slavery, he wanted to enslave pretty much everyone. Speaking of the Jedi Order, he had a vision for them as well. Dooku knew that Sidious planned to wipe out the Jedi Order, but also that there would likely be survivors. Dooku didn't want to have these survivors hunted down and destroyed, he wanted them converted. Out of the ashes of the Jedi Order, he sought to build a Sith army, which, he believed, would be led by a fallen Anakin Skywalker who would serve as his underling in the New Order. He envisioned this army as the fist of the Empire, a brutal force that would destroy anything and everything that threatened the immutable order he envisioned for the galaxy. Like the Jedi Order, this Sith army would have recruited Force sensitives from around the galaxy, but with one small difference. Where the Jedi allowed the parents of Force sensitives to refuse to give up their children, the Sith army would not have. All the Force sensitives in the galaxy were to be conscripted into the Empire's red right hand and forced to act accordingly to the will of the Sith Lords. As you can probably tell by now, there was a hell of a lot of contrast between what Dooku preached and what he really believed. But there was a common constant. He believed the Republic was hopelessly corrupt. That, of course, was correct. It's a no-brainer, honestly, for anyone who's familiar with the events of the prequels. A lot of what he criticized the Republic and the Jedi for was also fairly accurate. The Republic was indeed relentlessly exploitative and mired in corruption, while the Jedi were far too close to it and their ability to do good was hampered by that. However, his solution was beyond awful. His vision of a new order wasn't just wrong, it wasn't just evil, it was monstrous. To state the obvious, enslaving every non-human in the galaxy and installing a fascist state would make the Republic's problems worse, not better. Even if that plan could somehow fix problems with the Republic, it's still morally unacceptable. Dooku didn't really believe that the Republic was too oppressive. He believed it wasn't oppressive enough. And while many of his observations about flaws of the Republic and Jedi were accurate, others were less so. He didn't just hate the Republic for its corruption, but also because it didn't brutalize non-humans enough for his liking. He didn't just hate the Jedi for failing to solve the galaxy's problems, but also because he thought the Jedi weren't authoritarian enough. We mentioned earlier that his analysis of the Jedi Order had a flaw. This was that Dooku's implication that the Jedi weren't fighting slavery or any of the Republic's faults at all wasn't true, and Dooku knew that too. When he claimed that the Jedi weren't fighting against the problems with the Republic, what he really meant was they weren't fighting those problems properly. He believed the Jedi Order should have forced its will on the galaxy, that it should have broken from the Republic and ruled the galaxy directly. This wasn't just something he had come to believe as a Sith Lord, it was his reason for leaving the Jedi Order, a belief he held before he fell to the dark side. You might be scratching your head right now and wondering why there was such a contrast between what Dooku believed and what he advocated for. The answer was simple, he was acting as controlled opposition. The Separatists were a bogeyman composed of nearly every group that the Sith saw as a threat. Dooku's goal in forming the CIS was to destroy those factions, to destroy Separatist causes before they could threaten the Empire. By and large, the ideals Dooku championed were actually ideals that he despised. He may once have believed in them, but those days were long over by the time of the Clone Wars. As we've discussed in prior videos, the cause of the Separatists was just. The Republic was corrupt, the Jedi were too caught up in it, and the Outer Rim was badly exploited. But the Separatists' cause was not Dooku's cause. His cause was, in fact, antithetical to the Separatist cause. His was the cause of slavery, of exploitation, and of ruthless totalitarianism. His was the cause of the Sith, and it was most definitely not righteous. If you're familiar with Star Wars legends, you likely know that the Sith were originally a species of red-skinned humanoids native to the planet Korriban. In the distant past, they were conquered by dark Jedi who proclaimed themselves the Lords of the Sith. By the time of the films, the Sith themselves were long extinct, while the Lords of the Sith remained. But what happened to the original species, the Sith purebloods? If you ask around the fandom, you might get a shocking answer. They were exterminated by the Jedi after the Great Hyperspace War. But was this really true? Did the Jedi Order commit genocide against the Sith? At the start of 5000 BBY, the Sith Empire was enjoying its golden age. Thanks to the rule of Dark Lord Marka Ragnos, the Sith were enjoying an era of unprecedented stability. The Sith Empire ruled over 120 systems within the ring of nebulae known as the Stygian Caldera, as well as a few strongholds beyond the Caldera, including Malachor 5 and Thule on the nebula's edge and the distant colony of Tund. The Sith Lords who ruled these worlds reveled in wealth and power, and the military might of the Empire as a whole was unprecedented. Just a few years later, however, the Sith Empire ceased to exist, the worlds it ruled were ruined and abandoned, and the Sith themselves were seemingly extinct. If you've been watching our videos about the ancient Sith, you probably know the story of how the Empire did itself in. In 5000 BBY, Marka Ragnos died, leaving two rival Sith Lords, Ludo Kresh and Naga Sadow, to compete for the throne. Kresh was, above all, concerned with keeping the Empire stable, while Sadow wanted to expand into the regions of space. To cut a long story short, Naga Sadow won out and ultimately prosecuted a war against the Republic, the Great Hyperspace War. After Sadow's forces were pushed out of Republic space, they returned to Korriban to regroup, only to find Ludo Kresh and a fleet of warships awaiting them. Sadow and Kresh wasted the last of the Sith Empire's strength trying to kill each other. Naga Sadow ultimately managed to slay Ludo Kresh, but he didn't have much time to celebrate, as a fleet of Republic warships led by Empress Teta pursued him to Korriban. As Teta's fleet wiped out the last of the Sith fleet, Naga Sadow bravely ran away. The Great Hyperspace War ended with a decisive Republic victory, and in its wake, the Sith Empire was crippled. As far as the Sith knew, Naga Sadow, Ludo Kresh, and nearly all of the other Sith Lords were dead. One surviving Sith Lord, Shah Dekhan, took up the title of Dark Lord of the Sith after Naga Sadow fled and attempted to rally what was left of the Sith Armada at Korriban. Dekhan's struggle to save the Sith Empire was doomed from the outset, however. Empress Teta and the Republic fleet had left Sith space after Naga Sadow scampered off, but the damage was already done. With the deaths of Sadow and Kresh, the Sith Empire was descending into civil war, first between the followers of the two Dark Lords, and then between hundreds of would-be Sith Lords. Famine and disease spread as the Sith social order crumbled, and the lower caste Sith of many worlds began carrying out mass ritual suicides in shame over the Empire's defeat in the war with the Republic. Now, where have I heard that before? Meanwhile, the Galactic Republic was beginning to recover from the Great Hyperspace War. Parts of Coruscant, a world that had seen some of the worst of the fighting, still lay in ruins, including the Senate District. As the Republic got over the shock of what had just happened, Supreme Chancellor Ultimo ordered an invasion of the Sith Empire. He commanded the Jedi and the Republic military to completely destroy the Empire's political institutions and the dark side cult the Sith Lords had established. The Republic assault was quick and overwhelming. A vast fleet poured into Sith space and laid waste to world after world, obliterating any Sith power centers and military installations they could find. Led by the Jedi on the ground, strike teams defeated any surviving combatants and rounded up any Sith that remained. The Jedi refused to execute captured Sith, however, not even warriors or Sith Lords. Instead, they stripped force sensitivity from any Sith they found, rendering them harmless in the eyes of the Jedi. With that said, there were very few survivors for the Jedi to round up. From Sith Lord to Massassi warrior, almost every last Sith pureblood the Republic forces encountered fought to the death, civilians included. On many worlds, Sith Lords or Kisai priests commanded their subjects to commit suicide en masse when Republic forces showed up in orbit. On some worlds, the Sith inhabitants did this of their own accord. If you're familiar with the real-world Battle of Okinawa, imagine that, but on a planetary scale, repeated on more than 100 worlds. While the Sith were busy offing themselves, the Republic military utterly annihilated any surviving Sith military units and razed almost every fortress in the Empire. Zyurst, the Sith capital world, was ravaged, and its towering Sith citadel was left in ruins. Meanwhile, the Jedi began a concerted effort to wipe out Sith ideology, destroying sites tainted by the dark side and ravaging sacred Sith worlds like Korriban. A group of Jedi Sentinels known as the Jedi Shadows scoured the ruins of the Sith Empire, destroying or recovering every last dark side artifact they could find. They received some pushback for this from the Galactic Museum on Coruscant, which argued that the artifact should be turned over for cataloging instead. The Jedi ended up striking a compromise, allowing the museum to take everything except Sith holocrons, which were claimed for study by the Jedi Masters. The Sith Empire crumbled rapidly, and many Sith leaders killed themselves in despair. But where others saw defeat, some saw opportunity. A Sith Lord named Darth Vitiate had stayed out of the Great Hyperspace War and the battle with the Republic as well, watching and waiting. During the last days of the invasion, when most of the Sith were dead and most Sith worlds were abandoned, he made his move. He and his followers, a cult of extremists from Malachor 5, known as the True Sith, sent out messages to all surviving Sith, claiming that the Jedi planned to carry out a genocide of the Sith species and urging survivors to rally on Nathema, Vitiate's homeworld. Concurrently, Acting Dark Lord Shah Khan waved goodbye to life in a kamikaze attack on a Republic warship above Korriban. This left Vitiate the highest ranking Sith in the Empire, and it also led to a temporary Republic retreat from Korriban, allowing Vitiate to gather the Sith who had hidden there. Vitiate brought all the surviving Sith Lords to Nathema along with 8,000 other Force adepts. He requested their assistance in performing a 10-day ritual, a ritual he claimed would allow the Sith to vanquish the Republic and the Jedi. Instead, this ritual drained the entire planet of life. Darth Vitiate consumed the life forces of the assembled Sith Lords and every other living thing on Nathema. In the process, he made himself immortal. After this, Vitiate gathered nearly all the Sith left in the Empire, claiming that Nathema had been cleansed of life in a treacherous Jedi attack. Asserting that there was no other option, he gathered the surviving Sith onto troop carriers and brought them into the unknown regions. Republic forces resumed their attack on Sith space shortly afterward, completing their counter-invasion and vanquishing the Sith Empire. All told, the operation took a little over a year. After its completion, the Republic abandoned the Sith world, though the Jedi shadows continued scouring them for Sith artifacts for centuries. But 20 years after the invasion, Darth Vitiate and the true Sith led their refugee fleet across unknown space, deliberately prolonging their wanderings so they would have time to indoctrinate the next generation of Sith youths. By the time the exodus was over, the surviving Sith were completely loyal to the true Sith and to Vitiate, believing they were their saviors. After 2 decades of wandering, Vitiate led the Sith to Dromund Kaas, a swamp world that was a long-lost colony of the Sith Empire. There, in secret, Vitiate proclaimed the formation of a new Sith Empire, a true Sith Empire which would rule in secret for over 1,000 years. But Vitiate's fleet wasn't the only group of Sith to escape the invasion. A few scattered communities of Kisai and Masasi persisted in the desolate ruins of the Sith worlds, mostly on Korriban. These Sith were likely those whom the Jedi had spared and stripped of the Force, and they appear to have eventually died out on their own. But many other groups of Sith fled beyond the borders of the Stygian caldera. A group of Sith zealots settled with a Sith stealth unit on Thule, a remote colony just beyond Caldera, where they remained for thousands of years. On Thule, the Sith priests prophesied the Sith Empire would rise again, and the colony patiently waited for this to come true, training but not doing anything to attract the attention of the Republic. The Sith purebloods among them eventually died off, however, and the Thule colony came under the rule of human Sith loyalists. A small group of Sith exiles landed on Vajun, a remote Republic world where they intermarried into the planet's aristocratic families, allowing dark side culture and Sith blood to permeate Vajun. A Sith sorceress led a small band to Ambria, another world in Republic space, though she soon ended up destroying herself and all of her subjects in a ritual intended to grant her unprecedented power. One of the largest Sith refugee bands fled to Tund, the most remote colony of the Sith Empire. Tund already had a thriving Sith population. For millennia, it had been the place to which Kisai and the Sith Lords had banished Sith heretics. The refugees merged with the heretic community there, becoming the sorcerers of Tund. The Sith purebloods on Tund were still around during the Clone Wars and the Imperial period, having outlasted the rest of their entire species by thousands of years. There was one last surviving community of Sith, perhaps the most important one. Naga Sadow and his Masasi crew escaped the fall of the Sith Empire, and after losing their pursuers in the Denari system, settled on Yavin 4, a remote jungle moon. There, the Dark Lord of the Sith ruled in exile, commanding his followers to build a great temple to serve as bases of power for a new Sith Empire. Order 66 is one of the most memorable Star Wars moments. In a quick montage, fans watched as the Jedi Order was stabbed in the back and completely annihilated by the very clone troopers serving under it. In the Star Wars universe, Order 66 was one of the most dramatic power shifts in galactic history, causing the deaths of thousands of Jedi in just a few short hours. But what if we were to tell you that Order 66 and the subsequent Great Jedi Purge actually weren't the worst the Jedi Order endured? What if we were to tell you that the Sith of the Old Republic era destroyed the Jedi Order much more completely? At the start of the Clone Wars, the Jedi Order had about 10,000 members. Thanks to battlefield casualties, Jedi leaving the Order, and General Grievous, This number steadily dropped over the course of the conflict. Then Order 66 happened. In just 24 hours, the number of Jedi dropped from thousands to just 200. This number decreased even further in the subsequent Great Jedi Purge, which saw Darth Vader and the Inquisitors hunt down and slaughter the surviving Jedi, leaving very few left in the galaxy, and even then, only in hiding. The Great Jedi Purge has another name, the Second Jedi Purge. That's because, obviously enough, this genocide of Jedi wasn't the first of its kind. The first Jedi Purge happened nearly 4,000 years prior during the time of the Old Republic, specifically during the Old Sith Wars. During this first purge, the number of Jedi dropped just as low or possibly even lower than it would later during the Great Jedi Purge. In it, the Sith of the time came even closer than their successors did to completely wiping out the Jedi Order. This begs two questions. How did they accomplish this? And if the first purge was worse, then why was the second one the Great Jedi Purge? The answers to these two questions are intertwined. Firstly, the Sith who carried out the first purge were able to pull this off because the Jedi were already pretty short on numbers. They had just fought 3 galaxy-scale wars in less than 50 years, and their numbers had suffered tremendously for it. Only a few hundred Jedi were left after the end of the Jedi Civil War, the last of these conflicts. Most of the work of killing all the Jedi had already been done by the time of the first purge. The Triumvirate just tried to finish the job. This, incidentally, is why the second purge is the Great Jedi Purge, because it killed way more Jedi. But just because the Great Jedi Purge wins the numbers game doesn't necessarily mean it was worse. Most of its victims were killed by a quick blaster bolt to the back, or many quick blaster bolts to the back if you were Aayla Secura. But even the worst of the Inquisitors' interrogation techniques pale before the horrors unleashed upon the Jedi during the first purge, and during the lead up to it. A quick disclaimer before we proceed. We've already done a video telling the chronological story of this first purge, which if you haven't watched, we highly recommend. We're not going to retell the story of the purge here, rather, we're going to be analysing the methods of the purge and why they were worse than Order 66. It's tricky to decide where the first Jedi Purge began. A lot of the Jedi Order's decline in numbers in this period was the result of a separate set of massacres that happened during the Great Sith War, the Jedi Pogrom, in which Dark Jedi students murdered their masters in a manner not unlike Order 66. Casualties sustained during the Mandalorian Wars also didn't count, but it's during the Jedi Civil War that things get tricky. Sith operations during the Jedi Civil War were technically separate from the first Jedi Purge, but they can be seen as a prelude, as they had the same intentions as, and directly led to the Purge. During his time in command of the Sith Empire, Darth Revan placed a priority of turning as many Jedi to the dark side as possible and killing those who could not be turned. His method of turning Jedi involved breaking them, and his preferred technique to break them was simple in its horrificness: a field trip to Malachor 5. After the end of the Mandalorian Wars, Malachor 5 had become a deeply cursed world, tainted by the atrocities that had taken place there. A dark side nexus lurked deep in the planet, while the screams of the dead swept the planet's surface like wind to those who couldn't feel the Force. The dark side nexus and the wound in the Force left by the Battle of Malachor 5 created a sort of feedback loop, one that echoed across the entire galaxy, corrupting life on an integral level. Naturally, this corruption was at its strongest on Malachor itself. The entire planet was absolutely steeped in a mix of the dark side of the Force and the very absence of the Force. When Revan and his agents captured Jedi, they tended to just fly them to Malachor, drop them off, and leave them for a few days. The torment these Jedi endured was greater than even the worst physical pain. They not only had to contend with the corrupting influence of the dark side at its most overpowering, but also the unending screams of the damned. The result was devastating. Jedi broke very quickly on Malachor. Some fell to the dark side, some died, and some suffered an even worse fate. Some Jedi were consumed by the planet, their very souls becoming extensions of Malachor's corruption. These poor beings became leeches on the Force, bloodhounds perfect for hunting and killing Jedi. they were the ones who carried out the first Jedi Purge. The Jedi Civil War ended with the redemption of Darth Revan and the defeat of his successor, Darth Malak, resulting in the collapse of the Sith Empire. Most of the surviving Sith destroyed themselves in a subsequent civil war, but a few persisted. These Sith regrouped on, you guessed it, Malachor V, and came under the rule of the Sith Triumvirate, the three most powerful of their number. The members of the Triumvirate were Darth Traya, the Lord of Betrayal, Darth Nihilus, the Lord of Hunger, and Darth Sion, the Lord of Pain. We've done videos on each of these Sith Lords if they interest you. It was the Sith Triumvirate that commanded the Great Jedi Purge, and Sion and Nihilus that did much of the legwork. If you were a Jedi, you didn't want to be killed by either of these two Sith Lords. Nihilus, as you probably know, essentially devoured souls. He would travel to planets where Jedi gathered in groups and consume the Force essences of all life forms on that world, sterilizing entire planets for daring to host Jedi parties. This was a fate worse than death, a process that sucked the very souls out of Jedi that were subjected to it. Darth Sion, on the other hand, preferred to work with his hands, but he was capable of inflicting just as much suffering as his counterpart. Sion liked to turn his victims into mirror images of himself, inflicting tremendous amounts of physical pain upon them and using the Force to keep them alive. Sion's Jedi victims died slowly, often suffering many mortal wounds before finally being allowed to pass into the Force. We'd gladly take a blaster bolt in the back over either of these fates. Darth Sion also commanded those Force bloodhounds we talked about earlier, who he trained as Sith assassins. Using far weaker versions of Nihilus's technique, these assassins fed on the souls of Force sensitives just in much smaller amounts. They were able to detect Force sensitives from across the galaxy and, through the Force, follow their scent. Jedi couldn't evade Sith assassins for long, and to make matters worse, the longer they tried, the more the assassins drained them. Simply trying to survive the first Jedi Purge slowly destroyed your soul unless you were lucky enough that the Sith didn't know you existed or thought you were dead. To make matters worse, the Sith Triumvirate was one of the most effective Sith orders in galactic history. There were effectively only 3 Sith Lords in the galaxy at the time. All of their dark side and minions had been essentially turned into mindless drones by Malachor. These Sith Lords, unlike most others in their era, didn't bother building up an empire or battling the Republic. Instead, they fought the Dark Wars, a subtle effort to undermine galactic civilization by wiping out the Jedi. They recognized that government control of the galaxy didn't matter, only the Force mattered and the battle between light and dark. By working from the shadows, they came closer than any other Sith Order before them to winning that battle. In fact, they came closer than any other order after as well. All of this horribleness came from a single source, Malachor V. It was Malachor that turned Jedi into Sith assassins, and it was from Malachor that Sion and Nihilus drew their power, especially Nihilus. The first Jedi Purge and the Dark Wars were less a battle fought between Jedi and Sith than a battle between the Jedi and Malachor, a festering wound in the Force spreading its tendrils across the galaxy, spawning unspeakable horrors to threaten the light side. It's fortunate for Jedi of later generations that Malachor V was destroyed at the war's end, and the wound within it was cleansed. Just as many real-world religions involve beliefs in an afterlife, so too did many religions in the Star Wars galaxy, and religions centered around the Force were no different. Of course, as the Force was a provable phenomenon, the Jedi and the Sith could talk about their afterlife with a greater degree of certainty, and we, in turn, are able to learn about what happens to beings in the Star Wars universe after death in detail. We all know that some Jedi became Force ghosts, for example, but what about the Sith Lords? Could they have become Force ghosts? And if not, what happened to them after death? In this video, we're going to be answering those questions. Every being in the Star Wars universe had a soul, and all souls in the universe were connected through the living Force. The Force had a will that guided these souls, pushing them to achieve balance within themselves and within the greater galaxy. All souls came from the Force, and when the bodies attached to these souls died, the souls returned to the Force. According to the Jedi, the souls of all beings went to the netherworld of the Force upon death, an ethereal plane where they would become one with the Force. In the netherworld, they would become part of the wider Force, with their individual consciousness dissolving into the whole, allowing them to live forever as part of the will of the Force. This was what the last line of the Jedi Code referred to: there is no death, there is the Force. But not all beings heeded the will of the Force in life, and some actively rebelled against it. These beings, of course, were the followers of the dark side, and due to their opposition to the will of the Force, they met a bit of a different fate in the netherworld than everyone else. They went to a dark place in the netherworld called Chaos, or Hell, as the Corellians called it. Many beings believed it to be a place of torment, though it's unclear if this was actually the case. Chaos was heavily mythologized by those cultures who believed in it. The Naboo, for example, believed that Chaos was a deep pit barred by 6 gates. Regardless of the actual structure of Chaos, one thing about it is certain: it's where the Sith went when they died. It should be noted that it's possible that beneath all the mythology, Chaos was merely how Darksiders perceived becoming one with the Force. While Lightsiders, who tended to be on the collectivist side of things and spent their lives trying to achieve oneness with the Force, would have seen dissolving into the greater consciousness of the Force as a blessing, Darksiders would have seen it as nightmarish. At its core, the dark side was about the individual, and those who followed it would have seen losing their individuality in the netherworld of the Force as a terrible punishment. In that sense, perspective may have been the only difference between becoming one with the Force and being damned to chaos. But if souls were dissolved into the Force after death, how did Force ghosts work? Now, this is where things get interesting. As we mentioned earlier, all who died in the Star Wars universe technically persisted in the world of the living after death, as they became part of the Force. What made Force ghosts unique wasn't that they allowed the dead to interact with the world, but rather that they allowed the dead to retain their individual consciousness after death. This didn't last forever. Many Jedi who persisted as ghosts faded and became one with the Force after a short while, and those who didn't fade on their own often chose to become one with the Force after a time. There were various ways for Lightsiders to achieve this. Some Jedi learned to sublimate their organic selves to a state of pure energy shortly before death, which made the process of becoming a Force ghost easier. Once, techniques that allowed beings to remain individually conscious after death were widely known among the Jedi, but these teachings were lost during the old Sith Wars, and it wasn't until the Clone Wars that certain Jedi learned them again. It was possible to become a Force ghost without learning some special technique, however. Jedi who died performing selfless acts of sacrifice were also able to persist as Force ghosts, though their bodies didn't usually fade when they died. Additionally, those who were incredibly selfless in general, like Qui-Gon Jinn, persisted as Force ghosts as well. The degree to which these beings were able to manifest their death varied. Generally, only those who had trained themselves to be able to persist as ghosts were fully able to manifest in the physical world, while those who were able to persist because of their selflessness could generally only manifest themselves as voices, not visible apparitions. Here's the thing about Force ghosts though. They were only really available to Jedi. Even if a Darksider were to learn the Jedi techniques to persist individually after death, they still wouldn't be able to do it. This is because no matter what a being knew or did, they could only retain their consciousness in the netherworld of the Force by being selfless in life. The reward of individuality was gained by being willing to lose that individuality, something that no Sith would ever be able to accept. To quote Qui-Gon Jinn, "Eternal life is the ultimate goal of the Sith, yet they can never achieve it. It comes only through the release of the self, not the exaltation of self. It comes through compassion, not greed. Love is the answer to darkness." But as I'm sure many of you are thinking, there were many examples of Sith spirits that appeared after death over the years. Darth Sidious, Marka Ragnos, Ajunta Pal, Darth Andadu, Frieden Nud, and Exar Kun were just a few of the great Dark Lords of the Sith who were able to persist in one form or another after death. As you could probably guess, these weren't actual Force ghosts. But what were they then, and how were they able to exist? Many Darksiders, especially the Sith, were obsessed with living forever in some manner. In fact, the title Darth is believed to derive from the Rakatan phrase Dar-Tar, meaning conqueror of death. It is fitting then that the first known Sith Lord to use the Darth title, Darth Nihilus, was also the first Sith Lord to find a dark side method of persisting after death. Darth Nihilus pioneered a technique called transfer essence, which allowed Sith to cheat death by stealing the bodies of other people. Nihilus himself used this technique many times, allowing himself to live for centuries as the self-styled God King of Plagueis. Nihilus' technique wasn't easy, however. For an essence transfer to work, the practicing Sith Lord's spirit would have to overcome the spirit inhabiting the body they were attempting to take over, a near impossible task that required incredible amounts of willpower. Furthermore, essence transfers caused the practitioner's body to disintegrate, meaning that the practitioner had only one shot at taking another body. If they failed, their spirit would have nowhere to go but chaos. For this reason, Darth Sidious cloned himself for the purposes of essence transfer and used the technique without much trouble many times after the Battle of Endor. Darth Plagueis' technique for cheating death was much more scientific and much less risky, but it wasn't something the user was able to perform on themselves. Plagueis pioneered the technique of midichlorian manipulation, in which a Sith Lord could impose their own will on the midichlorians of another being's body, allowing them to give or take life as they saw fit. This technique could even be used to physically revive the dead, though Plagueis only ever did this in a laboratory setting, and as a result, it's unknown how permanent such revivals were. But when Sith Lords did die and their spirits manifested in the world of the living, it was almost always because of attachment. Some Sith, like Ajunta Pal, Freedon Nad, and Exar Kun, developed strong attachments to powerful objects or places, usually those that were strong in the dark side. This gave them a sort of anchor after death, which allowed their spirits to avoid chaos. However, these Sith specters weren't like true Force ghosts. Sith spirits were trapped by their attachments, and as a result, they were usually unable to leave the general vicinity of whatever they were attached to. These spirits were also terribly impotent, unlike Force ghosts. They had little power of their own, and few of them were even able to speak to living beings. Furthermore, this manner of cheating death made Sith spirits vulnerable, as Force sensitives were actually able to destroy them. Exar Kun did this to the spirit of Freedon Nad, using the dark side to totally annihilate what remained of his consciousness. There was one last way for a Sith Lord to cheat death, however. They could escape from chaos. Powerful Sith Lords were able to retain their individual consciousness in the netherworld of the Force, though they were still trapped and tormented in chaos. If these Sith had living followers who knew the right rituals, their disciples could help them escape chaos and return to the world of the living as a free roaming spirit, one stronger and less restricted than those Sith who persisted through attachment. Marco Ragnos was freed from chaos in this manner, as was Darth Sidious, though both were banished back to chaos by Jedi soon afterward. However, Darth Sidious proved to be so powerful that he could escape chaos as his own, and it was said that the souls of the dead Jedi Masters fought a constant battle to keep him contained in chaos after his final death on Onderon. The prophecy of the Chosen One is a fairly major part of Star Wars lore, as, after all, the main saga is about Anakin Skywalker fulfilling it. The prophecy functioned as a sort of savior myth for the Jedi, which generally followed the same lines most iterations of the Chosen One trope do in other fictional works. But while the prophecy of the Chosen One is pretty well known, far fewer fans are familiar with the Sith's counterpart to the legend. Yes, the Sith had their own Chosen One prophecy, the prophecy of the Sithari, and in this video we're going to be discussing it in detail. The Sithari will be free of limits. The Sithari will lead the Sith and destroy them. The Sithari will raise the Sith from the dead and make them stronger than before. This was how Sorza Sin, the first shadow hand of the old Sith Empire, translated the prophecy of the Sithari, the perfect being, in around 6900 BBY. The actual prophecy had been written long before that, but that was the first time it had been recorded. Previously, the Kisai, the ruling priest caste of the ancient Sith, had deemed it too sacred to be put into writing and passed it down orally from generation to generation. They had kept the legend alive for tens of thousands of years before the coming of Sin and her comrades, the self-proclaimed Lords of the Sith, dutifully awaiting the day when the Sith'ari would come and change the course of history. Let's take a step back. The term Sith'ari was an ancient one, roughly translating to overlord, and dated back to around 27,700 years before the Battle of Yavin. In those days, Korriban had been newly discovered by the Rakata of the Infinite Empire, who wanted to claim the planet's native Sith as a slave species. But for the first time in their history, the Rakata met substantial resistance on Korriban. The armies of the Sith fought back with a tenacity that they weren't prepared for, and that not even the greatest of their legions could overcome. The resilience of the Sith resistance, the Rakata soon learned, was due to the Sith's faith in their leader, King Adas. The Sith in those days were a contentious and brutal people with great strength in the Force and a tendency to lead toward the dark side. For millennia, they had been divided into countless warring kingdoms, or rather, they had been before Adas came onto the scene. From the outset, Adas had been marked for greatness, as he had been born with obsidian black skin, a rarity among the red-skinned Sith. As he matured, he became one of the greatest warriors the Sith had ever seen, known for wielding a massive, alchemically enhanced battle axe in combat. In his youth, he seized control of one of the Sith kingdoms and conquered all of the others, becoming the undisputed ruler of all of Korriban. Adas lived an extraordinarily long life, ruling for nearly 300 years. The Sith came to see Adas as a god, and it was he who first claimed the title of Sith'ari. It was under the leadership of this legendary king that the Sith defeated the Rakata, making history in the process. Adas personally led the armies of Korriban in battle against the invaders, laying claim to their ships so he could pursue the Rakata back to the stars. He succeeded in driving the Rakata from Sith space altogether, but the attempt cost him his life. After Adas's death, the Sith fractured. Their homeworld Korriban had been rendered desolate by war with the Rakata, and so most of the Sith abandoned it, relocating to nearby Ziost and a few other worlds. For the next 20,000 years, the Sith worlds were once more consumed by eternal strife, as kings who claimed to be heirs to Adas rose and fell, and their realms waxed and waned. The prophecy of the Sith'ari likely originated from this period. The Kisai were divided on its meaning. Some believed it meant that Adas would return, while others believed it foretold the coming of another who would follow in Adas's footsteps. Either way, the fulfillment of the prophecy would surely mean great change for Sith civilization, just as had happened under Adas. Which brings us back to Source's Sin. As we mentioned earlier, she and 11 other Dark Jedi came to Korriban in 6900 BBY, having been exiled from the known galaxy by the Jedi. Under the leadership of Ajunta Pal, they conquered Sith civilization and became the Lords of the Sith. They built the first Sith Empire in which Pal ruled as a Dark Lord and Source's Sin served as his shadow hand or second in command. Pal, Sin, and other Sith Lords completely reshaped Sith society, transforming it into a massive war machine that they hoped would one day crush the Republic. Sin heard of the Sith'ari prophecy as she was researching the culture of her new subjects. She quickly came up with her own interpretation of it, which would become the default interpretation going forward. She agreed with one of the more popular interpretations among the Kisai, that the prophecy foretold the coming of another like Adas, not that it foretold his return. As she interpreted it, this perfect being would break free from the limitations placed upon them, following which they would come to rule the Sith, destroy the Sith, and bring them back from the dead in a more powerful form. Naturally, Sin immediately leapt to the conclusion that the prophecy foretold the coming of exiles to Korriban. After all, the Sith Lords had broken free of the limits the Jedi Council had placed on them. They had seized control of the Sith and destroyed their old civilization, on the ruins of which they built an empire, stronger than any prior Sith civilization. Thus, the Sith'ari must have been one of the exiles, likely either Ajunta Pal or Sin herself, as she determined. But it wasn't quite that simple. As we all know, neither Pal nor Sin were the last great Sith Lords, nor the last to completely transform the Sith. Dozens of immensely powerful Dark Lords rose and fell over the course of the next 7,000 years, and pretty much all of them thought they were the Sith'ari. As you might expect from the Sith, most major figures in Sith history thought they were a match for the prophesized perfect being for various reasons. Naga Sadow, the Dark Lord who first led the Sith Empire to war against the Republic, believed he would become the Sith'ari by conquering the galaxy. Exar Kun, Darth Vishit, and Darth Ruin were all held to be candidates for the title due to the dramatic changes they made to the Sith orders of their time. Kun was considered to have been responsible for bringing the Sith back from death. Vishit believed himself to have been a god, free from all limits. Ruin's divisive teachings nearly destroyed his own Sith order, and yet his new Sith went on to nearly destroy the Republic. All seemingly matched parts of the prophecy. Darth Bane, the Dark Lord who came up with the Rule of Two, was perhaps the best candidate for a Sith who had destroyed the Order and then brought it back from death. Darth Sidious, on the other hand, considered himself to be the only Sith to have been free from limitations due to the undisputed power of his galactic empire. Darth Plagueis, who considered himself a scientist and a staunch materialist, saw the prophecy of the Sith'ari as superstitious nonsense, but even he thought that the prophecy seemed, quote, uniquely specific to the actions he was taking. In his own words, which echoed the thoughts of virtually every notable Sith Lord before him, "If the robes of the Sith'ari fit, I see no reason not to claim them." Naturally, this begs the question of who was actually the Sith'ari. Were any of the potential claimants to the title uniquely qualified? Did the prophecy allude to multiple Sith'ari as some believed? Or perhaps was the whole thing a load of Sith? The answer is that the prophecy was indeed alluding to one specific being, and not one that some might expect. The true Sith'ari was none other than Darth Bane. Though this might come as a bit of a surprise to some, this is actually the confirmed answer to the question in Legends, though in universe there were still a good many Sith with their own theories. In a general sense, Bane really was the perfect being from the Sith perspective. He was one of the few Sith Lords who genuinely believed in the ideology of the Sith, which he saw as one of personal freedom. Bane understood the dark side better than anyone before him, and this understanding led him to develop the Sith Grand Plan. As we all know, the Grand Plan was what allowed the Sith to finally take over the entire galaxy, all thanks to Bane's reforms. But of course, there was more to the prophecy of Sith'ari than just being a good Sith Lord. Bane, however, met all other criteria of the prophecy as well. To start, in his own way, Bane really was free of limits. Though Darth Sidious argued that he didn't fit this criterion because he still had to account for the rule of the Republic, Bane saw the Republic as having no power over him. He was concerned entirely with personal power, the strength the dark side granted him as an individual, and while he was dedicated to the Sith cause, others only concerned him insofar as they affected him. From his point of view, he had no masters and therefore no limits. Bane defined his life as a story of moving past limitations, in fact. On his homeworld, he freed himself of his abusive father by crushing his heart through the Force. He freed himself of the hard labor of the mines by joining the Sith army, and from the whims of his foolish superiors by joining the Academy on Korriban. As a Sith Lord in training, he slew his first rivals and then his master, and then, in the 7th Battle of Ruusan, he tricked the rest of the Sith into wiping themselves out with a thought bomb. Bane destroyed all who dared to try and impose limits on him, and he reigned unchallenged as Dark Lord of the Sith for 20 years. As we just mentioned, Bane led the previous incarnation of the Sith, the Brotherhood of Darkness, into the battle on Ruusan, where he also destroyed them. Seeing the Brotherhood as weak and a betrayal of what it actually meant to be a Sith, Bane tricked them into destroying themselves, leaving himself as the last Sith Lord alive. He then went on to raise the Sith from the dead by founding the Order of Sith Lords, becoming its first Dark Lord and taking Darth Xana as his first apprentice. Lastly, by implementing the Rule of Two, Darth Bane did indeed make the Sith stronger than ever before. As Bane rightly observed, the dark side of the Force was like venom. The more concentrated it became, the more powerful it was, and vice versa. The history of the Sith showed that, Whenever there were more than 2 Sith, it weakened the Order, as lesser Sith tended to band together to kill stronger masters. As Bane saw it, this led to a dilution of the strength of the dark side, something that he was determined to put a stop to. His reforms concentrated the power of the dark side in as few individuals as possible, allowing his Sith to be as powerful as possible. Under his system, each new Dark Lord was to be greater than the last, having overcome their master through superior power and skill unaided. The rule of 2 was the only sustainable way for the Sith to operate, and because of it, Bane's heirs went on to take over the galaxy. Darth Bane may not have been the most memorable Dark Lord of the Sith. He didn't have an unendingly long kill list, he didn't command vast armies of Sith, and he wasn't as flashy or ostentatious as some of the others. But these things ultimately weren't what made one a Sith. The Sith were all about individual power, not about orders, empires, or conquest. Over the millennia, that had been forgotten. It took Darth Bane, the Sith-Rai, to bring the Sith back to their roots, to allow them to remember what they once were. In doing so, he sealed the fate of the Republic. Those who joined the various Sith orders that formed over the millennia believed that their kind wielded the ultimate power in the universe. Thus, they claimed that only the strongest were fit to join them, as, in the mind of a Sith, only the strongest could rule. Based on this, you might think that the Sith would discriminate heavily in their recruiting practices, at least more than the Jedi would. Of course, you would be right. The Sith were quite selective in their recruitment, and they chose their recruits based on a variety of factors, including based on species. In this video, we're going to be talking about those species that didn't make the cut for one reason or another, and why they weren't fit for the dark side. Firstly, we've got a brief clarification to make. We're going to be disregarding simple speciesism in this video. Speciesism was a definite factor in Sith recruiting, but it varied depending on the Sith. For example, the Lords of the original Sith Empire only recruited Sith purebloods, and in a single case, humans, while there were many humanocentrist Sith Lords who only recruited humans and viewed all non-human species as inferior. How they reconciled that with their order's origins as an alien cult is a mystery, but we digress. Instead of picking apart the biases of the various Sith orders, we're going to be focusing purely on which species just weren't as cut out for the dark side as some others were, like we did in our video on Jedi recruitment. Specifically, we're going to be talking about the standards of Darth Bane's Order of the Sith Lords in particular, as other Sith orders differed wildly in their standards for various reasons. Exar Kun's Brotherhood of the Sith, for example, almost exclusively recruited from Jedi ranks, while the new Sith would accept literally anyone who was edgy enough and could hold a lightsaber. We're going with Bane's standard for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Baneite Sith were the purest expression of what the Sith as an ideology were. And secondly, they were based purely on inclination toward strength in the dark side. As Darth Bane once put it, the dark side of the Force was like venom. The fewer vessels it was concentrated in, the more potent it became. To this end, Bane and his successors sought to recruit the strongest apprentices possible for maximum dark side potency. They were extremely selective in this process and usually looked for recruits that had obvious natural talent. As a result, they discriminated between species in the recruiting process for much the same reason that the Jedi did. They avoided species that, as a whole, were inclined away from the dark side of the Force. On a basic level, Sith Masters looked for extreme selfishness and ambition, the foundational traits of Darksiders, as well as deep-rooted anger and hatred. They sought as apprentices those who would never be satisfied with what they had, who would never let a concern for life or other beings get in their way, and who would never falter in their quest for power. Some species were naturally inclined toward this way of thinking, like Sith purebloods and the ancient Rakata. Most were not, but were able to be swayed toward it. Human, for example, usually had a predominant natural inclination for cooperation with their communities, but could be swayed over to a more Sithy way of thinking without too much effort. Some species had stronger communal instincts than humans, however, which got in the way of the dark side. Consider, for example, the Keldors. As a whole, the Keldors had a natural inclination to the light side due to their strong senses of justice and their cultural emphasis on selfless acts. This inclination was strong enough that the Keldors' own order of Force sensitives, the Barrando Sages, had been exclusively lightsiders from the very beginning. As a result, the Sith rarely, if ever, recruited Keldors, and modern Sith generally avoided them and other species like them. This rule wasn't absolute, and over the millennia, there were probably some Keldors that abandoned the ways of their people and fell to the dark side. They were, however, exceedingly rare. There are known cases of Saurians that joined the Sith, but they were also rare, and for good reason. The native species of heartless scumbag Kiadimundi were, by nature, calm, peaceful, and rational. Their culture placed a strong emphasis on living in harmony with nature, and most Saurians were born with an innate respect for life. These traits were not all conducive to the dark side, which relied upon the user having fierce, unbridled passions to turn into power. They weren't completely closed off to the dark side, of course, and some even claimed that Saurians' binary brains allowed them to practice both the light side and the dark side at once, though this was almost definitely a myth. However, they would not have made good Sith, and the Order of the Sith Lords wouldn't have gone to Saria for recruits. Another example of a species with a natural temperament that wouldn't work well for the Sith was the Sluisi, our scriptwriter's favourite species. These snake-like sentients were renowned for their patience, sociability, and their legendary ability to remain calm in virtually any circumstance. They seemingly didn't even feel anger at all, something that would have precluded them from membership in the Sith. There were likely exceptions to this rule, but they would have been abnormalities in an otherwise thoroughly passive species. Even the more inclusive Sith orders likely wouldn't have considered Sluisi for recruitment, and those Sith inclined to speciesism would have likely categorically hated them. A race that we can say the Sith almost definitely never recruited was the Kamasi. The Kamasi, one of the oldest and most respected species in the galaxy, were pacifists and had natural inclinations toward peace and social justice. They were natural lightsiders, and in the galaxy at large, Kamasi were usually seen as diplomats, philosophers, and envoys. In fact, they were actually partially responsible for shaping the ideology of the Jedi during the Order's early days. This strong inclination toward the light was due to an odd natural telepathic trait that allowed the Kamasi to share their memories with near relatives and Force sensitives. Traumatic memories, like those related to acts of violence, were unbearable for Kamasi, especially Force sensitive Kamasi. Thus, they would not have been good recruits for the Sith, who were known for their violent ways. The Ithorians were a similar case. These gentle creatures were intensely communal and pacifistic, and they had a deep love for all forms of life. Their respect for living things was such that they would take care to avoid killing even plants and insects, and whenever they needed to harvest a plant, they would always plant 2 more of its kind to make up for it. Ithorians also had a high rate of Force sensitivity. In fact, their societies were based around Force sensitive shamans. These shamans always gravitated toward the light side, however, due to their natural, deep-rooted respect for life. Obviously, this wasn't something the Sith were interested in. But not all of the species that the Sith would have ignored were nice and pacifist. Some might be a lot more unexpected, like the Kaminoans, for example. Our least favorite eugenics dinos were generally scumbags, to be sure, but that's not all that was required to be a Sith. It is true that the Kaminoans were ruthless and that their culture detested weakness just as much as the Sith did. But the Kaminoans had the same undesirable trait as the Sluisi did. They just didn't get angry all that much. Kaminoans expressed their emotions very rarely, and in general, they were pretty sociopathic. This may have made them excellent allies for the Sith, but it would not have made them good Sith in their own right, as most Kaminoans lacked the necessary passion that fueled the power of the dark side. Force sensitivity was additionally rare on Kamino, which also wasn't an ideal trait for Sith recruits. Our last two species might seem shockingly familiar to some of you, the Geonosians and the Billars. That's right, we're talking about the teddy bears from hell again. Like the Jedi, the Sith generally didn't recruit from hive-minded species, though not for the same reasons as the Jedi. The Sith absolutely detested the very concept of hive minds. After all, Sith were individualist in the extreme, and selfishness and individual ambition were the core traits of their ideology. Hive-minded species generally weren't capable of developing the sort of traits necessary to be a good Sith, and thus, the Sith never recruited from them. Species like the Geonosians were still useful to them as allies, much like the Kaminoans, but again, they didn't make good Sith in their own right. So, that's our look at a few of the species that the Sith would have considered undesirable for recruiting. And how about species that were more inclined to the dark side? Sure, you're absolutely shocked to hear the Sith of all species were inclined toward the dark side. Their species was aggressive by nature, and while aggression alone didn't determine force alignment, sadism and brutality was all but baked into the Sith DNA. The Sith of Korriban had a fiercely oppressive caste system in place for so long that Sith of different castes actually became distinct subspecies. These subspecies, the Grotu, Masasi, Zugruk, and Kisai, or rather the slaves, warriors, engineers, and priests, had actually evolved to be terrible to each other in different ways, making what had started as an abominable societal structure into a literal part of Sith biology. This inbred cruelty made Sith perfect Darksiders. Few species had such a natural tendency toward the dark side as the Sith purebloods, but we know of one that was able to come close to matching it, the Rakata. The Rakata, it seems, were conquerors by nature. On their homeworld of Lehon, evolution honed their predatory instincts into cruelty and malice. This wasn't helped by the fact that the Rakata were, by nature, cannibals, always quite literally hungry for each other's blood. This gave them a natural inclination for murder, which quite obviously is something that would push most Rakata to the dark side. Even Rakata who had learned to control those urges often struggled to keep them repressed. All over the galaxy, Aqualish were commonly found as thugs or pirate goons, for they, like the Sith and Rakata, were extremely aggressive by nature. They were commonly described as having had hair-trigger tempers, with many members of the species prone to violent outbursts. This was likely a remnant of some sort of predatory instinct, and it resulted in most Aqualish being extraordinarily aggressive. As we mentioned earlier, aggression alone didn't determine force alignment, and we're going to discuss some light-sided aggressive species later on, but the extreme nature of the Aqualish rage often led Aqualish to commit murder or more serious crimes, such as genocide. In the case of the Aqualish, this natural fury inclined the species as a whole toward the dark side. However, it should be noted that force-sensitive Aqualish were rare, and that many of the few we know of did end up becoming Jedi, albeit Jedi who struggled with the dark side more than most. A final example of dark side inclined species would be the Hutts. To nobody's surprise, the galaxy's physical manifestations of greed and corruption were indeed naturally drawn toward the dark side, as they were almost entirely selfish. Now, Hutt greed wasn't absolute by nature. One known Hutt, named Arba, was even known to have been somewhat charitable, if still greedy. Greed is something beings of most species struggled with, of course, but Hutts were greedy in the extreme and always wanted more. As greed was one of the quickest paths to the dark side, this made Hutts into ideal Darksiders. However, force-sensitive Hutts were extraordinarily rare, perhaps for the better. We only know one example of a force-sensitive Hutt, Beldorian, a dark Jedi who became the Conqueror King of Nam Chorios. 3,951 years before the Battle of Yavin during the Dark Wars, the crew of the Republic cruiser Harbinger boarded a Sith warship they encountered on the fringes of unknown space. The ship, it seemed, was empty, or almost empty, rather. A single corpse was found on board, the corpse of a Sith Lord, which Republic soldiers took to their ship's medical bay to study. The doctors ran a quick scan on the body and were horrified by what they discovered. The Sith Lord's flesh was cracked and grey, covered with innumerable burns and scars. His bones appeared to have been shattered, not broken but shattered thousands of times, and then forced back together over and over again. He had suffered so many fatal wounds that the doctors were unable to determine what had actually killed him. But what really horrified them was their determination that all of the Sith Lord's countless injuries had taken place before his death. Before he died, they surmised, he must have been in constant pain. Let's take a few steps back. A full 45 years before the Dark Wars, during the Great Sith War, a man named Sion declared allegiance to Exar Kun, who had set out to bring the galaxy under the rule of a new Sith Empire. He may once have been a Jedi, one of many young apprentices who rose up and butchered their masters on Kun's command one fateful day, causing chaos within the Jedi Order and sparking the Great Sith War. Whether or not this was true, Sion hated the Jedi from the outset and sought battle with them. As a member of the Brotherhood of the Sith, Sion chose to become a Sith Marauder. Marauders focused almost entirely on combat, supplementing their physical strength with force-enhanced battle rage. Sion chose this path and a spot on the front lines of the Great Sith War for one simple reason. He sought to die. We don't know why, but he had lost all desire for life and desired to go down in a blaze of glory fighting a Jedi. But there was a small problem with this plan. He kept surviving. As it turned out, he was quite good at killing Jedi, and while he routinely suffered severe injuries in battles, he always recovered from them. He developed a great tolerance for pain, and he started believing he was immortal, a force for the dark side that no Jedi could hope to stop. However, as the Republic emerged victorious from the Great Sith War, a Jedi finally struck Sion down. But Sion still didn't die. He'd become so convinced of the idea that he was immortal that he refused the possibility of death. Even as he was consumed by terrible pain, he rose up and slew his would-be killer. Sion, who had formerly been eager to die, had become determined to live forever, presumably to keep killing Jedi. He discovered that, through the sheer force of anger and hate, he could hold his body together despite the fatal wound he had endured. This caused him to suffer from intense pain for every moment of the rest of his life, but Sion considered this an acceptable price to pay for immortality. Indeed, his constant pain became a source of strength, increasing his eternal fury. Over time, he even came to define himself by his suffering, deeming himself the Lord of Pain. The decades after the Great Sith War were some of the most turbulent in galactic history. 30 years after the fall of Exar Kun, the Mandalorians launched a massive assault on the Republic, nearly bringing the entire galaxy to its knees. Within months of the Mandalorian War's end, they were followed up by the Jedi Civil War, in which a Sith Empire led by Revan and Malak attempted to do the exact same thing. Darth Sion fought in both of these wars, killing Jedi wherever he could. He received more fatal wounds over the course of these decades, but they didn't even slow him down. After a redeemed Revan defeated Malak at the end of the Jedi Civil War, their Sith Empire imploded. Sion was on Korriban when the Sith in the Academy turned on each other, doing the Jedi's work for them by slaughtering their own kind. Obviously, Sion survived this bloodbath and he left Korriban in disgust, infuriated by what he saw as the weakness of Revan and his fellow Sith. It was shortly after the abandonment of Korriban that Sion was found by Darth Traya. She recruited him and Darth Nihilus to be her apprentices, and together they formed the Sith Triumvirate. These three Sith Lords gathered the tattered remnants of Revan's Sith at the Traya Academy on Malachor 5, where they planned the destruction of the Jedi Order. Under Traya, Sion endured constant torment and came to master his natural skill of being too angry to die, which he put to use against the Jedi. Together with the other members of the Triumvirate, Sion formed an order of Sith assassins. Like Darth Nihilus, Sion's contemporary, these assassins fed on the force within their targets, drawing on it to increase their power and track their enemies. These assassins became quite good at killing, as they also learned to cloak themselves in the force, which rendered them invisible until they were ready to strike. Sion was largely the one who oversaw the assassins, and he frequently went out with them to kill Jedi himself. While Nihilus roamed the Outer Rim hunting for groups of Jedi, Sion tracked down individual targets, whom he and his assassins cornered and killed. No Jedi survived an encounter with Darth Sion, not even those who managed to strike him down. But over time, there arose a problem that threatened the stability of the Sith Triumvirate. They were running out of Jedi to kill. After Darth Nihilus consumed the planet Qatar, there were believed to be no Jedi left in the known galaxy. With their shared mission complete, Sion and Nihilus turned against Darth Traya, confronting her and stripping her of the Force. The two then went their separate ways, believing they had killed Traya, but this wasn't the case. She survived, and in the guise of Kreia, she fled Malachor and sought out Mitra Surik, the Jedi exile. Kreia wasn't the only one looking for Surik, however. Sion believed her to be the last of the Jedi, and so he too sought her out. He tracked her to the Republic warship Harbinger and feigned death to allow the Republic to capture his ship. As the Republic soldiers brought him to the medbay, dozens of cloaked Sith assassins snuck onto the Harbinger, hiding until the time was right. That time came when Kreia arrived in the Ebon Hawk and snuck Mitra Surik off the Harbinger, causing Sion to break the ruse early and attack the warship's crew. He and his assassins took over the Harbinger and used the vessel to fire on the Ebon Hawk, but the freighter escaped, albeit with serious damage. The Ebon Hawk limped to an asteroid mining station near Plagueis 2 for repairs, and in time, Sion followed. The Harbinger arrived at the Plagueis facility as Surik and Kreia together with Aton Rand were trying to escape. The three of them opted to go through the Harbinger to get to the Ebon Hawk, which was inaccessible from their part of the station. As they worked their way through the warship, Sion confronted them. Kreia opted to hold Sion off while Aton and Mitra escaped, and she distracted her former student, hiding in the shadows to taunt him. But she underestimated Sion's perception, and as she tried to sneak up on him, the vengeful Sith Lord spun around and cut off her left hand. Kreia managed to escape the encounter, however, and she, Surik, and Aton managed to get to the Ebon Hawk and leave the Plagueis station. Sion pursued them aboard the Harbinger, trying to shoot their ship down, but his shot struck the fuel-rich asteroids of the Plagueis belt instead. The asteroids exploded, sparking a chain reaction that destroyed Plagueis 2 entirely. To absolutely nobody's surprise, Sion survived the destruction of Plagueis, continuing to pursue Mitra Surik and her companions. They were seeking out the last members of the Jedi Council, 4 Jedi Masters who had escaped the Purge. But 2 could play at that game, and it was Darth Sion and his assassins who got to Lona Vash, one of the 4 Masters, first. Sion captured Vash on Korriban and imprisoned her in the ruins of the Sith Academy, using her to draw Surik to the planet. When the exile arrived on Korriban, Sion killed Vash and then battled the exile, who managed to hold him off for long enough to escape. Sion spent the next few days dwelling on his failure and on Mitra Surik. He realized that he found her beautiful, something that enraged him as he saw it as weakness. Conflicted, he returned to the Trace Academy to plan his next move. Before he moved against Surik again, however, Kreia returned to Malachor, having reclaimed the mantle of Darth Traya. Sion tried to kill her, but she easily subdued him. Reluctantly, Sion agreed to serve Traya once more. Traya commanded him to bring her the exile, unharmed, when she pursued her to Malachor. She revealed that she planned to break Surik, as she had once broken Sion, something that the Sith Lord quietly took issue with. As predicted, Mitra Surik came to Malachor 5, and when she did, Darth Sion was there to confront her. He demanded she leave before Traya destroyed her, but Surik refused, and the two began one last battle. Again and again, Surik struck Sion down, and again, Sion got right back up. He refused to let her pass, determined to keep Traya from breaking her, but he proved unable to overcome the exile despite his best efforts. Surik, on the other hand, was able to erode Sion's will. She convinced him of the futility of his efforts and revealed why she was able to defeat him. Surik had learned to live without the Force, while Sion had become dependent on it, relying on it simply to live. But Sion had nothing to live for. His quest to wipe out the Jedi had proved futile, and at this point, he was just living for the sake of living, at the cost of terrible pain. Sion realized there was a truth in her words. Death wasn't so a terrible thing, he realized, and the Lord of Pain finally allowed himself to die.
I am glad to leave this place, at last.
In Knights of the Old Republic 2, the source of Sion's story, Darth Sion, like Darth Nihilus, served to illustrate the point that the extreme powers granted by the Force were not power at all, but weakness. We've discussed that outlook in our video on Nihilus, so we're not going to restate it here, and Sion actually has another rhetorical purpose as well. Darth Sion displays the futility and fruitlessness of the dark side, the ultimate trap of the Sith. The Sith were obsessed with cheating death, Many Sith Lords sought the secrets of immortality, and some, like Sion, did manage to find techniques to keep them alive forever. But as Sion realized at the end of his own life, while he had the power to live forever, he had nothing to live forever for. Immortality was a hollow and pointless goal, such that Sion ultimately chose to abandon it to allow himself to die. The dark side is always about wanting more, about trying to be the most powerful, but at the end of the day, that power means nothing if there's nothing to use it for. By the time most Sith reached the apex of their power, they had no purpose in life, as in their pursuit of selfish goals, they no longer cared about anything else.
The extent of his power cannot be put into words, and his perceptions have grown as well. To him,
you are dust motes in a storm, a grain upon the beach, and as insignificant as a body that orbits the graveyard of Malak.
Most Star Wars fans are at least somewhat familiar with Darth Nihilus, one of the greatest Sith Lords of all time, and with his absolutely terrifying trademark ability, cleansing entire planets of life with the raw power of the Force. But the popular perception of Nihilus as an uber-powerful eldritch abomination belies the true depth and significance of his character. While his raw strength certainly puts the likes of Darth Sidious to shame, describing him as some unstoppable god is actually a fundamental misunderstanding of his character. Today, we're going to give you a better look at the fearsome Darth Nihilus and at the broken Jedi exile who killed him. Our story starts above a small, remote planet called Malachor 5. Long ago, Malachor 5 had been a remote colony of the original Sith Empire, home to the Traus Academy. The Sith abandoned Malachor when their empire fell, but the Traus Academy remained, and over the course of 1,000 years, its taint soaked into Malachor, turning it into a beacon of the dark side. Long after Malachor's abandonment, the planet was chosen by Revan to be the last battlefield of the Mandalorian Wars. Revan and his top generals, the Jedi Crusaders Malak and Mitra Surik, planned to lure Mandalore the Ultimate and his fleet into a trap above Malachor, where they would be able to crush the Mandalorians and end the war. Their plan was simple. Surik would lead a small Republic fleet into orbit above the planet to draw the Mandalorians out, and when the battle was underway, Revan and Malak would come in with a fleet of reinforcements, forcing the Mandalorians into a two-front battle. But when the time came to execute this plan, there was a small problem. Revan's fleet was delayed in another system by Mandalorian scouts, and Mitra Surik's fleet ended up having to do more fighting than it could handle. Revan did eventually show up, corner the Mandalorians, and kill Mandalore himself in single combat, but by that point, Surik's fleet had taken serious casualties, and the Mandalorians were dangerously close to overrunning them. With no other choice, she ordered the activation of a superweapon that Revan had put in place as a plan B. The Mass Shadow Generator, a device designed to generate enough artificial gravity to destroy the whole Mandalorian fleet. The Mass Shadow Generator didn't work quite as it was designed, however. The mass shadows it created were too strong, catching both Republic and Mandalorian ships in its area of effect. Worse, it affected Malachor 5, something the engineer hadn't foreseen. Malachor was violently ripped apart by the Mass Shadow Generator and reformed around it, crushing thousands of warships into its fractured crust as it did so. Millions of beings died at once in excruciatingly painful ways, creating a wound in the Force. The effect was so devastating that Force sensitives felt the end of the Mandalorian Wars from across the galaxy. Mitra Surik, the Jedi General at the heart of it all, had to completely sever herself from the Force to survive, something for which she was exiled from the Jedi Order. All this turned Malachor 5 into a wound in the Force. Now, to understand Darth Nihilus, we need to understand wounds in the Force. When particularly terrible atrocities happened, like, say, the destruction of an entire planet, it actually hurt the Force itself, leaving a mark that Force sensitives could detect. When these wounds were inflicted, those attuned to the Force could easily hear the screams of the dead. This is how Obi-Wan sensed the destruction of Alderaan in A New Hope, for example.
I felt a great disturbance in the Force, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. I fear something terrible has happened.
Normally, wounds in the Force essentially heal themselves, but this wasn't the case with Malachor. What had happened in the last battle of the Mandalorian Wars was so terrible that the wound in the Force was unable to heal on its own. To make matters worse, the power of the Traeus Academy, which had survived the mass shadow generator, amplified the effect of this wound. The screams of Malak became an echo that spread across the stars. This echo worsened existing wounds in the Force across the galaxy, deepening the scars of war and subtly influencing living things, causing beasts to become vicious and sentient to grow cruel. Over the course of the next decade, as the Jedi Civil War and the Dark Wars left more and more wounds in the Force, the effects began to compound each other. These echoes became centered around Meetra Surik, the Jedi exile, which is why she had to give up her connection to the Force. But she wasn't the only one to meet with such a fate. It was from Malachor 5 that Darth Nihilus was born. Who he was before is unknown and unimportant, for through that terrible battle, he became a walking wound in the Force. He learned an ancient Sith art that allowed him to drain the life forces of others, consuming them to increase his power. But this sort of Force vampirism wasn't just some special ability. Nihilus was dependent on it. He had to feed, or else the hunger would consume him instead. This hunger and Nihilus's ability to feed came from Malachor. He, like Meetra Surik, was a concentration of the echoes spreading from that wound in the Force, and the more people he consumed, the stronger those echoes became. Over the course of the Jedi Civil War, between Revan's Sith Empire and the Republic, Darth Nihilus became more and more powerful, to the point where he was able to consume entire planets at once. His power was strengthened even further when he, along with Darth Sion, became an apprentice of the Sith Lord Darth Traya after the end of the Civil War. The Republic had won the war, but their victory, as in the Mandalorian Wars, had been a Pyrrhic one. The Jedi were on the verge of extinction, and as the tattered remnants of the Sith regrouped under this Sith triumvirate at the Traeus Academy, they began to plot their revenge. Using the Force, Nihilus ripped a downed Republic battlecruiser, the Ravager, out of Malakor's blackened crust, the start of what became a whole fleet of ghost ships, held together through the sheer might of Nihilus's will. He and his fleet roamed the interstellar void, hunting Jedi. What followed was the first Jedi Purge. Whenever Jedi gathered somewhere, the Ravager was sure to follow, and Nihilus would consume the Jedi, their allies, and all other life on the planets where they sought refuge. The numbers of the Jedi dwindled rapidly until, after Nihilus consumed what was believed to be the last Jedi at the Mirror-Luke colony of Qatar, the Order was no more. On Qatar, Nihilus left only one living thing alive, Visas Ma, a Mirror-Luke Force adept. Nihilus claimed her as his assassin, and unlike the half-dead slaves who served aboard his ships, he didn't consume her. Instead, he converted her to his cause. As his power grew to unfathomable heights, Nihilus had come to believe that all life deserved to die. He believed that he brought order where there was chaos, stillness and silence where there had been nothing but meaningless noise. Everything, to him, existed to feed his will. With their shared mission complete, Nihilus and Sion then betrayed Darth Traya, cutting her off from the Force and leaving her for dead. Then they went their separate ways. But unbeknownst to either of them, Traya survived. She sought out the person who was then believed to be the last of the Jedi, Meetra Surik, the Exile. By that point, it had been 10 years since Malachor, and in that time, Surik had wandered the fringes of the galaxy, seeking solace in isolation and exile. But under the guidance of Darth Traya, who at that point had taken the name Kreia, she returned to the civilized galaxy, and at length she began to regain her connection to the Force. Nihilus sensed this and sent Visas to kill Surik, only for Visas to join forces with the Jedi exile instead. Surik and her companions were, at the time, traveling around the galaxy looking for other Jedi and putting a stop to Sith plots. When Nihilus's servants attempted to conquer Onderon by supporting the would-be usurper General Vaklu, the exile and her followers swayed the tide of the battle, dealing a blow to the Sith Lord. By that point, the hunger was beginning to turn on Nihilus. He had become so powerful that only planets were massive enough to sustain him, and he had planned to feed upon Onderon. Kreia knew of this, and so, through one of Nihilus's servants, she led him to believe that there was a Jedi Academy on Telos 4, knowing that Nihilus would be unable to resist such a target. But it was a trap. There were no Jedi on Telos, and Kreia had made sure that Surik would be there when he came for the planet. Together with Mandalore the Preserver and his greatest warriors, Surik and Visas Ma boarded the Ravager as it attacked Telos and confronted Nihilus. Surik revealed how Kreia had tricked the Sith Lord and offered herself up to him. But when Nihilus attempted to feed on the Jedi exile, he felt only the Force wound that she carried within her. Weakened, he was easily slain by Surik, who went on to destroy Malachor 5 and heal the wound in the Force for good. Those of you who haven't played Knights of the Old Republic 2, the game this entire story comes from, might be scratching your heads right about now. How, you might ask, could a Jedi exile who had only just started to use the Force again defeat someone as powerful as Darth Nihilus? The answer lies in one of KOTOR 2's most important themes.
Greatest Jedi Knight strip away the Force, and what remains? They rely on it, depend on it more than they know.
Central to the story of KOTOR 2 is the philosophy of Kreia, a deconstructive assessment of the Force. Darth Nihilus embodied a core element of this outlook, that strength drawn from the Force isn't strength at all, but rather dependency. In terms of raw power, Nihilus was unmatched. Not even Darth Sidious could consume worlds like that. But in the end, it didn't matter. The Jedi exile proved stronger because Nihilus relied on the Force, and Mitra Surik, alone among anyone in the galaxy, had learned to live without it. This is because the power the Force granted Nihilus was never truly his to command. Nihilus was a leech. He drew constantly on the strength of others, and in doing so, he only ever weakened himself. He was a slave to his hunger. Whenever he couldn't feed, he started to consume himself, and so he was forced to always be on the hunt. Visas Ma once remarked to Mitra Surik that his power had grown so great that he could no longer be considered a man. He had become an entity, something that didn't even take notice of individuals anymore, being concerned only with planets. But that doesn't show strength. It shows how utterly impotent Darth Nihilus actually was. He'd become so reliant on the Force that his power was all that really remained of him. But that power wasn't his. It was the echo of Malachor, an external force. As Visas discovered after his death, behind his mask, Darth Nihilus really was just a man, nothing more. He was irrelevant, unimaginably weak, such a thrall to his power that he himself may as well have ceased to exist. Mitra Surik was the opposite. In giving up the Force, she had broken her chains completely, and even when she started to regain her powers, the strength of that act remained. The Force no longer controlled her. Thus, she was able to not only kill Nihilus, but do so with relative ease. Darth Nihilus was one of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time, but ultimately, that power meant nothing.
The Sith loved their superweapons, from planet-killing battle stations to dark side artifacts that could tear through the cores of stars. Count Dooku, the leader of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, was no exception. He sponsored all manner of superweapon projects during the Clone Wars, including Battleship Malevolence, its sister ship Devastation, and the Defoliator tank. But one of Dooku's most devastating superweapons was actually quite ancient, the Dark Reaper, an artifact that dated back to the Great Sith War. In this video, we're going to be talking about the Dark Reaper and how the Republic stopped it. During the first few weeks of the Clone Wars, Count Dooku sent a massive armada to capture Ren Var, a seemingly unremarkable ice world near the Tyon cluster. After a hasty evacuation, the Republic gave the planet up without much of a fight. But the Jedi Council suspected there was more behind the attack than they could see. Thus, they sent a strike force to Raxus Prime, where Dooku went next to determine what was up. There, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, who were still Master and Padawan at the time, discovered that Dooku had come to Raxus Prime to search for some sort of weapon. On Raxus Prime, Skywalker managed to board Dooku's ship, only to be captured by Sidon Prax, a bounty hunter Dooku had hired as a lieutenant. He was taken to Alaris Prime, a moon in the Kashyyyk system where Dooku planned to test the artifact he had unearthed on Raxus Prime. By the skin of his teeth, Skywalker escaped this ancient weapon and alerted the Republic to its presence on the moon. A strike force was called in, but Dooku escaped Alaris Prime with the artifact before it could be captured. Despite this failure, however, Skywalker had managed to uncover some intel about the Count's new toy. It was called the Force Harvester. That name brought up old memories for the Jedi, and not good ones. The Force Harvester was the Sith centerpiece of the Dark Reaper, an ancient Sith superweapon. It had been built on the orders of Naga Sato during the Great Hyperspace War and restored by Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma a millennium later, and the latter two used it to terrible effect in the Great Sith War. The Force Harvester, the core of the weapon, drained the living force from whatever was within its range, and the rest of the Reaper's mechanisms corrupted and weaponized the resultant force energy. At full power, the Dark Reaper could slaughter thousands at a time. During the Great Sith War, the Brotherhood of the Sith unleashed the Dark Reaper on the Republic, annihilating several Republic staging areas in the Tyon cluster. However, before the Sith could destroy the Republic, Jedi Knight turned Sith Lord Ulic Qel-Droma returned to the light. As part of his effort to make up for his many crimes, Qel-Droma taught the Jedi how to resist the effects of the Force Harvester, which eventually allowed them to destroy the Dark Reaper. The Jedi broke the Reaper apart and scattered its pieces across the galaxy, burying the Force Harvester on Raxus Prime. This revelation led the Jedi to realize why Dooku had started by taking Ren Var. That icy wasteland was the location of Ulic Qel-Droma's tomb. While Dooku attacked several worlds with the Force Harvester, Kenobi and Skywalker launched their own assault on Ren Var. They were victorious, and Skywalker was able to make contact with the spirit of Ulic Qel-Droma. Ulic taught him how to withstand the Dark Reaper, and moreover, he told Skywalker where the rest of the Reaper could be found. The ancient Sith planet Thule. Mace Windu, Luminara Unduli, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker led a sizable war fleet to the Thura system. They found Thule well defended. Dooku had stationed massive droid armies on the planet, and its single moon, Civi, was home to a shield generator that protected the planet. As a small naval battle began in orbit, Skywalker diverted an assault ship to Civi, where he launched an attack against the shield generator complex. A small force of clone troopers reinforced by TX-130 fighter tanks and the experimental AT-XT walkers deployed on the barren moon and advanced towards the generator complex. Skywalker and his forces were met with fierce resistance from Dooku's droid forces, however. They had to push through tanks, spider droids, and artillery just to get to the shield generator. Even then, Skywalker was unable to breach the doors of the generator complex by force, and clone engineers had to be called in to slice them. Nonetheless, Skywalker managed to destroy the shield generator on Civi and rout all separatist forces on the moon, allowing the Republic to commence an attack on Thule itself. Dooku and Sidon Prax had set up shop in the city of Cassiac on Thule, home to the armory that housed the Dark Reaper. They had brought a massive horde of droids with them, however, which the Republic would have to get past to stop the Reaper. General Kenobi took to an LAAT/I gunship to clear out a landing area near the city, where Windu landed the bulk of the Republic's forces. Kenobi then launched an attack on the Confederacy's energy farms, and then on their forward communication center, all of which were destroyed. These early attacks crippled Separatist communications, giving the Republic an edge as it moved towards Cassiac. The Republic still had a lot to overcome, however. Windu had brought several assault ships full of clones, gunships, and AT-TEs to Thule, as well as AT-XTs, fighter tanks, and starfighter support. But Dooku's droid armies on Thule were much larger, and to make matters worse, they were being constantly replenished by a series of small droid foundries. The droids too had more than their fair share of armored complement, including spider droids, AATs, Hailfire droids, and two other rarely used tank models, nimble ground armored tanks and HAG mortar tanks. Together with Luminara Unduli, Windu led the charge against Separatist forces outside of Cassiac. As the main clone force engaged the droids in open battle, the Jedi led groups of walkers against two more crucial targets outside of the city, the Separatist starfighter hangars and their droid foundries. In short order, Republic's AT-XTs pummeled the starfighter hangars into dust, allowing clone pilots to establish aerial supremacy. The droid foundries proved to be a harder target, but the Jedi and their nimble fighter tanks ultimately destroyed them too. Having successfully kneecapped the droid army, Windu and Unduli pushed towards the gates of Cassiac next. Resistance was fierce, but the droids ultimately couldn't withstand the Jedi, and the Republic slowly made its way towards the city. As spider droids, AATs, and mortar tanks alike failed to stop the Republic advance, the Confederacy dispatched a pair of devastating Proto-Deka hover tanks to deal with the Jedi, hoping they would prove too much for Windu and Unduli. But not even the repeating turbo lasers and missile launchers of the Proto-Decad could stop them. The Jedi ultimately managed to destroy these fearsome war machines as well. At the time, the Dark Reaper was still warming up, so Dooku dispatched Sidon Prax, his lieutenant, in a dreadnought battle tank to hold the gates. Prax destroyed Windu's tank, but the Jedi Master continued towards the gates of Cassiac on foot. With Unduli's remote assistance, Windu located a series of tunnels that led them into the city walls, where he ultimately found the gate controls. He opened up the gate and ordered Republic forces to begin an immediate all-out assault on Cassiac, hoping to stop the Dark Reaper before it could activate. At the same time, Skywalker arrived with a strike team from Civi and landed on the opposite side of the city, forcing the Confederacy into a battle on two fronts. As Republic forces poured into Cassiac, the remains of the Confederacy's droid armies did everything in their power to keep the Jedi away from the Dark Reaper. All they needed to do was buy themselves some time, as once the Reaper activated, Republic forces on Thule would be wiped out. Content with the course of the battle, Dooku left Thule around the time the gates of Cassiac were breached, leaving Sidon Prax in charge of the weapon's defense. It seemed that this was unnecessary, however, as the Reaper was close to activation, and Republic forces weren't nearly close enough to stop it. Fortunately for the Republic, they had Anakin Skywalker on their side. Skywalker hopped in a fighter tank and tore through the streets of Cassiac, shredding anything foolish enough to get in his way. With Republic forces not far behind, Skywalker made his way to the city center, where he fought a tank duel with Sidon Prax. Despite the superior specs of Prax's tank, Skywalker ultimately emerged victorious, killing Dooku's latest mercenary commander and clearing the way to the Dark Reaper. The other Jedi suggested he wait for backup, but Anakin, being Anakin, he decided to attack the Dark Reaper on his own. From beyond the grave, the voice of Ulic Qel-Droma guided Skywalker in the assault, helping him resist the effects of the Force Harvester and evade the Reaper's defenses. Skywalker tore apart the Dark Reaper piece by piece until the Force Harvester became exposed, allowing the young Jedi Padawan to empty a whole magazine of artillery shells into it. In the nick of time, the Dark Reaper was destroyed, and the Republic was victorious on Thule soon afterwards.
It's an unspoken rule of science fiction that evil always has style. Star Wars is no exception. The Dark Lords of the Sith, and the ancient Sith in particular, always made sure they looked cool, no matter whether they were rocking simple black cloaks or ostentatious gold-plated, alchemically enhanced battle armor. The Jedi, based though they were, simply couldn't compete with the sheer aesthetic power of their dark side counterparts. But who was the best of the best? Which Sith Lord had the best drip? In this 100% fact-based, completely scientific video, we'll be answering that question. We're going to be dividing the Sith into tiers for this video. You probably know how this works by now. The Sith with the comparatively least stylish outfits will end up in C tier, those with better outfits will end up in B tier, the more aesthetic Sith Lords will get A tier, and the Dark Lords of the drip will get S tier. Let's start off with C tier. At the bottom of the Sith drip hierarchy, we have the basic Sith outfit, the black cloak and robes. Famously used by one Darth Sidious, this was the go-to style for many Sith Lords over the millennia, including Darth Plagueis, Darth Xana, one incarnation of Darth Vitiate, Darth Traya, Darth Nihilus, and Darth Ruin. Darth Maul also made use of this outfit, though he gets placed at the top of C tier due to those badass tattoos. Now onto B tier, where the real fun begins. This tier is for those Sith who surpassed the basic Sith outfit, but not to an extreme extent. Starting out, we have another movie Sith, Darth Tyrannus. Darth Tyrannus understood style, as made clear by his preference for fine capes. His outfit was simple, but he wore it well. The same can be said for two much older Sith Lords, Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma. Kun and Qel-Droma, like Dooku, were ex-Jedi, but unlike Dooku, they actually didn't change their outfits all that much after they fell to the dark side, aside from adopting Sith gauntlets and a few other bits of armor plating. Exar Kun's outfit of choice was essentially a more elaborate version of the standard Sith robes, just with armoring here and there, while Kel Droma looks like you would expect a Dark Jedi to look. His cloak and armor were similar to those worn by Jedi of his era, but darker in style, which suited him rather well. We're going to put the most prominent of the new Sith in B tier as well, Skera Khan, Qasim, and Githany. Khan and Qasim's outfits were derived from the generic Sith pattern, but were unique in a manner that lends a bit more force to their presentation. Both men wore armor over their robes and branded their gear with their personal emblems, which gave them the air of medieval lords. Githany took that a step further. Her armor seems far too tight, impossible to maneuver in, and extraordinarily uncomfortable, but she definitely looks the part of a Dark Knight, exuding confidence and power. Her getup was impractical but cool looking, which, considering her preference for the light whip, seems to have been a common theme. Rounding out B tier, we have the first of the armored Sith Lords, Valkorion, also known as Darth Vitiat's other body. Valkorion looked cool, and with his white and gold armor, his style contrasted sharply with those of most Sith. However, he doesn't quite have the flair of the A tier Sith, so we're sticking him down here in B tier. It's in A tier where we have some of the most aesthetic Sith Lords, starting with the most famous Sith Lord of all. Darth Vader had perhaps the most well-known outfit in the Star Wars universe. His black armor, flowing cape, and iconic death mask defined the aesthetic of evil for an entire generation and struck fear into the heart of any enemy of the Sith. Many Sith Lords donned similar-looking black armor, clearly designed in Vader's image. Among them were Darth Malgus, Darth Ma, and Tulak Hord, all of whom had different takes on the whole armored Sith Lord thing. All four Sith Lords were absolutely iconic in their own way. Speaking of Sith who are iconic in their own way, let's talk about Darth Bane for a moment. For 10 years of his life, Darth Bane wore a colony of obelisks as armor, small insect-like creatures whose shells were lightsaber resistant. Obelisks were symbiotes. They latched onto Bane while he was investigating the tomb of Freedon Nad, forming an impregnable organic suit of armor that covered pretty much his entire body. The only place Bane wasn't armored with obelisks was his head, as he wore this weird-looking golden cage that prevented the creatures from spreading up his neck. This outfit is absolutely hideous. We give it a 10 out of 10. Next up, we have Darth Sion. Sion's outfit spoke for itself. It was like the basic Sith outfit, though he wore far less of it. Sion's clothing is best described much like the Lord of Pain himself, so edgy you could cut yourself on it. Sion was a man with many scars, and he was seemingly eager to show as many of them off as possible. But what really completes Sion's outfit is the single shoulder-length spiked glove he wore. It has no practical purpose whatsoever, it almost looks silly, and it's perfect A tier material. Continuing on with A tier, we have two of our favorite Sith Lords, Darth Revan and Darth Malak. Malak's outfit is unique but undeniably Sithy, while Revan's armor and cloak make him look like an even cooler version of Darth Vader. Revan in particular looks absolutely awesome, especially his mask. The combination of the Mandalorian mask with an otherwise traditional Sith aesthetic just goes hard. Finishing off A tier, we have Darth Vitiat's original form. We honestly have no idea why Vitiat ditched this aesthetic. It beats the white armor or the classic black robes any day. After all the Sith Lords we put in A tier, you might be wondering which Sith garments could possibly be more aesthetic. Our answer to that would be the ostentatious, utterly ridiculous outfits worn by the Lords of the First Sith Empire. Let's start with Marka Ragnos. Ragnos was a man who truly looked like a Lord instead of a sorcerer or Dark Knight. The elaborate headdress, extravagant robes, and ornamental chains made Ragnos look like the conqueror king he was, one of the most powerful and cunning of the ancient Sith. But even Marka Ragnos is second to his successors, the two Sith with the best drip of all. We're talking, of course, about perpetual rivals Naga Sadow and Ludo Kresh. Like Marka Ragnos, they wore highly ornate armor and robes, but their gear was even more elaborate than Ragnos's. Kresh wore huge gilded pauldrons covered in runes and a headdress with a bat-like creature as its crest, giving him an absolutely ridiculous silhouette. Naga Sadow, on the other hand, wore a sort of gilded scale armor decorated with what looks to be gemstones. Sadow also had a large eye emblazoned on his chest plate for reasons unknown. The eye wasn't his personal symbol, nor was it a symbol of the Sith Empire or of any particular importance in Sith culture. As far as we can tell, it was purely an aesthetic choice on Sadow's part. But now we've come to the hardest question of all. Did Naga Sadow or Ludo Kresh have the better drip? Well, Naga Sadow may have been the rightful Dark Lord of the Sith, but we dare say that Ludo Kresh was the Dark Lord of the drip. It's the absurdly elaborate pauldrons and headdress that do it for us. You just can't top it.
Maggot of metal, rust and rot. Sith life draws breath, old life does not. During the time of the Old Republic, this Sith incantation gave life to a virus far more horrible than any the galaxy had seen before. The work of Sith Lord Belia Darzu, this nightmarish dark side plague caused its victims to develop metallic tumors which would rapidly spread and transform the victim into a techno-beast. These abominations were best described as bloodthirsty cyborg zombies, and during this dark era of the Republic's history, Darzu built an army of them to spread the plague across the galaxy. Few fans know of the techno-beasts and the horrors they inflicted on the galaxy. Fewer still know how this scourge was finally stopped. In this video, we'll be telling the full story of these monsters of flesh and rust. As we're sure you know, the Sith Lords weren't the only students of the dark side in the galaxy. But there was one core element of their philosophy and practices that set them apart from other Darksiders: their manipulation of life itself. The Dark Jedi that went on to become the first Sith Lords used dark side alchemy to warp living creatures into monsters, creating massive abominations known as Leviathans that fed off the living force. When the last of these Dark Jedi assimilated with the Sith purebloods, they merged their alchemical techniques with those the Sith had developed on their own, discovering new and exciting ways to make a mockery of nature. The first monsters created by these Sith Lords, and those created by their many successors, were known as Sith Spawn. Most of the alchemical work performed by the ancient Sith involved either simple weapons or living things. The most common products of these rituals were the enhanced swords wielded by Master Sai warriors and the terrifying war beasts they rode into battle. But in the time of the ancient Sith, a handful of alchemists took a crack at merging these two fields of Sith alchemy, seeking to create Sith Spawn out of machines instead of organic beings. The technique they developed allowed them to manipulate droids and computers in the same way most Force users could manipulate the minds of organics. In its highest form, it could be used to create cyborg monsters, called techno-beasts. This technique was called Mechu Deru. Fortunately for the galaxy, Mechu Deru and the creation of techno-beasts remained niche topics of study in the ancient Sith Empire, and they quickly faded into obscurity. Mechu Deru didn't resurface until about 5,000 years after its creation. By that point, the galaxy was a much different place. The year was around 1250 BBY. The original Sith Empire was long gone, and many others had risen and fallen since. For over 7 centuries, the galaxy had been caught up in the new Sith Wars, a chaotic, never-ending battle between the beleaguered Republic and the new Sith, a patchwork of petty Sith factions that fought each other as much as they fought the Republic and the Jedi. Much of the galaxy was in a state of anarchy, with the Republic too weak to project power into most of the Rim, and the Sith too disorganized to build an actual empire. Many self-proclaimed Dark Lords of the Sith tried to take control of the new Sith during this time, and one of them was a Shi'ido changeling named Belia Darzu. Belia Darzu rediscovered Mechu Deru and she worked tirelessly in a secret lab to perfect it. The ancient Sith had succeeded in creating cyborg monsters, but that wasn't really anything apocalyptic by itself. But Darzu got creative with it. She turned Mechu Deru into a plague, using the techno-beasts to spread it throughout the galaxy by infecting organics with a nanogene virus. She called this improved technique Mechu Deru Vitae and released it into the wild, creating an army of techno-beasts bound to Darzu's will. When it came into contact with an organic being, the nanogene spores would begin cannibalizing their bodies, converting living tissue into ragged sheets of metal. Metallic growths would form along the infected zone, which would rapidly spread up the body, instinctively making for the brain. Upon reaching the brain, the nanogenes would lobotomize the frontal lobe, destroying the victim's capacity for higher thought. Once this stage was reached, the infection was irreversible, and the victim became a shambling mechanical zombie. Techno-beasts started out as cyborgs, grotesque mixtures of flesh and metal that struck terror into the hearts of all who saw them. Over time, however, their remaining flesh rotted away, leaving the techno-beasts little more than scrap metal animated by the dark side. Empty shells of what had once been sentient beings. Techno-beasts were instinctively violent, and many developed built-in weapons as part of the transformation process. Some techno-beasts had saws and skewers instead of hands, while others had built-in blasters. They were driven by Darzu's will, and without her influence, they were mindlessly aggressive towards everything around them. Apart from their violent instincts, techno-beasts had an instinct to spread the plague. As part of the transformation process, techno-beasts developed pores that constantly spewed out more nanogenes. As the techno-beasts butchered their enemies, they replenished their ranks by converting the wounded. On the deep core world, Tython, a former Jedi haven that had since been laid waste by the power of the dark side, Belia Darzu built a fortress and amassed an army of these techno-beasts, as well as a cadre of Sith assassins, allies, and apprentices. She named her techno-beast army the Metanocrons and unleashed them against the Republic, thus beginning a 20-year campaign of terror known as the Sictus Wars. The Sictus Wars followed the same general pattern as nearly all of the new Sith Wars. A new Dark Lord rose using some unique brand of dark side horror they'd cooked up, amassed an army of followers, kicked the Republic's teeth in, and then died, leaving their empire to disintegrate. From 1250 BBY to 1230 BBY, Belia Darzu united the new Sith under her banner, converting all who refused to join her into techno-beasts. Her army of Metanocrons wreaked havoc across the galaxy, killing or converting millions and spreading terror wherever they went. At this point in the new Sith Wars, the Jedi Order was pretty much the only thing propping the Republic up, and many of those who fought on the front line against the Techno-Beasts were Jedi. The Jedi had an easy time destroying the Techno-Beasts, which were extremely vulnerable to all sorts of Force-based attacks, but they had a much harder time containing the nanogene plague that converted a number of Jedi. The Jedi did discover a few methods of combating the virus, however. The nanogenes could be killed with extreme heat, and if infected parts of the body were amputated before the nanogenes could spread to the brain, the victim could be saved. The Jedi also found ways to slow the spread of the nanogenes through the power of the Force. If done properly, this technique could halt the spread of the virus entirely and render the would-be victim immune to Darzu's disease. One Jedi who was infected with the Techno-Beast virus was able to perform this technique on himself, preventing the nanogenes from reaching his brain even after most of his body had been converted. Since he was able to avoid the lobotomization stage, this Jedi was able to retain independent thought, even though he was pretty much entirely a Techno-Beast by that point. Known to the public as the Techno-Beast Jedi, he became a hero of the Sictus Wars, serving the Republic for decades despite his condition. Belia Darzu and her techno-beasts wreaked havoc across the galaxy, but her reign of terror ended abruptly in 1230 BBY when Darzu was assassinated. After Darzu broke an agreement with one of her allies, the Makrosa Order, the Makrosa goaded Darzu's apprentices into plotting to overthrow their master and helped them fatally poison her. With Darzu dead, the Metanocrons lost direction and were destroyed. As Darzu's armies were wiped out, her surviving apprentices and Sith allies turned on one another, battling for control of what was left of her empire. Once more, the new Sith crumbled into squabbling factions, waiting for another Dark Lord to restart the cycle. Techno-beasts continued to see action throughout the rest of the new Sith Wars, but only in limited numbers. After the new Sith were destroyed at the 7th Battle of Ruusan, the techno-beasts were all but wiped out, with the only survivors being those left forgotten in Darzu's old stronghold on Tython. This last techno-beast army was finally scrapped 10 years later when Darth Bane looted the fortress, presumably rendering the techno-beasts extinct. We're sure the galaxy didn't miss them.
Fans of many franchises, Star Wars included, have a tendency to argue about characters' power levels. This is something we personally aren't too interested in, but as it's an inevitability in the fandom, we might as well set the record straight now and again. Usually, power level arguments are about which characters are the strongest, but today, we're going to be considering the alternative. This video is going to be about the weakest Sith Lord in the history of the Star Wars universe, a little known man by the name of Darth Gravid. After the 7th Battle of Ruusan, Darth Bane founded the Order of the Sith Lords, bringing the Sith back to their roots in an attempt to make them stronger. As part of this new order, Bane decreed that there would only be 2 Sith Lords, a master to embody the power and an apprentice to crave it. This was in stark contrast to earlier Sith orders, which had many Sith Lords and indeed many Sith who weren't Lords at all, such as assassins or marauders. But Bane did away with all of that. Rightfully, he thought that it weakened the Sith as a whole. The dark side of the Force, he once wrote, was like venom. The more vessels it is spread among, the weaker it becomes. The Order of the Sith Lords concentrated the venom of the dark side in the smallest possible number of vessels, making each individual Sith Lord as strong as humanly possible. If the dark side was like venom, then Darth Gravid's apprentice must have been extremely potent, because Gravid was anything but. We don't know all that much about him, but what we do know is enough. As Dark Lord of the Sith, he nearly cocked up the whole Sith Grand Plan, and not by accident either. His weak will and poor choices may well have saved the Republic were it not for Darth Gian, his young apprentice. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Somewhere around 600 BBY, the man who would become Darth Gravid was recruited by the reigning Dark Lord of the Sith as an apprentice. He was taught all of the dark side's many techniques and became knowledgeable in the lore of the Sith. He was also informed of Darth Bane's Sith Grand Plan. In time, he, like many Sith Lords before him, slew his master and claimed the title of Dark Lord for himself. He found his own apprentice, a young Twi'lek, who he gave the name Darth Gian. Together, they built a fortress on the planet of Jaguda, an ancient Sith world that had been rendered desert and abandoned for thousands of years prior. There, Gravid gathered all of the various Sith artifacts and tomes the Order had collected over the years, which had been passed down from master to apprentice since the death of Darth Bane. Gravid was intimately familiar with all of this lore, which included some of the last remaining written or holographic instructions for the practice of certain dark side powers. Thousands of years of Sith knowledge were sealed within Gravid's vaults for safekeeping. But Gravid wasn't only concerned with Sith lore. The ultimate goal of the Sith was the destruction of the Jedi Order, and so he acquainted himself with the Jedi lore as well, reasoning that he and his apprentice had to know what they were up against. That was essentially how Gravid spent most of his time as a Dark Lord. Where other Sith would have spent their years steadily weakening the Republic and the Jedi Order, Gravid simply studied the Jedi and sent Darth Gian out to do whatever he believed needed doing. That's pretty lackluster as it is, but it gets worse. As Darth Gravid studied Jedi lore, he started to be drawn to it. He started making altruism and empathy major components of his practices and teachings, values that starkly contrasted with the ideology of the Sith. In time, he came to the conclusion that the Sith's sole reliance on the dark side was a weakness, and that, to succeed, the Sith had to adopt Jedi teachings. Ideologically, he became a sort of grey Jedi, or rather a grey Sith, and sought to remake the Order of the Sith Lords according to this framework. Darth Gravid evidently did not understand the Force. There was only the light side and the dark side, or rather, there was only the Force as it was meant to be, and its perversion. You could either heed the will of the Force, as was the way of the light, or you could reject it, as was the way of the dark, and doing a little of both was not viable long term. The dark side was inherently corrupting, and just a little use of it would poison a whole being, even if they adopted a bit of light side into their Force diet. The two sides of the Force were irreconcilable, just as the Jedi and Sith were irreconcilable. In attempting to reconcile the two, Gravid drove himself mad. He also severely weakened himself. He wasn't the first to develop this foolhardy notion of a middle ground between light and dark. The ancient Jedi Order, for example, spent 10,000 years trying in vain to pursue that goal. Just like this failing led to the downfall of the Jedi Order, it destroyed Darth Gravid too. You see, despite his coming around to some aspects of Jedi philosophy, Gravid was still ultimately a Darksider, and this change in philosophy weakened his ability to use the Force as he had been trained to. The dark side was about imposing one's own will on the Force, but passion and strong motives were needed to accomplish this, and Gravid's philosophical crisis diminished his motivation, and thus his power. It's possible that Darth Gian, Gravid's apprentice, sensed this, and that this was how she knew something had gone wrong. Whether or not that was the case, she knew something was up. However, she didn't make any moves against Gravid right away, as she was still rather young and in the earlier stages of her training. But Gravid forced her hand. By 552 BBY, his madness progressed to the point where he came to believe that the only way to remake the Sith was to destroy them. Believing he would be able to guide the Order to a more successful path afterwards, he raised Force barriers around his fortress and began destroying the contents of its vaults. He resolved to purge all that remained of the old Sith teachings and set about destroying holocrons, artifacts, and books of lore in earnest. It should be noted that not even the Jedi went that far in fighting the Sith teachings. They preferred to preserve even Sith holocrons, albeit in heavily guarded vaults where they theoretically could do no damage. Fortunately for the Sith, Darth Gian wasn't going to stand for any of this. Despite still being a young apprentice, Gian broke through the Force barriers around the fortress and confronted her master, resolving to claim the title of Dark Lord early. She and her master fought one last duel with the fate of the Sith at stake. Gravid, apparently, still had a good bit of skill in him. He managed to cleave off a good chunk of Gian's left side, removing her arm and chunks of her face and chest. Through the power of the dark side, Gian survived this, and ultimately, Gravid's skill with the lightsaber couldn't save him. He had gotten so weak that Gian, despite being disarmed, severely wounded, and inexperienced, still managed to kill him and claim the title of Dark Lord. In doing so, she saved the Order of the Sith Lords and a good deal of Sith lore. Gravid's final defeat just goes to show how weak he had become. There was no way in hell a Sith Lord should have lost that fight after gaining such an advantage, and yet he did exactly that. He did nothing productive in his time as a Dark Lord, and with the Sith so numerically limited under the rule of 2, he was a huge waste of training. There had been Sith Lords in the past who had returned to the light, but never before had one suffered such an ideological collapse, and none before had become as weak as Gravid. Through prosthetic reconstruction, Darth Gian was able to completely recover from the wounds Gravid had dealt her, making the former Sith Lord's only lasting legacy the destruction of a bunch of Sith lore. This sent the Sith grand plan back centuries, as Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious later noted, and led to the disappearance of several ancient Sith powers and rites. The most notable loss was Darth Andadu's essence transfer techniques, which Sith Masters had used to attempt to cheat death by taking over their apprentices' bodies. Sith apprentices didn't particularly miss that power, though Sith Masters certainly did.
At some point or another, nearly all great Sith Lords sought a way to live forever. A strong desire to cheat death was the inevitable end of their all-consuming quests for power. Over the centuries, a few Sith were successful in avoiding the Reaper, for a time. Some used the arcane technique of essence transfer to steal replacement bodies, while others tied their spirits to dark side artifacts so they could persist as ghosts. In this manner, some Sith managed to live for centuries or even millennia. There was one Sith, however, who outlasted all his peers. He threatened the galaxy for over 7,000 years, going dormant for long periods before rising again, causing terrible plagues whenever he woke. In this video, we'll be discussing one of the most dangerous Sith Lords of all time. The story begins with a tale that should be familiar to many of you. In 6900 BBY, 12 Dark Jedi exiled after their defeat in the 100-Year Darkness arrived on Korriban. There, they overpowered the natives, a species of red-skinned, force-sensitive humanoids called Sith, and proclaimed themselves the Dark Lords of the Sith. Together, they established the first Sith Empire, and though all 12 of these original Sith Lords died after a few decades, their legacy persisted for thousands of years. The leader of these early Sith Lords was Ajunta Pal, who we've covered in a video previously. Pal wasn't the Sith we're looking for, however. Rather, this video will be about one of his followers, a man named Karnas Moore. Once, Moore had been a respected Jedi Knight, but he ended up joining the Dark Jedi during the 100-Year Darkness, becoming one of their army's greatest leaders. Together with Sorza Sin, Ajunta Pal's right-hand woman, Moore created the Leviathans, massive abominations of the dark side that fed on the Force. He was also an accomplished warrior, fighting alongside the greatest of the Dark Jedi in the final battle on Korbos. Despite Moore's skill and power, however, he and the others were defeated and exiled in the end. After the Sith Empire was established, scheming and infighting between the Sith Lords began almost immediately. Even before their exile, the 12 Lords had been rivals, united only by a shared hatred of the Jedi. It didn't help matters that the 12 survivors of Korbos were all extremely powerful in their own right. While Ajunta Pal and Sorza Sin reigned supreme as Dark Lord and Shadowhand, others conspired to take the throne of Ziost for themselves. Some of them were certainly capable. Baron Drapar, the last admiral of the Dark Jedi's fleet, had already assembled a great army of battleships and Massasai to replace what he lost at Korbos, while Zozan, the Marchioness of the Black Legions, had amassed a great collection of Sith amulets and artifacts. Then there was Karnas Moore. With the help of Sorza Sin, Karnas created the Moore Talisman, an immensely powerful dark side artifact to which he bound his spirit. Originally, Sin planned to create 3 amulets, one for Moore, one for Baron Drapar, and one for herself that would be the most powerful. Moore's and Drapar's were completed, and Sin hoped their power would drive the 2 Sith Lords to battle each other, but instead, Drapar led his fleet in a premature assault on the Republic. He never returned, and the Drapar Talisman was lost with him. It's unknown if the Sin Talisman was ever completed, but regardless, only the Moore Talisman became significant. The Moore Talisman gave its wielder the power to rapidly mutate sentient beings into mindless thralls called Rakghouls, which the talisman's wearer could command. Through this artifact, Karnas Moore gained the power to convert his enemies into monsters that would serve him without question. This made Maul nearly impossible to stop, as he could convert any army that challenged him into a horde of rat ghouls, then turn them against his enemies. This didn't stop the other Sith Lords from scheming against Maul, however. Before he left on his ill-fated quest to invade the Republic, Baron Drapar created a stasis casket specifically designed to contain the powers of the talisman. Through the use of this casket, he captured Karnus Maul and managed to have him killed. But Karnus Maul was much too powerful to die quietly. His spirit persisted, clinging to the Maul talisman. What happened to the artifact after his death was unknown. It was lost for centuries, despite the efforts of many Sith Lords. It didn't resurface until 3,000 years later, long after the fall of the Sith Empire. By 4000 BBY, the Maul talisman had somehow made it to the planet Taris. Its owner was killed in a cave-in in the planet's Undercity, but the Maul talisman remained active, turning some of the outcasts who lived in the Undercity into rat ghouls, which multiplied by spreading the rat ghoul plague to anyone they encountered. During the Mandalorian Wars, the talisman was discovered at last by Zane Carrick, a former Jedi Padawan. Then the Mandalorians got their hands on it. They had no luck in getting the artifact to respond, however, as none of them were Force sensitive. Later, Zane Carrick managed to reclaim the talisman from a Mandalorian mustering camp on the desolate planet Jebel, the very same world where the casket Drapar had built to contain Karnus Maul was hidden. The Maul talisman bonded with one of Carrick's allies, the Jedi Shadow, Celeste Morn, who the spirit of Karnus Maul determined was a suitable host. Under Maul's influence, Morn transformed the entire Mandalorian army on Jebel into a host of rat ghouls, which the spirit of the long-dead Sith Lord planned to use to build a new Sith Empire. However, upon realizing that Morn had been corrupted by Karnus Maul, Zane Carrick sealed her in Baron Drapar's stasis casket, trapping Maul and neutralizing the talisman for a time. Celeste Morn and Karnus Maul remained in stasis for 4,000 years. In 19 BBY, however, Drapar's casket was discovered by miners on Jebel. It came into the possession of Darth Vader, who had heard stories about the Maul talisman and sought to claim it for himself. He released Celeste Morn from stasis, but Morn attacked him, fearing the consequences of Karnus Maul taking the body of a Sith Lord. She turned the clones accompanying Vader into rat ghouls to drive the Sith Lord away. She and the spirit of Maul was stranded on a desert moon for the next 2 decades, during which time Morn continued to grapple with Maul's spirit, preventing him from taking over her mind completely. 20 years later, new arrivals came to the desert moon, this time members of the Rebel Alliance, Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa. Again, Karnus Maul tried to claim a new host, but Celeste Morn saved Luke and Leia from being taken over by the Sith Lord and allowed them to escape the moon unharmed. However, not long afterwards, Morn escaped the moon aboard an abandoned transport. For the next century, she wandered the fringes of known space, taking Karnus Maul with her wherever she went. She used the talisman's power to turn everyone she met into rat ghouls as a precaution, preventing Maul from taking any new hosts. Well over a century after her encounter with Luke and Leia, Morn used the talisman to take over the Star Destroyer, Iron Sun, which she had her rat ghouls pilot into the heart of the deep core, where she hoped no one would be able to follow her. But Karnus Maul knew that someone would come along sooner or later, and that he would eventually be able to claim a new host. That someone ended up being Cade Skywalker, who boarded the Iron Sun during the Legacy era. As it turned out, this Skywalker had learned a healing technique that rendered him immune to the rat ghoul plague, and he proved resistant to the other effects of the Maul talisman. Believing Skywalker was strong enough to handle Karnus Maul, Celeste Morn allowed him to kill her, finally putting an end to her torment. Maul triumphantly tried to claim Skywalker as his new host, finally ready to begin his conquest of the galaxy, but this proved to be a miscalculation. Skywalker was skilled in the Force technique Shatterpoint, with which he managed to destroy the Maul talisman and finally eliminate the Sith Lord's spirit.
In a recent video, we told the story of Marka Ragnos, one of the last great Dark Lords of the First Sith Empire. We spoke of how Ragnos ruled with an iron fist, crushing all who opposed him and bringing about the golden age of the Sith. But 5,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, Marka Ragnos died, creating a huge power vacuum. Two Sith Lords sought to take Ragnos' place, Naga Sadow and Ludo Kresh. Both ended up proclaiming themselves Dark Lord of the Sith, but both of their reigns were short. In this video, we'll be telling the story of these two fierce rivals and how they brought down the Sith Empire. Let's revisit the reign of Marka Ragnos for a moment. From 5100 to 5000 BBY, Marka Ragnos ruled the Sith Empire with an iron fist, putting an end to centuries of Sith infighting caused by stagnation. The Sith Empire had long run out of systems to conquer, but Ragnos was able to maintain stability through political manipulation. By the end of his reign, the Empire was prosperous, ruled by a council of some of the greatest Sith Lords seen in centuries. Aside from Marka Ragnos himself, other powerful Sith Lords of the day included Simus, a disembodied head in a jar kept alive through dark side power, Naga Sadow, a powerful sorcerer directly descended from the original Sith Lords, and Ludo Kresh, a staunch traditionalist. After Ragnos' death in 5000 BBY, the Sith Empire stood at a crossroads. One faction of the Sith Lords, led by Ludo Kresh, sought to maintain what Ragnos had built and were wary of change within the Empire. But another faction, led by the ambitious Naga Sadow, wanted the Sith Empire to start expanding again. Sadow and Kresh's differing views sparked a bitter rivalry, one that only worsened when Ragnos died. Without question, the two were the most powerful Sith in the Empire, but it was anyone's guess which of them would ultimately become the Dark Lord. The struggle between Kresh and Sadow began before Ragnos' body was even laid to rest. On the day of the Dark Lord's funeral, Sadow was delayed on his way to Korriban, and so Kresh began the funeral without him, leading the procession to Ragnos' tomb in the Valley of the Dark Lords. Sadow arrived in the middle of the funeral, and the peace between him and Kresh barely lasted long enough for the ceremony to be completed. Just a few moments after the tomb door was sealed, Sadow and Kresh drew their swords and fought a bitter battle for the title of Dark Lord. Their duel, however, was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Marka Ragnos' spectre. The dead Dark Lord warned his would-be successors that a crucial moment was at hand for the Sith, and that the Empire would have to be careful and choose its battles well if it were to survive. He reminded the assembled Sith of their history, of the conquest of the Sith Empire of old, and then faded with a final warning. Both Sadow and Kresh interpreted Ragnos' warning to be an endorsement of their plan, naturally. They would have soon begun fighting again were it not for the unexpected arrival of a starship in Korriban's ashen skies, a vessel from the Galactic Republic. The ship was Starbreaker 12, and aboard were a pair of young Jedi hyperspace scouts, Gav and Jory Daragon. The siblings were from Sinagar, the capital of the Koro system in the Deep Core. Though the 7 worlds of their home system had prospered after Empress Teta unified them, the Daragon siblings were down on their luck and had attempted one last blind jump in a hope to strike it rich. Implausibly, and with the help of latent Force abilities, they had managed to jump from the Deep Core all the way to Korriban, a straight shot across half the galaxy. The Sith had the Daragons captured and their ship impounded, bringing both to the Sith Citadel on Ziost. Sadow and Kresh momentarily put aside their differences while the Sith Council pondered what the arrival of the Republic ship could mean. Kresh and most of the Sith Lords were weary of the Daragons, fearing the siblings were the precursor for a full Republic invasion of the Sith Empire. Kresh urged the other Sith Lords to fortify their worlds and prepare to defend themselves, but where Ludo Kresh saw a threat, Naga Sadow saw an opportunity. He hoped the Daragons could be manipulated into leading the Sith back to the Republic, opening up scores of new worlds to conquer. The Sith Council sided with Kresh over Sadow, voting to execute the Daragons and eliminate any trace of them. Sadow wasn't willing to let his chance to expand the Sith Empire go to waste that easily, however. In the strictest secrecy, he had his agents steal a pair of phase pulse blasters from the Starbreaker 12, which he and his most trusted Masasai warriors used to slaughter the guards in the dungeons of the Sith Citadel and free the Daragons. After ordering the Massassi to escort the Daragons to his personal fortress, Sadao murdered Lord Simus and planted the Republic blasters at the scene. Naturally, the Sith Council interpreted the raid as a Republic attack. Sadao exploited their outrage and shock over the death of Lord Simus to win a majority of the Sith Lords to his side. Over the objections of Ludo Kresh, Naga Sadao was proclaimed Dark Lord of the Sith. Immediately, he and his most loyal Sith Lords began preparing their armies for an all-out assault on the Republic. In secret, Sadao began training Gav Daragon as his apprentice at his secret stronghold on the dark side of Kar Delba, the moon of Kar Shian, where Giorgi was being held. He sent his Massassi to steal the Starbreaker 12 and bring it to Kar Shian, making sure that he left proof of his involvement at the scene for Ludo Kresh to find. Upon learning that Sadao's warriors had stolen the Republic's ship, Ludo Kresh met with Horak Mul and Dor Galram, two Sith Lords loyal to him, and conspired with them to attack Sadao's fortress on Kar Shian. The three Sith Lords amassed their armies and bombarded Sadao's fortress from the air. As the fortress crumbled around them, Naga Sadao released Giorgi Daragon and urged her to flee in the Starbreaker 12. Giorgi complied, not knowing that Sadao's agents had affixed a homing beacon to the vessel. As Giorgi Daragon fled back to the Koros system, Naga Sadao called forth the fleet he had hidden on the dark side of Kar Delba, catching Ludo Kresh's forces by surprise. As the battle was joined, Sadao executed the final step of his plan. Unlike most Sith Lords, who treated the Massassi no better than slaves, Sadao had always treated his warriors with respect, and in doing so, he had earned the loyalty of the whole warrior caste. On his command, the Massassi aboard Kresh's ships rose up and turned on their lords, killing Horak Mul and Dor Galram. The Massassi took over their vessels and fired on Ludo Kresh's flagship, destroying it. With his enemy apparently vanquished, Naga Sadao assembled his fleet and followed the Starbreaker 12 back to the Republic, beginning the Great Hyperspace War. Without warning, a Sith armada poured into the Koros system, attacking all 7 of Emperor Tita's worlds. Sadao sent Gav Daragon, who had quickly begun to master the Sith ways, to lead the assault on Sinagar, while the bulk of the Sith fleet moved down the Koros trunk line to attack Coruscant itself. The vast Sith fleet overwhelmed Republic forces at the galactic capital, allowing Sith flotillas to move on from Coruscant and attack Metalos, Shorken, and Basilisk. The Sith armies seemed endless, but Empress Teta, with the help of Jedi Master Uru, the Jedi Knight Udan and newly anointed Jedi apprentice Giorgi Daragon, managed to fend them off at Kirek in the Koros system, and from there, joined the battle above Sinagar. There, Giorgi encountered her brother Gav as he led the Sith forces through the city and managed to show him the error of his ways. Gav fled back to his ship and then his master. Above the red supergiant Primus Golud, Sadao had been coordinating the entire assault from the Meditation Sphere. This vessel had allowed him to create powerful illusions on the beleaguered Republic worlds, making Sith forces seem much larger than they were. But as Empress Tita drove the Sith from the Koros system, Gav returned to Primus Golud and fired on Sadao's mothership, breaking the Dark Lord's concentration. This caused the illusions on Coruscant and the other core worlds to vanish, allowing Republic forces to trounce the attacking Sith. With his forces in disarray, Sadao ordered the Sith to fall back on Primus Golud, but a Republic fleet, led by Empress Teta, followed them there. Knowing that his tattered fleet couldn't win a fight with Tita's, Sadao fled to his battleship, the Corsair, and used an arcane Sith weapon aboard it to destabilize Primus Golud. Sadao used this as cover to flee back to Korriban with what ships he had left, leaving Gav Daragon to die. Furious over this betrayal, Gav sent Tita's ships over Korriban's coordinates, urging them to follow Sadao before Primus Golud went supernova. Naga Sadao fled back to Korriban in disgrace, planning to regroup and prepare for a Republic counterattack. But above Korriban, he found a fleet of ships waiting for him. As it turned out, Ludo Kresh had survived the betrayal at Kar Shian and had taken over the Sith Empire in Sadao's absence, proclaiming himself the true Dark Lord of the Sith. As Sadao's fleet returned from the core, Kresh's ships opened fire. Even with the Sith Empire under grave threat, Sadao and Kresh fought each other bitterly, wasting what remained of the Sith fleet in one last battle. During the battle, Sadao ordered one of his damaged battleships to ram into Kresh's flagship, destroying both vessels. At last, Ludo Kresh was killed, but Sadao had no time to revel in his victory. Empress Teta and the Republic Navy arrived and tore into the remaining Sith warships, intent on ending the threat of the Sith Empire. Ordering the Massassi to cover him, Sadao fled the system aboard the Corsair, fleeing far beyond the borders of the Sith Empire. At Korriban, Empress Teta and the Republic Navy wiped out the last of the Sith fleet, ending the Great Hyperspace War with a decisive Republic victory. But the Republic campaign didn't end there. Over the course of the next 2 years, the Republic military and the Jedi Order rampaged across Sith space on the orders of Supreme Chancellor Pultimo, who wanted the entire Sith Empire ground to dust. The Sith fought to the last, with all Sith, from priest to slave, expected to die defending the ruins of the Empire. By the time the campaign was over, every last planet in the Sith Empire had been completely depopulated, allowing the Republic to declare victory. Most of the Sith fought to the death or committed ritual suicide, though unbeknownst to the Jedi, several bands of survivors had fled to parts unknown. Both Ludo Kresh and Naga Sadao were given tombs in the Valley of the Dark Lords during the Sith Empire's final days. Naga Sadao had long ago claimed a tomb in the valley for his own, an ancient system of caverns that, unbeknownst to all but a few, contained an ancient star map. He was never interred there, however. Aside from the map, all the tomb contained was a monument. What was left of Ludo Kresh, meanwhile, was interred in a secret tomb on Korriban's Shirak Caves. This tomb lay at the heart of a powerful Force nexus that showed trespassers visions of their past, present, and future. As his rival rotted in the bowels of Korriban, Naga Sadao and his Massassi followers landed on the jungle moon of Yavin 4. There, Sadao planned to wait in exile for the dark side to rise again, ordering the Massassi to build temples in the jungle in the meantime, concealing Sadao's ship and the Sith artifacts he'd salvaged. Naga Sadao waited patiently on Yavin 4 for hundreds of years until the arrival of Friedan Nad, a dark Jedi seeking to learn the Sith ways. Sadao trained Nad only for the dark Jedi to betray and kill him. Naga Sadao died as he had lived, with treachery. Many of the most infamous Dark Lords of the Sith were conquerors, bloodthirsty warlords who built great empires and subjugated swaths of the galaxy. Few of those Sith Lords, however, were able to keep their conquered territory for long. Sith empires had a remarkably short shelf life, and there were only a few in galactic history that managed to stay together for significant periods of time. But there were a few Sith Lords who focused more on the subtleties of statecraft than mindless bloodshed, and they managed to achieve far greater power than many Sith conquerors. One such Sith was Marka Ragnos, a Dark Lord of the First Sith Empire and the architect of the Golden Age of the Sith. In this video, we'll be telling his story. The first Dark Lords of the Sith ruled over the ancient Sith Empire. Established by an exiled Dark Jedi led by Junta Pal in 6900 BBY, this empire ruled the worlds of the Stygian Caldera in the Outer Rim, far from the borders of the Republic. Under the rule of great conquerors like Tulak Hord, the Sith Empire expanded from its initial strongholds on Ziost and Korriban to encompass over 120 worlds, plus a few remote colonies beyond the Stygian Caldera. These worlds were split between 10 fiefs, each ruled over by a Sith Lord. The lords who ruled these fiefs sat on a Sith council, advising the Dark Lord of the Sith and their Shadow Hand. During the Sith Empire's first millennium, from the reign of Ajunta Pal to the death of Tulak Hord, it was constantly expanding and subjugating new worlds, enriching itself and its rulers. But by the late 5000s BBY, it had begun to stagnate. The Stygian Caldera, a ring of nebulae that disrupted hyperspace travel, prevented the Sith from expanding beyond a certain point. Once the Sith had fully subjugated the worlds within the Caldera, they had no new vectors for conquest, leading to instability within the Empire. It was in this time of instability that Marka Ragnos was born. From birth, he stood out from his fellow Sith for two reasons. His skin was obsidian black, a rare trait that was held as an omen of greatness among the Sith, and he was also a half-breed, descended from one of the exiled Dark Jedi who founded the Sith Empire. Born into the Kisai priest caste, young Ragnos quickly climbed through the ranks, learning the secrets of the dark side and becoming a Sith Lord. In his day, Ragnos was one of the most powerful lords on the Sith Council, rivaled only by Lord Simus. In 5100 BBY, when the reigning Dark Lord of the Sith died, Ragnos and Simus both aspired to take the Sith throne and fought a duel in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban. Marka Ragnos triumphed and decapitated Simus, but Simus's head clung to life through Sith alchemical techniques. Simus persisted long enough for his servants to stick his head in a crystal sphere that kept him alive. However, as a head in a jar, Simus was essentially out of the running for the throne of Ziost, and Marka Ragnos became the new Dark Lord. After securing his place as the Dark Lord of the Sith, Marka Ragnos set about restoring the Sith Empire to its former glory. Many years of stagnation had made the Empire increasingly unstable. With no external foes to conquer, the Sith Lords had begun to plot against each other. Such infighting was the way of the dark side, but it threatened to rip the Sith Empire apart. Ragnos was no fool, however. Before a civil war could begin, he took steps to resolve the issue. He began by eliminating all threats to his power, declaring all Sith Lords he thought might openly challenge him enemies of the Sith Empire. He slaked his subjects' lust for blood by unleashing them against each other in contained but ruthless campaigns, which united the Empire against small splinter factions instead of tearing it apart. Once all who might have openly opposed him were exterminated, Ragnos turned to his lesser rivals on the Sith Council, who schemed to assassinate him and take his place. Ragnos carefully manipulated his adversaries, sowing division among them and watching as they destroyed each other. Once his rivals were all dead, Marka Ragnos appointed new Sith Lords to the Council, including Lord Simus, his former adversary. Simus went on to faithfully advise Ragnos for decades, always putting the interests of the Empire first. Ragnos kept the Lords of the Council on a tight leash, assassinating any he deemed potentially schismatic. Through the Sith Council, Marka Ragnos ruled the Empire with an iron fist, quashing all dissent. Though harsh, his reign kept the Sith Empire united, allowing it to grow more prosperous than it had ever been before. So began the Golden Age of the Sith. Over the course of his century-long reign, Ragnos became one of the most powerful Sith of all time. No one could match his skill in the use of the dark side, and few dared to challenge him in combat. As Dark Lord, he crafted an alchemically enhanced sword and black-scale gauntlets infused with the power of the dark side, which granted him tremendous strength. He also created a powerful scepter that could absorb force power from dark side nexuses, stripping them of their dark side aura in the process. With this scepter, Marka Ragnos could give non-force sensitives force powers, unleash terrible bursts of dark side power, and even reanimate corpses. With an arsenal like that, it's no wonder he went largely unchallenged. By 5000 BBY, the Sith Empire was stronger than it had ever been before. The Sith Council boasted some of the greatest Sith Lords seen in centuries, including Naga Sadow, Ludo Kresh, Shah Dakan, Horak Mul, Dor Galram, and of course, Simus. However, the prosperity of the Sith Empire came under threat when the unthinkable happened. 100 years after he came to power, Marka Ragnos died, apparently of natural causes. Marka Ragnos had created a golden age of the Sith by consolidating power for himself. When he died, however, he left a huge power vacuum in his wake. The infighting that Ragnos had repressed flared up again before the Sith had even finished with the Dark Lord's funeral, with Sith Lords Naga Sadow and Ludo Kresh vying for Ragnos' place. Together, the two undid everything Ragnos had achieved, destroying the whole Sith Empire in less than a year. That, however, is a story for another time, namely when we discuss Sadow and Kresh in detail next week. Death was not the end for Marka Ragnos. The Dark Lord's spectre persisted, tethered to the world of the living through his scepter. He was limited in where he was able to manifest, however. Though he was able to speak to the Sith Lords assembled at his tomb during his funeral, warning them of the dangers the Empire faced, he was unable to intervene as they plotted against each other on Ziost and other worlds. As the empire he had built collapsed, Ragnos could do little but sense what was happening from his tomb. The spirit of Marka Ragnos was summoned several times in the millennia that followed. In 3996 BBY, a pair of powerful Sith amulets allowed Ragnos to appear to Exarchon and Ulic Qel-Droma in a vision, during which he anointed them the new Dark Lords of the Sith. Nearly 4,000 years later, Ragnos also appeared to Darth Plagueis when he visited Korriban. Ragnos declared Plagueis unfit to be the Dark Lord of the Sith, outraged at Plagueis' plans to discard ancient Sith traditions in favor of a more scientific outlook on the dark side. Plagueis responded by asserting that ghosts weren't real and bombarding Ragnos with questions, infuriating the long-dead Dark Lord so much that he chose to return to his tomb. In 14 ABY, after the Sith were wiped out in the Battle of Endor, a cult called the Disciples of Ragnos formed. Led by Dark Jedi Tavion Axmus, the Disciples of Ragnos planned to resurrect Marka Ragnos and bring about a new golden age of the Sith. After acquiring Ragnos' scepter, Axmus traveled to darkside nexuses all over the galaxy, draining Force energy from them. When all was said and done, she traveled to Korriban and used the energy gathered in the scepter to summon and empower Ragnos' spirit. Ragnos possessed her body, but then Jedi Knight Jaden Korr, a member of the New Jedi Order, challenged him. The two fought a lengthy battle, and in the end, Korr managed to destroy Ragnos' scepter, vanquishing the Dark Lord's spirit in the process. Marka Ragnos' Golden Age of the Sith was ultimately the only one of its kind. Though later Sith empires would surpass the original empire in power and magnitude, never again would the Sith remain stable and unchallenged for as long as they did under Ragnos. Darth Revan was one of the most well-known Sith Lords of the Old Republic era. Most fans are at least somewhat familiar with his story, that of a hero who fell to the dark side but found his way back to the light. But Revan's greatest contemporary is often neglected by fans, Darth Malak, his apprentice turned rival. This trend existed in-universe too. Malak was always left in Revan's shadow. He was with Revan from the beginning and went further down the dark path than Revan ever did, and yet many fans haven't even heard of him. Today, we're going to change that. In the years following the Great Sith War, a man named Alec was born on Quelly in the village of Squinquar Gesimus. He lived a simple life in his tight-knit community, where the townsfolk were so close that they forsook family names, taking the name of their village as their own. There, he lived a peaceful life, until the day the Mandalorians came. As part of the early stages of the Mandalorian Wars, the Neo-Crusaders swept through the sector, raiding the planet and devastating its civilian population. Alec's village was burned to the ground, and most of the people he'd known all his life were killed by the ruthless Mandalorians. Alec became a refugee, but was rescued from that life by the discovery that he was Force sensitive. The Jedi took him to their enclave on Dantooine for training, where he quickly rose to become one of the Order's most promising students. He became close friends with another Jedi trainee, a man the galaxy would later know as Revan. The two were noted by their masters as being eternally hungry for knowledge and quickly achieved the rank of Jedi Knight. As the Mandalorian threat continued to spread throughout the greater galaxy, Revan and Alec advocated for the Jedi Order to get involved. The Jedi Council ruled otherwise, declaring neutrality in the conflict, but as the Republic started to come under attack, Revan and Alec rebelled. Together with a group of Jedi followers known as the Revanchists, they broke away from the Order and started aiding the Republic. At first, the Jedi Council tried to have the Revanchists arrested, forcing many of them to adopt aliases to evade capture. It was during this time that Alec began operating under the name Captain Malak, posing as an officer in the Republic Navy. He later adopted the name permanently, though he stopped calling himself Captain. After presenting evidence to the Jedi Council that the Mandalorians had committed genocide on Cathar, the Revanchists were granted sanction and made Jedi generals in the Republic military. Revan and Malak became the military's supreme commanders, each receiving full command of a third of the Republic forces. They and their followers commanded a massive counteroffensive against the Mandalorians, gradually beating them back out of Republic space. Revan was a tactical genius, the likes of which the galaxy had never seen, but Malak wasn't nearly as strategically gifted, quickly developing a reputation as a blunt and aggressive commander. But while Revan was the better general, Malak was much more charismatic. Throughout the Mandalorian Wars, Malak would regularly go on recruiting drives, returning home to Jedi enclaves to talk the students there into joining the war effort. He was responsible for recruiting most of the Revanchists, including Mitra Surik, who would go on to become one of Revan's most trusted generals. On the battlefield, Revan and Malak complemented each other well. Revan was cunning and calculated, while Malak was aggressive and audacious, not unlike how Anakin Skywalker was during the Clone Wars. While Revan preferred to oversee battles from the bridge of his flagship, Malak was much more hands-on. At a full 2 meters in height, Malak was a giant of a man and tremendously strong as well. He was undoubtedly one of the most devastating lightsaber duelists of all time, something many Mandalorians learned the hard way. Over the course of the Mandalorian Wars, Revan and Malak began to slip from the path of the light. They became more accustomed to taking moral shortcuts, sacrificing entire sectors to win crucial battles. But their slide away from the Jedi path largely went unnoticed, as it was helping the Republic win the war. Together, Revan and Malak drove the Mandalorians from Taris, battled Cassus Fett at Jugga Cluster, and wiped out most of the Mandalorian army at Altir. But their most well-known victory was the Battle of Malachor V, the last battle of the Mandalorian Wars. In that final battle, Malak commanded the Republic reinforcement fleet while Revan boarded the Mandalorian flagship, slaying Mandalore the Ultimate in single combat. The Mandalorians were defeated, but Revan and Malak still had work to do. Following markers they found in the Trace Academy on Malachor, Revan and Malak vanished beyond the borders of the known galaxy, following the trail of a dark and ancient threat. Out in the unknown regions, they finally discovered the true nature of this evil. It was a remnant of the original Sith Empire, led by the fanatical True Sith cult. For generations, the True Sith had laid in wait, plotting their revenge against the Jedi and the Republic, and they would soon strike. They had driven the Mandalorians to war to soften up the Republic, and in the aftermath of the Mandalorian Wars, it seemed that no force in the galaxy would be able to withstand them. But Revan was determined to put a stop to these Sith. It wouldn't be easy. Their power was overwhelming and their techniques were tremendously destructive. Both he and Malak knew full well that the Jedi would never be able to win a war against them, as they had seen during the Mandalorian Wars. War of that scale was destructive to Jedi's connection to the Force. Most of the Revanchists had already fallen to the dark side or were at risk of falling. Indeed, Revan and Malak themselves were headed down the dark path. Based on this, Revan came up with a radical plan. He and Malak resolved to become Sith Lords in their own right and corrupt what was left of the Jedi Order. In the war that was to come, it was inevitable that the Jedi would fall to the dark side and become Sith, so Revan and Malak made sure they became their Sith. The Republic too would have to be corrupted, Revan determined. It needed to be reshaped into an empire to combat the Sith threat. This was a tall order, but Revan and Malak had a plan to make it happen, a plan based on discoveries they had made during the war.
Is this wise? The ancient Jedi sealed this archway. If we pass beyond this door, we can never go back. The Order will surely banish us. Are the secrets of the Star Forge so valuable? Can its power truly be worth the risk?
During the Mandalorian Wars, Revan and Malak discovered a number of ancient ruins scattered across the known galaxy. They hinted at the existence of an ancient, galaxy-spanning infinite empire, and at something else far more important than that. Deep within the ruins were the star maps, devices meant to display the location of an ancient superweapon called the Starforge. These maps were damaged and incomplete, but by seeking out a number of them, Revan and Malak were able to triangulate the Starforge's location. They found the weapon above Rakata Prime, a forgotten, unknown region's world, and seized control of it. The Starforge was a massive factory, capable of creating infinite numbers of battleships through the power of the dark side. Upon taking command, Revan set the Starforge to work building on an infinite fleet. He and Malak gathered the Revanchists and many of their other followers at Rakata Prime in secret, where they declared themselves the Dark Lords of a new Sith Empire. Soon after, they began their war against the Republic, the Jedi Civil War. Much of the Republic defected to join their Sith Empire, and the rest could do little against Revan's infinite fleet. When the two became Sith, Darth Revan had taken the title of Sith Master, Darth Malak had grudgingly become the apprentice. But as the Jedi Civil War wore on, Malak grew jealous of his former friend. The dark side began to corrupt him in ways neither he nor Revan had foreseen, in part due to the power of the Starforge. It is said that Revan chose the dark side, as one would choose a tool, and never truly fell, but this wasn't the case for Malak. Though Revan at first led him down the dark path, he travelled further down it than Revan ever did. 2 years into the Jedi Civil War, Malak attempted to kill Revan and usurp the title of Dark Lord of the Sith. The attempt was unsuccessful and cost Malak his jaw. Revan let his apprentice live, but this proved to be a grave mistake. Just a year later, when Revan's flagship was boarded by a team of Jedi led by Bastila Shan, Malak ordered his destroyer to open fire on Revan's bridge, hoping to kill his master and the Jedi in one fell swoop. It appeared he was unsuccessful, at least partially. Revan's flagship was destroyed and the Dark Lord was presumed dead, though Bastila Shan survived. Malak took Revan's place as the new Dark Lord, seizing control of the Sith Empire. The Jedi hoped that the defeat of Revan would cause the Sith Empire to fracture, deeming Malak to be the weaker of the two. They were catastrophically wrong. As soon as he secured his command of the Empire, Malak began a new offensive against the Republic, an all-out campaign of total war that the Republic was entirely unprepared for. Malak had none of his former master's subtlety and tactical ingenuity, but he didn't need it. He had an infinite fleet, after all. As Dark Lord, Malak desperately tried to move out of Revan's shadow. He abandoned Revan's plan for converting the Republic into an empire, choosing brute conquest instead. Where Revan had restrained himself from relying on the Starforge, Malak exploited the space station to the best of his abilities. Fully in the grip of the dark side, Malak was able to achieve a far greater level of control over the Starforge than Revan ever had, displaying his rapidly increasing power. Malak had always played second fiddle to Revan, who was generally considered the more powerful of the two. But during his time as Dark Lord, Malak outstripped Revan in a number of ways. His dark side abilities were much more advanced, and he had always been physically stronger than Revan, making him an equal in lightsaber combat. But Malak's greatest strength was drawn from the Starforge. He used the power of that dark nexus to bolster his power, and in turn, the Starforge became more productive under his command. It became 3 times more productive under Malak than it had been under Revan, churning out even greater numbers of Sith destroyers. Malak also took advantage of the Starforge's corrupting influence in ways Revan had never considered, imprisoning captured Jedi there and draining their power to strengthen himself. Of course, Malak's reign didn't last. As it turned out, Revan survived his assassination attempt and was brought back to the light by the Jedi Council. Together with Bastila Shan, Revan began searching for the Starforge, slaying Darth Bandon, Malak's apprentice, along the way. Malak managed to capture Bastila and convert her to the dark side, declaring her as his new apprentice, but Revan followed him to Rakata Prime. As a Republic fleet attacked the Starforge, Revan boarded the station, redeemed Bastila, and confronted Malak. Revan and Malak fought one last battle, but in the end, the redeemed Revan emerged triumphant. Malak was slain and soon faded into memory, second to his former master, even in death. When Star Wars fans think of Sith Lords, we usually think of black-robed figures with red lightsabers, imposing beings that exuded pure evil. We think of Darth Vader and Darth Sidious, or perhaps some of the more ancient Sith like Darth Revan and Darth Vitiate. But what if we were to tell you that you've been sleeping on one of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time? Exar Kun may not have looked much like a stereotypical Sith. He didn't even carry a red lightsaber, like he was some normie Jedi or something. But don't let that deceive you. Exar Kun nearly destroyed both the Republic and the Jedi Order. The Jedi homeworld burned on his command, and the Supreme Chancellor himself died at his hand. This man was one of the most powerful figures in galactic history, and in this video, we'll be telling his story. Exar Kun, because of you, the Sith will never die. You have earned the right to bear the mark of the Dark Lord of the Sith. So spoke the spectre of Marka Ragnos in a vision shared by Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma. Just moments before, those two fallen Jedi had been enemies, engaged in a fearsome lightsaber duel. but by the time the vision cleared, they had become allies. Kun was the new Dark Lord of the Sith, and Ulic would be his apprentice. Together, they swore to bring down the Republic, the Jedi Order, and all others who stood in their way. But we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Our story didn't begin there. Instead, it began on remote Dantooine 4,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Long ago, there was a small Jedi enclave on that world, home to many masters, including the renowned Vodo Siosk Bas. In 4000 BBY, Bas was busy training a trio of apprentices, the Cathar mates Credo and Silvar, and the human Exar Kun. All three were gifted Jedi with an aptitude for lightsaber combat and a fierce hunger for knowledge. Some would say their desire to learn was too fierce, especially for Exar Kun, who frequently borrowed his master's collection of holocrons to learn about the Dark Lords of the Sith. In those days, the Jedi Order still knew little about the Sith. The last Sith Lord they knew was Freedon Nad, who had conquered Onderon 4 centuries prior. But by 4000 BBY, Nad was long dead, and the dark side hadn't reared its ugly head since his passing. Exar Kun felt that the Sith were going to return, however, and he didn't believe the Jedi were prepared for that eventuality. He hated the Sith, and whenever he could, he attempted to learn their secrets to discover how best to stop them. For this, he was often rebuked by Master Bas, who repeatedly cautioned him that such curiosity could lead him to embrace the dark side himself. He was prone to overlook his apprentice's curiosity, however, as Kun was a very promising student. He was extremely strong in the Force, and his skills with the lightsaber were almost unmatched. In one training duel, Kun was even able to best his master through the use of Jar Kai techniques, bringing 2 lightsabers to bear against Bas's combat staff. It was shortly after this incident that Exar Kun decided to leave Dantooine behind. Believing he had learned all that Master Bas had to teach, Kun set out from Onderon, where he wished to research Freedon Nad and the Sith. His search led him to Duxon, Onderon's demon moon, where Nad's remains had been sealed in a tomb by the Jedi. He came looking for artifacts to examine, but he got much more than he had bargained for, as he ended up encountering the spectre of the Sith Lord himself. When the proud Exar Kun declared his intentions to destroy the Sith to the Spectre, Nad offered to guide him to their homeworld, promising to teach him the secrets of the Sith. Nad guided Kun to the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban, where the Dark Lords of the Sith had their tombs. Nad lured the young Jedi into one of the tombs, but this was a trap. The Sith Spectre brought the tomb down on Exar Kun, shattering his bones and burying him beneath a pile of debris. As Kun lay dying, Nad told him that the only way he could survive was through the use of the dark side. Initially, Kun tried to resist this temptation, but the influence of Nad and the dark taint of Korriban proved too strong. He gave in to the dark side, drawing in the Sith power that lay heavy over the tomb. His wounds were healed, and when he rose, he found that he suddenly understood the Sith hieroglyphs on the walls of the tomb. At first, Kun denied that he had fallen to the dark side, but he still complied when Nad suggested that he travel next to Yavin 4, where Naga Sadow, the last Dark Lord of the Sith Empire, had hidden long ago. On Yavin, Kun encountered the Massassi, members of the Sith warrior caste that had accompanied Sadow to the moon. The Massassi captured Kun and brought him to one of their temples, where they planned to sacrifice him to a massive Sith rim. As Exar Kun faced certain death, the voice of Freedon Nad spoke to him once more, urging him to call upon the power of the dark side. At last, Kun gave in. Using an ancient Sith gauntlet to amplify his fury, Kun killed the Sith rim, slaughtered many of the Massassi, and in a rage, destroyed the spirit of Freedon Nad as well. The surviving Massassi bowed before him, and Kun declared himself a Sith Lord. Exar Kun remained on Yavin 4 for a time, studying the artifacts and temples the Massassi had guarded. He learned a great many dark side techniques, including ancient Sith alchemy powers. As his dark power grew, Kun became the creator of many new breeds of Sith spawn, including enhanced Massassi Berserkers and the terrifying Tarantatek. Soon, he had learned all that there was to learn from Sadau's horde, and set off once more, leaving the Massassi to build new temples in his honor. As he returned to the Republic, Kun learned of Ulic Qel-Droma, another fallen Jedi who had joined a Sith cult called the Krath. Believing the Krath to be rivals to his power, Kun traveled to the Empress Teta system to kill Qel-Droma. The two began a fierce lightsaber duel, but during the battle, Kun's Sith gauntlet synchronized with an amulet worn by Qel-Droma, conjuring up a vision of the Sith Lords of old. In the vision, the Dark Lord Marka Ragnos declared that Kun and Qel-Droma were the future of the Sith, the new Dark Lords. They would put an end to the Sith's long age of dormancy, and because of them, the Sith legacy would endure forever. Kun and Qel-Droma were branded on the forehead with ancient Sith markings, and when the vision faded, they joined forces. Intending to make war with the Republic, Qel-Droma set off to recruit the Mandalorians, while Kun traveled to Ossus, the Jedi homeworld. There, he murdered Jedi Master Odin in secret, and seduced a number of young apprentices with promises of power. He brought a few dozen of them to Yavin 4, where, with the help of Sith spirits, he turned them to the dark side. He then sent the Jedi back to Ossus, where they would wait until he gave the signal. Around this time, Qel-Droma, his Krath armies, and his Mandalorian allies had begun their assault on the Republic. Fleets of Krath stormed across Republic space, terrorizing the galaxy, while the Mandalorian Crusaders carved their way across dozens of worlds. But as Kun prepared to join the fight with his Massassi followers, he received news that Qel-Droma had been captured in a failed assault on Coruscant and was to be put on trial before the Senate. In Exar Kun's position, most Sith would have either left Qel-Droma to die or launched their own assault on Coruscant. But Exar Kun was not most Sith. Instead, he took Mandalore the Indomitable and a few Massassi to Coruscant and strolled right through the front doors of the Senate building like an absolute Chad. With a thought, he telekinetically paralyzed everyone in the room and then leaped up onto the Chancellor's podium. Digging his fingers into the back of the Chancellor's skull, Kun used him as a puppet, forcing him to echo a fiery speech that, thanks to the televised nature of the trial, was broadcast to the entire galaxy. To quote the man himself, "The Sith Empire will rise again, and we are the spark. The flames will wash over the crumbling Republic and consume all your works, re-establishing the glorious days of a lost golden age, far greater than any of us can know. You can choose either to be a part of this great rebirth, or you can stand in our way." We did all this to show how useless and ineffective the Republic is. We don't want your cooperation. The Republic is not even part of the plan. Following this, Kun killed the Chancellor, and he and Qel-Droma went to leave the Senate the same way they came in, dragging their massive balls behind them. They found their path blocked, however, by Vodo Siosk Bas. Kun's old master tried one last time to redeem his former apprentice, but Kun rebuffed the offer and attacked. A ferocious rematch of their duel on Dantooine began, and at first, it seemed the two were evenly matched. But then Kun revealed some modifications that he had made to his lightsaber. He had added a second blade to it. Wielding history's first double-bladed lightsaber, Kun butchered his former master and then left Coruscant with his allies. As a quick side note, Exar Kun wasn't just the first being to use a saber staff in universe. His use of a double blade in the Tales of the Jedi comics actually predated the first appearance of Darth Maul by 2 years as well. After leaving Coruscant, Exar Kun issued a command to the fallen Jedi he had recruited. All over the galaxy, they rose up and murdered their masters, from Ossus to Dantooine, throwing the Jedi Order into chaos. Hundreds of Jedi died in a single day, crippling the Republic military. With both the Republic and the Jedi Order close to the breaking point, Kun and his followers pressed their offensive. On Kun's orders, Krath leader Alima Keto caused the 10 stars of the Kron cluster to supernova, creating a massive explosion that cleansed Ossus of life. The destruction of the Jedi homeworld was Exar Kun's greatest victory, but it was also his last victory. Following the razing of Ossus, the Republic Navy began a counterattack against Sith forces, wiping out their fleets one by one. Ulic Qel-Droma repented and returned to the Jedi, and most of Kun's Dark Jedi followers were killed. Kun was left only with his Massassi, who he recalled to Yavin 4. With Republic forces in hot pursuit, Kun began an alchemical ritual intended to make him immortal, forcing the Massassi to sacrifice themselves en masse to feed his power. The ritual sent out a shockwave that scorched the entire moon, leaving none of the Massassi alive. By the time the Republic arrived at Yavin, the moon was devoid of life, and Kun was nowhere to be found. He was presumed dead. However, unbeknownst to the Jedi, the ritual had indeed made the spirit of Exar Kun immortal. He persisted in the Great Temple on Yavin 4 for millennia, outlasting even Darth Sidious himself, until he was ultimately vanquished by Luke Skywalker. Exar Kun's lasting legacy was not in his spirit's survival, however, but rather the effect he had over the course of galactic history. Only a handful of Sith Lords ever came as close to he had to destroying the Republic and vanquishing the Jedi, and only one would ever surpass him. Furthermore, he completely transformed the Sith as an order. All Sith orders after him would consist primarily of fallen Jedi, something that allowed the Sith to persist for millennia. The Dark Lords of the Sith were, without a doubt, the greatest threats the galaxy ever faced. Their shadowy legacy stretched back thousands of years. Many fearsome Dark Lords rose and fell over the centuries, spreading death and despair across known space. But how did this legacy begin? Who was the first Dark Lord of the Sith? In this video, we'll be answering that question and taking a look at the birth of the first Sith Empire. Followers of the dark side predated the Sith by tens of thousands of years, regularly clashing with their counterparts on the light side. During the early ages of the Republic, the Jedi Order usually quashed these dark side threats before they could attain significant power. Sometimes, however, these threats came from inside the Jedi Order itself, leading to schisms. The First Great Schism, a war between the Jedi Order and the Dark Jedi of the Legions of Leto, was an early example of this. The First Great Schism ended fairly quickly, with the Jedi emerging victorious, but it set a nasty precedent, inspiring many future Dark Jedi. In 7000 BBY, there was a Second Great Schism. Yet again, a sect of Jedi embraced the dark side and broke off from the Order. But these Dark Jedi were different from those who had come before. Unlike the Legions of Leto, they were committed to the dark side's utmost extremes, and they developed alchemical techniques that allowed them to infuse objects and beings with the dark side. In time, their alchemical practices developed into techniques for creating, shaping, and corrupting life, breeding abominations of nature they called Leviathans. When the Jedi Order learned of this, they agreed that these schismatics were a threat to life itself, and again, they went to war. Unlike the First Great Schism, the war with these new Dark Jedi was not won so easily. In fact, the Dark Jedi held out for a full century. This terrible war between light and dark, called the 100-Year Darkness, was hard fought by both sides, but in the end, the Jedi had the advantage. The war ended with the Battle of Korbos, in which all but a dozen of the Dark Jedi were slain. The Republic wanted the Jedi to execute the survivors, but the Jedi resolved to exile them instead. Hoping the Dark Jedi would find redemption on some deserted rimworld, the Jedi marched their defeated foes aboard a galleon and shot it into the unknown. It's possible that they never made a worse mistake. These exiles were among the greatest of the Dark Jedi. Among their number were Sorza Sin, their most gifted alchemist, Karnus Mor, a vicious warlord, Baron Draper, the admiral of their last fleet, and Zozan, the marchioness of the Black Legions. Their leader was High General Ajunta Pal, the greatest of the schismatic Dark Jedi, who had single-handedly slain a dozen Jedi in one encounter during the Battle of Korbos. Under Ajunta Pal's direction, Sorza Sin steered the exiles' galleon toward a powerful force signature, the world that screamed the loudest to those who hear the dark side's call. They landed on Korriban. On Korriban, the exiles discovered a species of red-skinned Force sensitives called the Sith, who had built a civilization on the use of the dark side. The natives were initially suspicious of the exiles, but Ajunta Pal eventually cowed them with a fearsome display of Force power. The Sith, thinking that Pal was a manifestation of one of their gods, took the exiles to Ziost, their species' adopted homeworld. There, they met with Hackagram Grouch, then the foremost Sith king, and demanded he bow before them. Grouch resisted and attacked Ajunta Pal, but he was quickly defeated. Pal executed Grouch with his own sword and declared himself the Dark Lord of the Sith. This brutal display of strength allowed the exiles to subjugate the Sith purebloods and become the very first Sith Lords. Each of them laid claim to one of the scattering worlds the Sith had colonized, together forming the Sith Empire. Ajunta Pal, the Dark Lord, ruled over all from Ziost, and Sorza Sin served as his shadow hand or deputy. The other 10 Sith Lords formed the Council. Each of them managed a part of the Empire, but they would meet regularly to rule the Empire as a whole. In the unknown space beyond the borders of the Republic, the Sith Lords expanded their new empire, forming armies, building strongholds, and breeding new monsters, which were now called Sith Spawn. They adopted many of the traditions of the Sith and abandoned many Jedi traditions they had continued to cling to. Most notably, they stopped using lightsabers, opting instead to wield alchemically enhanced swords, as most Sith purebloods did. The Sith, however, retained the knowledge of lightsaber technology, but use of the weapon rose and fell over the course of the Empire's history. In the years after their conquest of the Sith, Ajunta Pal and his followers became acquainted with many of the Sith worlds. On Ziost, their adopted homeworld, they built the towering Sith Citadel, a massive fortress city from which they ruled their empire. They also established Sith holdings on Korriban, the original homeworld of the Sith purebloods, which the purebloods had used as a graveyard. They investigated the many tombs and caverns of Korriban, unearthing many of the planet's long-forgotten secrets. The Sith Lords discovered one particular valley on Korriban that was especially steeped in the dark side, and in the caverns below it, they found the greatest secret of all, a Rakatan star map. This ancient dark side artifact was the source of the shadow that lay over the valley, and they discovered that they could draw on it to enhance their power. The Sith Lords laid claim to the valley, which was later named the Valley of the Dark Lords, and built a great fortress there, which they intended to use as a redoubt in case the Jedi ever discovered them and attacked. Ajunta Pal spent his reign as a Dark Lord consolidating his power and building up the Sith Empire. Some of the other Sith Lords, hungry for revenge on the Jedi, took a Sith fleet to attack the Republic prematurely, but the others were mostly content to hold back and build up their armies instead. They were more focused on increasing their individual powers and furthering the art of Sith alchemy, creating ever greater abominations in the breeding pits of Ziost. During his time in power, Ajunta Pal, like many of the other Sith Lords, forged an alchemically enhanced sword for himself. This double-bladed weapon was forged of black steel and was always cold to the touch. Shadows rippled along the edge of the blade, giving it a particularly sinister appearance. Ajunta Pal poured much of his power into this sword, and with it slew a great many enemies. So terrible was this sword that its legend lasted for thousands of years, with the Sith purebloods considering it a sacred artifact. A rhyme was often used to symbolize the weapon in Sith writings. I am that which grips the heart in fright, hearkens the night and silences the light. Ajunta Pal ruled for decades, but as with all Dark Lords, his reign eventually came to an end. He was killed in battle, but not by a Jedi and not by any other foe of the Sith Empire. Pal's spectre later recounted how he and the rest of the Sith Lords met their ends.
What choice have I? I betrayed my old masters. They would never let me return to the light side. It is too late, too late. Here is where I rest. Here is where my eternity awaits. If I could return, oh my master, it has been so long, and I regret so much.
The first Sith Lords met the same fates as many of their successors. They envied each other, schemed against one another, and in the end, they destroyed each other. Battle broke out in the fortress on Korriban, which was destabilized by the fighting and collapsed. Ajunta Pal and his contemporaries were all killed. The Sith Empire that Pal and his followers created endured long after their deaths. New Sith Lords arose from among the Sith purebloods, and a second Dark Lord was chosen. The fortress in the Valley of Dark Lords was never rebuilt. Instead, the Sith used the caverns of the valley to bury their fallen Dark Lords. Ajunta Pal was laid to rest in the first of the valley's tombs, buried with his sword and those of his slain rivals. His successors remembered him as one of the most powerful Sith to ever live, and went on to terrorize the galaxy for thousands of years in his name. But the story of Ajunta Pal doesn't end with his death. Pal's spirit remained trapped in the world of the living, tied to his sword. He lingered in the tomb on Korriban for thousands of years, alone and impotent. In time, a strange thing happened. He began to feel remorse for what he had done. Even as the Sith thrived and spread across the galaxy, their founder came to regret falling to the dark side in the first place. Pal's torment only ended when the redeemed Revan arrived 3,000 years after his death, seeking the Dark Lord's sword. The spectre of Ajunta Pal appeared to Revan, requesting that he take the sword and leave. Revan did so, but before parting with the Dark Lord's spirit, he suggested the possibility of redemption. Pal, at first, didn't believe he could be redeemed, but at Revan's urging, he abandoned the dark side and surrendered himself to the will of the Force. Finally at peace, the spirit of Ajunta Pal returned to the light and merged with the Force, freed from his torment at last.
In a recent video, we went into depth in analysing the Jedi Order's philosophy as it was immortalised in their most important mantra, the Jedi Code. However, the Jedi Order wasn't alone in creating a staunch ideological framework for their followers to follow. The Sith Order, diametrically opposed to the Jedi in many ways, also had their own code in which they distilled thousands of years of teachings into a few simple lines. In today's video, we'll be analysing the Sith Code and how the Sith chose to view themselves and their place in the galaxy around them. In the beginning, there was no code planned out for the Sith. Let us explain. When the original trilogy aired, much of what we now know as quintessentially Star Wars wasn't a thing yet. Most Star Wars lore, whether it was philosophical, mythological, historical, or societal, was added into the franchise bit by bit over the following decades. The Sith Code itself wasn't brought into being until 2003, when David Gaider, a writer working on the Korriban section of the Knights of the Old Republic game, asked Lucasfilms if the Sith had a mantra. When he was tasked with creating one, Gaider took the Jedi Code, reversed its tenets, and added some good old Nazi philosophy into the mix to produce the code we all know and love today. Meta lore aside, the Sith Code came to be in 6900 BBY, when the Dark Jedi heretic Saw Zu Sin, the shadow hand to the first Dark Lord of the Sith, created it on Ziost. The Sith liked it so much that for the next several thousands of years, it remained mostly unchanged. Even Darth Bane himself kept the Sith Code the same, precisely because it was spot on at expressing the core philosophy of the Sith, regardless of how each iteration of the Sith Order went about realizing it. The original Sith Code, known as Kotsisajak, was written in the Sith language. Although it remains intact, we'll skip it in favor of a language we believe more of our fans are fluent in. Basic. The code, as written by Sin and taught by Bane, reads as follows. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. On a surface level, the Sith Code, much like the Jedi Code, seems to be very straightforward. The Sith were famous for their relentless pursuit of power and for their obsession with being top act dog in the galaxy. At first reading, the Sith Code seems to be no more than a basic set of instructions for any Sith wishing to pursue ultimate power. This, however, would be nothing but a superficial conclusion. Much like its sister code, the Sith Code was never meant to be understood with just a surface-level reading. It's important to remember that, evil or no, the Sith was still a religious organization with millennia-old philosophy, and like any order worth its salt, the Sith hid their deeper teachings behind simple-sounding mantras. Because what the Sith Code has to offer isn't just simple instructions. Hidden between the lines of the code lie the deeper truths of how the Sith viewed the galaxy, the Force, and their place at the center of it all. As we mentioned earlier, Sorzu Sin created the Sith Code by perverting or outright rejecting the teachings of the Jedi. Despite how opposing these two ideologies are, however, they share two core similarities. First, both orders built their mantras so that each line built on the one before it, finishing in a climax that encompassed their outlook on the Force. Second, they both set their outlook on peace as the foundation of their philosophy. The first lesson of the Sith Code is that peace is a lie, there is only passion. It's not a coincidence that both codes begin with peace. As we discussed in our video on the Jedi Code, the Jedi base their entire philosophy on the building blocks of peace, of being able to sit down, take a deep breath, put aside your emotions, and look at the bigger picture. The Sith, on the other hand, reject this outright. Given that Sorzus and many of her time were fallen Jedi, it's no coincidence that, with their first lesson, the Sith sought to diametrically oppose the Jedi philosophy. To the Sith, it isn't about taking control of one's emotions. On the contrary, the Sith Code instructs to let your emotions run wild. Passion here refers to any strong emotions that drive an individual forward, such as rage, love, hatred, or grief. Expressing these strong emotions was what the Sith believed to be the foundation of strength, which brings us to the second line of the code. Through passion, I gain strength. Unlike most lines of the Jedi Code, this is meant quite literally. It's important to remember that the Sith relied on the dark side of the Force, which was different in nature to the Force itself. The dark side was a corruptive influence that fed on the user's deepest fears and emotions. The stronger these emotions were, the more the user could call on the dark side, and the more of its power it could channel. Thus, by letting their passion blaze within them, the Sith were essentially getting a Super Saiyan power boost, which brings us to the third lesson. Power. To the Sith, strength is a prerequisite to power. Where strength was the raw potential energy one could wield, power was the result of using that strength. Strength by itself was useless if you didn't then use that strength to exert influence on others. The Sith believed in the rule of the mighty, and this line encompassed that belief. Those with the most strength were able to rise above their peers and wield power. The eternal fight for the seat of the Dark Lord of the Sith is an excellent example of this Sith doctrine in action. There were many strong Sith Lords, but only those with the greatest strength and cunning could position themselves to rule the Sith. Through power, I gain victory. The fourth line of the Sith Code instructs that once you wield enough power, you are able to be victorious in whatever it is you are seeking. It equates amassing as much power as possible to winning. When you have enough power, you can do anything. In KOTOR, we get some additional context. Not all victories are worthwhile. Only those gained through superior power are worth celebrating. Victories gained through other means, such as deceit, are only an illusion of victory, and thus worthless. The final two lines introduce the most crucial element of the Sith philosophy. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Power isn't the goal. Victory isn't the goal. Both of these were never the true objective of the Sith. The true goal was always to be able to break free of the shackles of our galaxy, of all restrictions, and make their vision a reality. And therein lies the true core of the Sith ideology and the true contrast between their doctrine and that of the Jedi. The Jedi Code, seen in its entirety, tells a story of how to let go and trust yourself to the will of the Force. It preaches letting go of the clamour of emotions, of prejudices, of external voices threatening to blind you so that you can hear the voice singing within you and within the universe around you. It teaches that the only way to live is by submitting yourself to the Force and letting it guide the universe into balance. To the Jedi, the goal was to restore balance. The Sith, on the other hand, defy the will of the Force with their very existence. The dark side is a corrupting influence that seeks to consume balance and throw the galaxy into chaos. In a way, the Sith were no more than the dark side's pawns, vessels through which it could corrupt the Force. To the Sith, this was a worthy sacrifice, despite the heavy physical and mental toll, because it gave them their heart's deepest desires. Freedom. Now, freedom doesn't initially seem like a bad thing. All beings should be equally free to make their own choices. But to the Sith, freedom wasn't just about being the baddest Bith in the galaxy. It wasn't just about amassing so much power that no one could tell you what to do. There were certainly elements of that, as the hundreds of stories of power-hungry Sith tell us, but there was more to it than that. The Sith's quest for freedom didn't stop there. What the Sith really wanted was freedom from the will of the Force, freedom from submitting to the most fundamental, universal laws of nature that bind all life together. It's no coincidence that immortality, aka defying the fundamental principle that death is an unavoidable part of life, was one of the most sought-after powers. By channeling the dark side and allowing it to consume them, the Sith were trying to corrupt the Force enough so that they could impose their own will over that of the Force. Sometimes that took the form of Sith prolonging their life centuries past their natural lifespans. Other times, that manifested as twisted Sith-spawn abominations being brought into the galaxy by twisting the principles of life itself. That was the freedom the Sith sought, the freedom to remake the galaxy into their image and subject it to their rules. The chains that victory broke weren't just the mortal shackles men place on their fellow man, but also the rules of nature that keep us all in harmony.